Good morning. We are live, yeah. Okay, good morning. Okay, so I would like to welcome all members and guests to the February 10th, 2026 Council and Committee meeting. I will remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. Please ensure that your phones are in silent mode. For those attending virtually, please mute yourself when not speaking. When called upon to speak, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself. For staff in attendance, please use Microsoft Teams raise hand feature to be called upon and remove it after speaking. With that, I call the February 10th, 2026 Council and Committee meeting to order. Today, we are welcoming our new General Manager of Emergency and Social Services to Council. Angela McMillan brings more than 25 years of leadership experience in community health, housing, and nonprofit human services to her role as General Manager of Emergency and Social Services. An accomplished executive, she is recognized for building strong partnerships, improving service access, and leading complex organizations through change and growth. Most recently, Angela served as Executive Director of Cheshire Independent Living Services, where she led a 24/7 operation with over 400 staff across multiple counties and advanced collaboration with hospitals, primary care housing, and community partners. Her work has focused on strengthening integrated services, improving client outcomes, and supporting vulnerable populations through person-centered approaches. Originally from Norfolk County, Angela is passionate about local solutions that improve community well-being and the social detriments of health. Angela, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, and through you to members of council, thank you for the opportunity. I'm really excited about joining Norfolk County and making a difference in the community that really raised me, and for which I'm so pleased to be able to return home to, and look forward to some new adventures along the way. So thank you very much for that warm welcome.
Okay, well, nice to have you. So we have a roll call. All members of the committee are present today except for Councillor Duthie, but he is present virtually. So for number one, we have disclosure of pecuniary interest. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? Okay, seeing none. We have number two, the approval of agenda and changes to the agenda. So committee has the agenda before them. We have 5 changes. We have a deputation from Jennifer Day regarding Lamport Park expression of interest results. We have Barb Galuppi regarding Lamport Park expression of interest results. Alain LaRochelle regarding municipal accommodation tax. Michael Nimchuk regarding municipal accommodation tax. And we have one to move the community and develop division staff reports to be the first staff reports presented. Are there any other additions or changes to the agenda? Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wonder if it'd be possible to move report CDS 26001, the Lamport Park issue, and do that right after the deputations.
All things are possible. Is that a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Michele. So we've made that. So we're going to, do you want to approve them all at once, or do you want to approve them individually? Okay, all at once. So can I have a motion to approve all the additions and changes as presented here? Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? Okay, so moved. So thank you very much. Okay, so then now may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Okay, Councillor Van Adrici and Councillor Huffman, all those in favor? Okay, very good, thank you. So now number 3, we have early closed session. We have 2 early closed session items today. Can I have a mover for the following motion? The committee enter closed session at 9:35 a.m. to discuss an item pursuant to section 239(2) B, C, D, K of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to B, personal matters about an unidentifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, labor relations or employee negotiations, and K is a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. Holy smokes. 2001 C725 S239 217, et cetera, et cetera. So discussion for Lampo. Okay, so those are discussion limit. All those in, or sorry, can I have a motion, please? Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? Okay, very good. We'll go into closed session here. Thank you.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our respect and responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our respect and responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/RNR.
Hi, I'm Lisa, and I'm excited to take you behind the scenes to meet Norfolk County's aquatics team in action.
I think the people are what make the job. I think working with the people that I do, we're a great team. We work really well together. That makes a positive work environment. That makes a positive work for the public as well. They see that we work well together, and I think that benefits them as well.
I still love coming here every day. It's an exciting job. It's always different. You're always doing new things.
Being part of our team offers staff the opportunity to develop essential skills in lifeguarding, teaching swimming lessons, customer service, first aid, and of course, teamwork.
I think swimming in general is a really great skill to have from a very young age, so being a part of children learning how to swim is super important to me.
It's a really rewarding process to see them go from not the greatest swimmer to a better or great swimmer. It's a really good stepping stone to what I want to do in the future.
It's just a nice variety, and everybody brings something different and special to the team.
Our aquatics team is dedicated to educating the community on water safety and drowning prevention.
You might be a quiet student coming in, and this job is really going to push you to find your voice and be like an impactful member of a team.
I love that it's different every day, and you get to meet new people every day and see some of the same faces every day as well. But my job is different every single day. I don't do the same, so it's amazing.
As a proud Norfolk County employee, I'm honored to be part of a team delivering life-saving skills to our community. Thank you for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour. I hope this video gives you a glimpse of what it's like to be part of our aquatics team. If you're interested in taking advanced leadership courses to become a lifeguard and instructor, visit norfolkcounty.ca.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Meet Captain Clean, the toilet paper superhero, here to protect Norfolk County's pipes and keep everything flowing smoothly. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps: pee, poop, and toilet paper. Flushing anything else can cause big trouble. Things like wipes, hair, or grease can create sewer blockages. These blockages restrict flow, combine with other debris, and cause costly damage, overflow, and even water pollution. By sticking to the 3 Ps, you can help prevent clogs, reduce repair costs, and keep our water clean. For items you can't flush, proper disposal is key. Throw regular waste in the garbage. Do not believe claims on packaging that products are flushable. Take it from Captain Clean, they are not. Household hazardous waste can be dropped off at Norfolk's temporary depots during spring and fall. For things like medication and sharps disposal, take them to your local pharmacy or the health unit. And remember, grease belongs in the trash, but let it cool and store it first. Don't pour it down the drain. Be a flushing hero like Captain Clean. Together we can protect our pipes, our homes, and the environment. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps. Norfolk County is counting on you.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system, where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000-pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests, depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
This summer, discover the hidden gem of Norfolk County, Ontario's Garden. Stroll through historic villages where time seems to slow down. Feel the sand between your toes on our pristine Lake Erie beaches. From live theater that captivates to trails that wind through breathtaking landscapes, adventure and relaxation await at every turn. Meet the farmers who grow your dinner and taste wine and beer crafted right here. Experience Norfolk County this summer, where small-town charm meets farm-fresh flavor. Ontario's Garden. It's time you came home to it.
Hey Norfolk County, I'm Chris, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes to show you how Norfolk County manages stormwater in our towns and communities. Stormwater isn't just rain or melted snow. It's any excess water that runs off hard surfaces like roads, driveways, and rooftops. But where does that water go? And why is managing it important? Norfolk's stormwater systems include pipes, ditches, catch basins, and ponds that work together to manage this runoff. Stormwater systems like ponds slow the flow and allow dirt and pollutants to settle and release cleaner water into the environment. Without proper management, stormwater can flood basements, damage roads, and carry contaminants like oil, garbage, and salt into our rivers and lakes. That's why Norfolk County created a dedicated stormwater team in 2024 to better understand and maintain what we already have while planning for the future. This stormwater pond in Port Dover helps to reduce flooding and improve water quality. Over time, sediment and pollutants build up within storm ponds, limiting their ability to hold water. This creates an ideal environment for algae and invasive plants like Phragmites to flourish. This fast-growing species can block out the flow of water and crowd out native vegetation, reducing the habitat that local wildlife depends on. To restore this pond, we're removing the excess sediment and transporting it to a licensed site. We're also clearing invasive plants, reshaping the pond's banks, and upgrading the outlet that controls the flow of water. This work will improve water quality, allow the pond to hold more water, reduce flooding risks, and provide a healthier habitat for plants and wildlife. Stormwater management isn't just about what you see on the surface. It's also about
All right, we are back. So may I have a motion to reconvene an open session at 9:54 in the a.m. Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Columbus. We have enough people, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we do. All those in favor? Okay. Can I ask the clerk to read the motion from the closed session for each item?
Thank you. That the following, that the closed session items be received for information.
Do I have a mover for the staff recommendation? Moved by Councillor Vanadrisi, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? Very good. Moving along. Consent. We have 4 consent items today. Councillor Vanadrisi has some questions on item 4.1, so please take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I've read through this. There you are. And I wanted to publicly announce what are the benefits of having post-secondary students hired here, and what's the advantage to us, and how does it work?
Through the chair to Councillor Vanadrisi, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this report. I just also want to take the opportunity while I have all of you to introduce Justine Egging. She's the organizational culture specialist that we hired as part of the talent management strategy. And so she's the author of this report. But yeah, the benefits to Norfolk County. So as you'll recall, as part of the talent management strategy, one of our areas to focus on was youth engagement. And taking the opportunity for hiring co-op students and interns brings and really centralizing this program through the HR department allows us to recruit for, build a pipeline, give experience to students in Norfolk County or other places to gain some experience, some real life municipal experience that hopefully will entice them to come back and look for permanent opportunities in the corporation.
Absolutely. I think it's essential that we get a pipeline. There's circumstances. If you could explain to me, are there positions that are paid and not paid? So you'd have interns coming in doing, the learning experience itself versus those who are compensated for the job they're doing.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Vanden Drieschie. So part of this program and part of centralizing this program is looking at paid co-op and internship programs through the colleges and universities. So we will have students that are identified through the departments looking for paid opportunities, and when we reach out to those schools so that so that's part of the centralization of this program.
Yeah, thank you very much for that.
Okay, very good. Yep, Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Aaron. I just wanted to clarify, and the funding for these internships is through gapping dollars, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Huffman, that is correct.
Oops, okay. Any other questions on that before we go or comments? Okay, very good. So staff have identified an error in item 4.4 and would like to address it before adopting the motion. So, Oh, Amy Fandy. Yep, please.
Thank you, and through you to council, I apologize for the inconvenience or any confusion this may cause, but I did just want to note that the collection agency fee noted in that report refers specifically to POA, and that reference should be removed because that process would be applicable to all corporate collections. Whether they come through regular accounts receivable or through POA, we would treat that collection agency fee the same. So I just want to remove the reference to POA from that report.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sorry, before we move on, does anybody have any questions for Ms. Fanning on that? No? Okay, very good. Okay, so can I have a motion, please, to receive consent items 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4 as information? Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Vanden Drieschie. All those in favor? Very good. Deputations, we have 6 today. So we have 5.1, Christopher Gill regarding Delhi area power outages. Is he here? Yep, come on up. Okay, so welcome. You have 5 minutes for your deputation. I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
First off, Council, thanks for having me here today, and for the public, it's a pleasure to be here. A bit about me first. I think it's important that you understand that I am a resident of Delhi. I've been there for some time now. A lot of family roots in the Waterford area. My wife's family used to raise raspberry farms there, and so we've been in this community for a very long time. And I understand the importance of that civic engagement, and that's exactly why I'm here today. For 39 years, I was in the utility industry. That's building pole lines, a lot we're talking about today. And it's something that I'm fairly familiar with. I'm also very engaged in our community through local charities such as the Ride for Dad Prostate Cancer, and the chairman of that. I previously served on the board of Crime Stoppers in the Hamilton area, and I continue to be a very vocal advocate of victims of crime. The reason I'm here today is the power grid failure that's been ongoing in the Delhi area. For many of us, electricity is so deeply woven into our daily lives, we rarely think about it until it disappears. When the power went out in Delhi, and continues to go out in Delhi often, it's not just the lights out. Heating systems stop working in deeply, deeply cold environments, and we all know today all too real. Businesses are forced to close. Internet and phone systems become very unreliable, including calls to 911. Refrigerated food is at risk of spoiling. In a matter of moments, a quiet town was reminded how dependent modern life is on a system that most of us take for granted. But obviously, in this area, we can no longer. One of the first things I noticed moving back to Delhi several years ago was the frequent loss of power. We all expect during storms that things are going to happen. We all know that these things are part of a normal life because nothing is perfect, especially a hydro grid. And we can't help a pole collapsing or being hit by a car or a tree coming down. But I think our problem runs much deeper than that. Delhi is a small community. The fact that the outage especially hit us hard makes it very notable for the community. Accepting lackluster service, putting our most vulnerable at risk medically, financially, and physically is not okay. Now, I understand back in 2014-15, Council made a decision to sell our local network to Hydro One for the benefit of the community. Obviously, that has not taken place. And I think we need to take that responsibility very seriously locally. I don't expect anybody in this room, especially the councillors, to control Hydro One, but we need advocacy. Advocacy that has been lacking, barely. Our power was out for up to 4 days recently. Think about that. An 85-year-old woman, a neighbor of mine, 4 days with no power. What is she supposed to do, right? It puts our most vulnerable members of the community at severe risk. And I don't expect council, again, to run Hydro One, but I do expect our local council, especially, to be very advocate about this and to take it very seriously. One thing it has exposed about Norfolk is that we don't have a proper emergency services curriculum for this matter. Hydro One has recently acknowledged that this problem at the earliest won't be fixed until 2028. That's not good enough. We have to do something in the meantime. We simply can't have power outages for 3 or 4 days, do nothing about it, and expect the community to fend for themselves. Now, I've had many answers on posts I put on social media of people saying, well, buy a generator. That's nice if you're wealthy, but a Generac system to a house costs about $10,000 to install. It's not realistic to expect our members in our community, especially those who are on disability checks, senior citizens, and those most vulnerable, to be able to afford that kind of Generac system. So I think we have to be a little more prepared. Right? I think we need some public advocacy now.
1 minute.
And I think that it's very important that we take very serious steps on this. I'm suggesting, and thank you for that, sir, I'm suggesting that we immediately set up regular town hall meetings with Hydro One to get regular updates, and I'd ask that council start this immediately, because I think it's very important, and we need to involve the community. Delhi specifically, and Norfolk in general, we need to have a plan in place that considers this a real emergency, and not just another thing that we deal with. We have a responsibility to protect the vulnerable members of our community, and just not wish them on their own. We need to look at spending some money of that hydro sale and look at warming centers. Perhaps Delhi Library might be a good location for that, but we have to have something in place for people to reach out to be protected, and not put on their own. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With 2 seconds to spare. Any questions for the deputation? Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Chris, for joining us. What do you mean by emergency services curriculum? What are you specifically noting that the municipality is lacking, and just so that I have the right understanding?
And it's a very fair question. I don't have all the answers there, but what I am going to say is what we do have in place obviously didn't work, right? Because we had several people that were relying on neighbors to protect them, and we don't have a single warming center in the area of Delhi, right? So I'm not saying that we don't have anything when it comes to emergency services like floods and whatnot. I think we must have a team that looks at emergency preparation. What I'm suggesting is that we add this to that. You know, I'm not finding fault in what we have. I'm trying to find a way to get the community to come together through community volunteers, because it is our community, and I'd be willing to step up to that and look at what we can do. I think it's very important.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. I will raise that with staff later. And then, so I just want to touch on, I guess, your expectation of the municipality's role with Hydro One, given that it is typically a provincial liaison, although that's not a statement to pass the buck, because
Right.
I know we both,
I know that.
Councillor Columbus and I both have had conversations with the municipal
Yes.
arm, but like at what point in time, I guess, what is your expectation for the municipality besides the round table with them hosting?
Well, you know, I mentioned advocacy because I think it's very important. We have to look at the facts of that when Norfolk Hydro was owned locally. It was our linemen, it was our technicians, it was our people working on the network. They cared about their neighbors. Unfortunately, we've handed over that to strangers who don't know our community, right? I think it's up to us to make sure, and council has a big role in this, to make sure that they understand what our needs are, what our problems are, and what needs to be fixed. Now, one of the biggest problems I have now is when there's an outage in Delhi, is people coming from Powerline Plus and K-Line, which are very, very good companies, but they're coming down from Toronto and Markham. I stopped to talk to some of the linemen that were there, because I used to work with them before. There was guys driving down here to fix our repairs from Oshawa, Ontario. We also need Hydro One to commit to having more of our local staff work on our network, to understand our network. But they're a multi-billion-dollar company with a board who looks at profit and loss. They don't care about the communities per se, as we did when we owned them and we were council and we controlled them. So we've lost our local autonomy. We have to somehow get a system in place to get that local autonomy back so we have a say, because we all know that they can't spend any money until the regulator approves it. Okay, so they can promise 2028 all they want. It's just words right now, and there's a lot of that going on. Of course, they're on the hot seat, right? They're interviewed by the media. Lots of people are speaking up. We've got to hold them to the fire, and it's our job as a community and council to do that. Not just for Delhi, but for all of Norfolk.
Sure. And then last comment on your request for advocacy, I'm happy to pen a letter with Councillor Columbus that kind of echoes some of the stuff we've been doing that maybe the public wouldn't know, but happy to send that off to Hydro One, prompted by your deputation, to just request more support, certainly in Norfolk, but in Delhi, of course. Thanks for coming today.
Thank you.
Any other questions to the deputy? Oh, Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Mr. Gill. Thank you for coming today. That was a really great deputation with lots of good information.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering if you could, I've got two parts. One, why are they saying 2028? What is it that is so substantial that it's going to take 2 years to fix this issue with the grid?
That's a very good question, Ms. Hoffman. The situation is that the Delhi, unlike most communities, is fed by a single feed. When that single feed goes down, we have no redundancy. So our situation is much more severe than most, because most townships have an alternate feed. Unfortunately, the way the network was built at the time, the network was built with a single feed. So I hear about tree trimming. That's only part of it. Tree trimming is good maintenance. But when we lose our feed, everyone in Delhi goes down. We're very vulnerable. They're saying 2028. They feel that that's when, if the regulatory board that approves them to spend that money to raise our rates approves it, that they can have their work done in order to fix that. But it's not a given, because they need to go to the regulatory board, which they haven't done yet. No.
Okay, thank you for that. And my next question is, how do you, as you may know, local libraries in our community are deemed cooling and warming centers.
Yes.
I understand, though, that's probably not what you're looking at in terms of a warming center. Could you expand on your idea a little bit?
You know, it could be a library, but what the library is going to need, or whatever we deem as a warming center, the cooling center, yes, they're just as important in the hot heat, of course. But in the deep cold, it's a more severe risk and a more immediate risk. We need to have buildings that are backed up by Generac type systems. I'm not endorsing that one system. I'm saying that it's a type of system that even when the power goes out, that they can still have a generator focus the building on the heat. Whether that's a library or whether that's a grocery store, I don't know. But I think it's very important that we look at that, to have a place that people can go and have that identified as such, because right now it's not identified and no one knows where to go, and there's sheer panic.
Okay, thank you. So an idea in terms of the warming center, we're not maybe looking at bricks and mortar. What we're looking at is maybe adding, because obviously the library in Delhi,
Right.
if the grid is out, it's out as well.
Yes,
So
yes.
A place to start would maybe, and again, I'm not endorsing
Right.
it, but it's the most famous kind of generator, Generac,
Yeah.
and it does have a good reputation, is that our library in Delhi have a generator so that there are places for people who are vulnerable to go when this is out.
Fantastic.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Councillor Vanadrucci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. You talk about advocacy, and of course, we are there, and we do have many things in place. Where else have you gone for advocacy? Have you gone to our MPP and requested, or have her sent a letter to Ontario Hydro?
Oh, certainly.
Or
I
Hydro
have.
One? Have you done that?
Yes, I have. I've spoken to our MPP, who I think has been very advocate towards it. You know, I know that our MPP is also a resident of the community that we serve. And certainly, I'll shout to anyone who will listen. I'll be honest with you, Linda, I don't hold any bars towards that, right? I don't...
Repeat what you just said. I didn't hear it.
Sorry, I don't hold any bars towards who we contact. I think that it's really important that we advocate in any way that we can. If we can use the local press, if we can use local council, if we can use community members, and if we can use our members of standing, be it our MP or MPP, I think it's very important we do that.
And we have to acknowledge that this winter has been a terrible winter. So many of us have been out of hydro, many of us, and I absolutely agree. There's things we can do and try to do to make sure that the vulnerable have a safe place to be. I pride ourselves in the fact that I think we do with many areas, but we take your information under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda.
Any other questions? Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gill, why all the false accusations about me on social media? As a matter of, this is with respect to Hydro One, and I outlined them all at a previous meeting here, and the press has picked them up. But lately, on social media, you have posted that I own a generator, and that's why I was not concerned about the hydro outage. Now,
no, that's not what I said, first off, so don't put words in my mouth. I never said that.
Okay, just...
Yes. Anyway,
right now,
I do not own
a
a generator. My neighbors have wondered what kind of generator I have because it's very quiet, but I don't own a generator, okay? Just wanted to set the record straight.
Oh, okay.
Am I able to answer to that?
Sure.
Okay.
Sticking to the issue at hand.
Right, so first off, I never said you had a generator. What I said was if those who have generators and can afford that, they're in a much better place, and they may not understand the vulnerability of the people who don't have them are in, okay? This is not a personal thing with anybody. I think your advocacy has been lacking, but that's my personal opinion, and I'll let the voters decide that. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll let the voters decide.
Okay, no, well, we're not going to get into election stuff right now. We're going to stick on the issue at hand. So, are there any other questions for the deputation? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion to accept the deputation as information? Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Brunton. All those in favor? And it is accepted. Thank you so much. 5.2, Frank Schomburger, regarding Bill 21 negative effects. So welcome, Frank. You have 5 minutes for your deputation. I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Through the chair, my name is Frank Schomburger. I'm from Langton, Ontario, and I've been a farmer in Norfolk County all my life. The reason for the deputation is to provide information to Norfolk County and staff about the negative effects that private members Bill 21 and related food belt designation would have on rural areas such as Norfolk County. Also to demonstrate why recent public statements that proclaim we are losing 319 acres of farmland per day to urban development is a false narrative. Green Party MPP Mike Schreiner and Independent MPP Bobby Ann Brady are trying to convince municipal leaders that Ontario is losing 319 acres every day to development. They have proposed private members Bill 21, which aims to create designated food belts across Ontario. A food belt designation would create economic hardship for small rural counties like Norfolk by creating excess red tape, more bureaucracy, and impose costly agricultural impact assessments for businesses and farm operations attempting to expand or diversify to maintain viability. The basis of claim of the loss of farmland is a comparison between the 2016 Statistics Canada Census of Agriculture and the 2021 census. Based on this comparison, they state that urban development is a major contributing factor to the loss of farmland in Ontario. There is no argument that some farmland is lost to development. However, what they are presenting is a false narrative. There is a significant difference in reported farmland area between StatsCan and Municipal Property Assessment Corporation MPAC data, which shows an increase in taxable farmland. MPAC data defines total farmland as all farmland assessed for tax purposes, even if the land is not actively farmed. The downsizing of the tobacco industry saw many farms in Norfolk purchased by the Nature Conservancy of Canada. Their current holdings are more than 8,000 acres in Norfolk. Farmers and landowners are using estate planning to donate farmland to the Long Point Basin Land Trust for tax purposes. The LPBLT, operating under the Ontario Land Trust, currently owns 1,200 acres of land in Norfolk. Acres removed from farmland area in the StatsCan census by conservation groups, land trusts, and donations of land is 500% higher than the approximate 1,500 to 2,000 acres that may have been used for urban development by Norfolk over the same period of time. On average, 200 to 300 acres per year is being permanently set aside for conservation in Norfolk. Much of this land is removed from the StatsCan census on agriculture. Where investors buy farmland and lease farmlands fields back to farmers, only the acreage rented for crop production is reported to StatsCan. It is extremely important to note that acres for the production of all crops have increased in Ontario and across Canada, according to StatsCan. An in-depth look at StatsCan numbers show minimal losses of total farmland in agriculture-producing areas such as Wellington, Perth, Oxford, Chatham-Kent, and Middlesex, because these areas contain lower acreages of woodlot, wetlands, and significant natural areas. I encourage Norfolk Council and staff to review the study Measuring Farmland Loss by Dr. Wayne Caldwell and Dr. Sarah Epp and others, dated January 2021. University of Guelph, where it concludes that due to official plan amendments for the period of 2000 to 2017, there was approximately 30,000 hectares of farmland lost in their study area.
1 minute.
That is about 12 acres of farmland per day in the most urban populated regions of Ontario, not 319. It is also important to note that an OPA is not required to convert farmland to conservation land. The zoning will remain agriculture. A measured amount of growth in rural Ontario is paramount for our communities to remain viable. Please thoroughly and critically review and question the data being presented by the proponents of Private Members Bill 21. A food belt designation will not solve any of the problems facing agriculture and may cause harm to rural communities that must continue to adapt to the challenges that have arisen with a more mechanized and globally focused agriculture sector. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank. Opening it up to questions from council. Councillor Vanadrischi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Thank you, Frank. At least we've got some facts to look at, and that's great. Is there anything further you'd like to note today about your presentation?
Well, yes, I've, through my research on conservation lands in Norfolk, I found out that nonprofit conservation groups such as NCC and Ontario Land Trust are exempt from paying property taxes under the provincial legislation. And this is a liability for remaining property taxpayers in the county. And it's one that grows in future years as they acquire more conservation land every year. And other notes would be legal cannabis farms were left out of the 2021 agriculture census, legal and illegal, for obvious reasons. You know. Finally, I'd like to add that if you haven't yet read my documents that I sent to the clerk, please do so, especially read the competing factors for loss of farmland in Ontario. There's many more competing factors other than urban development.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you. Thank you, Frank.
Mayor Martin. Oh, sorry, Councillor Clumber second, then Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Frank, so what are you asking Norfolk County to do with respect to this?
Well, if you find my information interesting and compelling, I would ask that you pass a motion to forward my information to other municipalities across Ontario, Roma, AMO, Western Ontario Wardens Caucus, and Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, so that they are also aware of my research that I have found.
Okay, Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I happen to find your information very interesting and compelling. Thank you for bringing this forward. I have a bunch of questions. I guess first, I'll start off with your last point. What are some of those other competing factors for loss? We typically in our community only hear about the loss for development.
Okay, there's quite a few. Obviously, conservation, NCC and Ontario Land Trust, they acquire land, and once they do that, it comes out of the Statistics Canada figure, because we're talking about total farmland area, fence row to fence row. That includes woodlot, wetlands, fields, etc. It's not only cropland that we're talking about. So other factors include actual investment companies. There's a lot of investment companies now purchasing farmland in Ontario to rent back to farmers for agriculture. I can think of a few that are operating in Norfolk. Bonnyfield is probably the biggest one. Acre One is one based out of London. There's Crusario Natural Capital Investment. They're based out of Chatham. There's several others as well. For example, in a 10-mile radius just where I live, I know of at least 5,000 acres of land that's been purchased by investment companies that rent back to farmers. And they have hundreds of millions of dollars in capital to work with, and they have been actively purchasing farmland. And once they do that, only the cropland on those farms is recorded by StatsCan by the farm operators who rent them. The woodlot, wetlands, and other areas will go unreported because obviously the farmer renting them isn't going to report land that he's not renting.
Interesting.
And
Okay.
other factors is non-farm residents are purchasing small parcels of land throughout Norfolk. There's parcels of land that are like 25 or 50 acres with 25, 30 workable. A lot of the big farm operators are not interested in purchasing these smaller parcels. So non-farm residents will purchase them, and what they'll do is they'll either rent out the field part to a farm operator, or else they plant the entire property into trees, and so they can qualify under the managed forest tax class for tax purposes. And so once again, those are lost areas. Non-retired farmers also like to live on their farm as they get older and rent the land out. So all of a sudden, they may have 50 acres of bush that's no longer included in StatsCan. And other farmers, even next door to me this spring, a farmer, he had a 50-acre piece, and he built a home on it, and he decided to plant the 25 acres into woodlot. So that's just a few. There's more.
In that situation, through you, Mr. Chair, in the situation where maybe the small mom and pop farmer stays on their land and they convert a 50-acre parcel to woodlot because they don't want to farm the original plot size anymore, or they're unable to. What is that also tax exempt, similar to NCC, or that's just because NCC's?
They would apply for the managed forest tax rate, which is 25% residential. So it's no longer farmland, but they still pay the same taxes if they were farming it once it's in woodlot area.
So for sure, we are ballparking Norfolk County around 8,000 acres of forested land that is property tax exempt.
Well, most of that would have been farmland at one time, but yes, that land, from my information, there is property tax exempt under provincial legislation.
So we're not collecting property tax on it, which is a higher burden for residential property tax owners, and we're also not growing food on that land, but it's still zoned as agricultural.
Yeah. Yes, it is. It has not been paved over.
Interesting. And could you elaborate on the difference between the MPAC and the Stats Canada reporting?
Okay, MPAC will report all farmland that is classed agricultural, whether it's being farmed or not. Stats Canada only reports land that is owned or operated by farm operators. Okay, that's very important. And it only reports land where farm operators report a sale of one or more crops to CRA for tax purposes also. So that was a change in 2021 from 2016, because you could have small farms that are horse farms that don't sell anything, you know, hobby farms and stuff. So those may not fall in the StatsCan as of 2021 if they're not selling agricultural products and reporting the sale of that to CRA.
So if I were to summarize, then using StatsCan is not a reliable one-stop shop for data on the reduction in farmland.
It's not all-inclusive, where MPAC will have a more thorough analysis of taxable land. MPAC shows an overall increase of farmland and agriculture, or in Ontario, I mean, and that sounds like, well, how could that be? However, there is Crown land in northern areas, which is being privatized for agriculture development, and some will say you can't make more farmland. Well, if any of you grew up on a farm and came in at the end of a day covered in sand with calluses on your hands from picking roots, you'll know you can make more farmland. We all did it. We made fields larger, and they still make fields larger for modern day equipment. There's industrial equipment now that can pulverize soil that was once too rocky to farm, make it into fertile farmland. And more farmland is being made through tile drainage and land improvement every day. And also the amalgamation of farms. Farms are getting bigger, and they will simply remove buildings on a farmyard. We all have seen it in Norfolk with the kill yards being removed, the old stick kill yards. Well, that all of a sudden is cropped area once those stick kill yards are removed.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my last question, I think, would be, so you've touched on it and I've heard of it as well. Proponents suggesting that Norfolk County should be a food belt preserved, and so I can only assume that the intent behind that would be to stop development and save all of the farmland, which, you know, is certainly admirable to want to put a bubble around Norfolk County and stay the way we are. We all love our community. I think that's why we're all in this room today. However, I can only imagine the far-reaching impacts that would have on the taxpayer, on economic development, on infrastructure, and so on and so forth, when we can't even afford what we have now, let alone into the future. What are your thoughts on a food belt designation in Norfolk County? And
well, personally, it will not help it'll just put more of a burden on our community. Any business, as I mentioned in my presentation, any business or farm that wanted to expand and diversify into a non-agricultural business would have a lot more red tape and bureaucracy, and it would be much more difficult to do so. And it would probably also result in less business activity coming to Norfolk from outside of Norfolk, which would not help our youth, because we want our youth to stay in Norfolk. Well, they need good paying jobs to stay here. And agriculture, you know, there is some employment created, but to be honest, the majority of it is minimum wage jobs, right?
And just a comment, Mr. Chair, you raise a good point, because some of this development could be beneficial to agriculture. Some of it could be supportive to the ag industry. Some of it could be industrial land use changes or jobs that support agriculture, but we would be in a position where we've created additional red tape for those who are interested in creating that type of employment or differentiating our community in that way. Okay, well, thank you very much. That's really interesting, and I appreciate that extra question and answer time.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. It's one problem with nasty weather and the farmers can't work outside. They sit down and do homework like this, you know. I do have a question, like MPAC, one of, well, I've always considered it a flaw, but anytime a farm is sold, it automatically reverts back to the residential class. And then there is a process if a farmer bought that land to put it back, but I don't know how long the lag is on that, or, you know, how does that affect like these investment firms that are buying land? Like the day they buy it, it reverts into a residential class. So how does that affect these statistics?
Well, that is a good question. There may be a lag time in MPAC. Eventually, it does revert back to farmland. But if you look at the overall spreadsheet from MPAC versus StatsCan, that I also submitted my documents through the clerk. The long-term trend is very consistent for MPAC. It's a gradual decline on land in some areas, where with StatsCan, it's just all over the board. It's not consistent. But, you know, so investment land would still be classed agricultural, right? Where, as I mentioned before, with StatsCan, only the cropped area will be classed agricultural. That's being rented by the farm operator. Yes.
Okay, throwing it back to Councillor Vanadrishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Frank. All I'd like to say is make a comment that farmers are pretty smart people. We've survived a long time, and I think it's incumbent on farmers to make their own minds up what they want. I think they're smart. They can make their own decisions. I don't think we need more rules on top of them. So I appraise you for bringing those statistics to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Broughton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Frank, for your deputation there. You've obviously done your homework, but I've done a lot of reading regarding StatsCan and farming, and I do have some farmland, and I find it's a very tough balance between development and farming. It's not easy. Takes a willing seller, willing buyer to start the process, and I've been in that process. And if anything's changed, I think in general, everybody wants, and this is only my opinion, that everybody wants to preserve farmland. That's how we get fed, okay? But if anything's changed, and I can speak on every farm around just Simcoe, for example, that's gone from farmland to developed land. And it was in the past perhaps single family, but now everything's going higher density. And I think it has to go that way to preserve the farmland. At least that's the way I see it. Everything we've got on the books here is high density, if you look at it. And I'm quite familiar with Bondfield. I spoke with them. Last I heard, they owned about 20,000 acres in Norfolk County, and they've given it back for farming, which is important, I think. But again, I don't have the answers. I've looked at StatsCan, and I've talked with MPAC. Nobody seems to have the exact figures of what we're losing or what we're gaining in farmland. But it is a tough balance, and I don't have the answers for you, but I do want to preserve farmland.
I think we all do, of course. And but we are not losing 319 acres per day to development.
I don't want to argue about the figures. I don't know. I mean, if you look at StatsCan, you look at Canada, you look at the provinces, and you look locally. You know, throw the figures in a bowl and pick some out, I guess. So.
Okay, Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Frank, thank you very much for your deputation and bringing up these additional facts. They're very helpful, and council needs all the facts they can get. I'm just going to make a quick comment. Probably picking up and pulling tree roots while I was growing up on the farm was the worst job ever. Stompin' Tom Connors has no idea how your back can ache. But I also just want to mention to you, you referenced the fact that the Nature Conservancy of Canada owns now 8,000 acres. Is that correct, in Norfolk County?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
and they
plus-
don't pay taxes?
And Long Point Land Trust will own another 1,200.
Okay, and I just, because eventually I'm required to ask you a question. Some of my colleagues haven't done that, but I do have to do that. So are you aware that in the previous term of council, Norfolk County developed a policy whereby we will not be selling any county land to the Nature Conservancy of Canada for that very reason?
Well, I was unaware of that, but thank you for that information.
Very good. Oh, Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Frank, where do you expect to go with this? Like, are you going to make a presentation to the Federation of Agriculture locally and perhaps the All-Ontario Federation of Agriculture to get your point across?
Well, I never thought about that at this point. I just wanted to do a deputation first here. This is my first deputation, and if it's well received, and I may do more deputations, because the research is what I've discovered is at least 2 months' work. It's not just one afternoon sitting down and coming up with a rough observation.
Any more questions for the deputation? I have one, if you don't mind one more. It's very general, have you been in contact with anybody from the Provincial Ministry of Agriculture about this?
Recently I did mention it, and I've sent letters off to the Minister of Agriculture, Trevor Jones. I've sent letters to the Premier. I've sent letters to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and the Minister of Rural Affairs.
Excellent. And did you receive any replies?
It's been very recent, sometimes
Okay.
it'll take a month or so, right?
Fair enough. Nope. Thank you very much. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Frank. Just wondering, in terms of your path that you're looking at following in terms of getting your information out, have you thought about doing a presentation to our Norfolk Agricultural Board?
I'd be more than happy to if I could find out the process to do so.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So the clerk has just whispered to me that we'll connect with you. Our clerk's department will let you know how you can do that process.
Excellent.
Okay. Any other questions for the deputation? Seeing none, can I have a motion to accept it as information? Councillor Van der Driesch, seconded by Councillor Michele. All those in favor? Thanks very much, Frank.
Thank you.
1 second, sorry, Mayor, yep.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The last deputation, as well as this one, I forgot that I did want to maybe have staff chime in or provide direction. Would it be okay if I back up to the first deputation?
Yeah, let's
because
get it all done, yep.
Forgot, okay. Thanks. I'm wondering if we have staff here today, or if staff want direction to bring us a staff report back on what the municipal process kind of looks like on our emergency preparedness / warming shelters and so on and so forth, so that we are all on the same page of what the role of the municipality is and what we're currently fulfilling or not fulfilling. I don't know if that's a comment for staff or direction.
Well, if you, who would that be to? That would be to Bill, yeah. Do you want a motion or is that direction?
Well, through the chair, I did reach out to fire staff and expecting a few questions on this. I'm not sure if a report is needed, but if council deems that, the emergency action plan we have is documented. It's been in front of council, I believe, yearly. We use it. EOC and the Emergency Control Group meet 4 times a month. It's a provincially mandated document. We have to check all the boxes to carry on. So it's not a hard document for fire staff to bring to council. So I would think if that's council's wishes, then they could have a look at the plan and refresh them on what's involved.
If I may, Mr. Chair, then could staff just give consideration to specifically Delhi and the hydro outages and the advocacy that Councillor Columbus has been doing with Hydro One, what we are maybe lacking in? So is it not conducive for the library to be open late enough because we don't have that library staff, therefore that's why we don't have a warming center. I'm not interested in reviewing the whole document of every potential thing that could go wrong in Norfolk County in our emergency preparedness. I just specifically to the Delhi community with hydro. Could you maybe provide us with a memo or something on that at a later date?
Through the chair, yes, because it does get complicated, and a true warming center needs to have certain qualifications, certain documentations, and I'm not sure if a library, because they're open for business, it needs to be available, it needs a generator, stuff like that. So I think I've got the gist of what council wants, and I will be in touch with fire staff, and we can bring that forward.
Okay.
I'm not sure of the date, I don't want to put words in their mouth.
Nope, that's
but,
okay.
Okay,
Thank you. And then with regards to the second deputation, Mr. Chair, I would really be interested in a staff report providing direction. So this could serve as a motion, and I'm just gonna try to rhyme it off here with some of the stuff that I've heard, but for staff to report back to council on Norfolk County specific report that touches on Stats Canada data versus the MPAC data, that touches on lands currently owned by NCC and property taxes not collected on those lands, and likewise Ontario Land Trust or Long Point Land Trust. If we have any data on merged or amalgamated farmlands over the last, I don't know, whatever is appropriate for staff to try to drum back as far as they can, but give us a comprehensive view. Maybe it's 5 years, maybe it's 10 years. Acreage of cannabis farms that we are aware of, which would have been agricultural lands now taken out of food production. And some information for council to understand the different tax ratios and tax related policies on farmland. If staff are able to include information on, well, this percentage of agriculture is wetland or this percentage is woodlot, that's great. If that's impossible to collect, that's fine too. But I guess what I'm looking for is a comprehensive document that's going to outline the status of agricultural lands across Norfolk County, that can touch on the loss versus the gain of lands. It can touch on the tax ratio collection of those lands. And if staff have any comments on a food belt designation and what those impacts would be to Norfolk County in the future.
So we're going to give the clerk a second to put up a motion, I guess, if we have a seconder. Is there a seconder for, I guess we can't really second it without the motion. So while I'm killing time for the clerk, I'm going to just ask the mayor, do you have a timeline on this?
Nope, I do not, but I'm open to council's
Okay,
feedback.
yep, fair enough. Okay. All right, so we have the motion, or draft motion, I suppose. Can we take a look at that? And if we have it right, then we'll ask for a seconder.
Just because I'm picky, staff to report back on the status of agricultural lands in Norfolk County. The first line, back at the top. To receive deputation as information, staff to report back on agricultural lands, the status of agricultural lands in Norfolk County. And I hope that that's broad enough to staff that if you come across something that I haven't mentioned and you think that it's worthy of council's and the public's recognition, please include it. And further, that staff include information on the difference between Stats Canada data versus the MPAC data, and lands owned by NCC, all encompassing. But I do want to know. Councillor Van Passen's suggesting listing NGOs. I don't know if staff are, well, fine. NGOs are fine in case staff can't quantify specifics, but to be clear, I mean specifically NCC, Ontario Land Trust, or Long Point Land Trust in that direction. You can get rid of and a comprehensive view. And further that staff report on all known cannabis production parcels. And further, that staff provide additional information for council to understand the tax ratio policies. Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Very good. So there's the motion in front. Are you seconding the motion?
Sure, I'll second it, but I had a question for.
Sure, but we got to get it on the floor first. So if Councillor Columbus seconds, go ahead. Councillor Columbus, you have the floor.
Yes, the question, from which department do you expect to take the lead on this question that you've got?
I don't quite care. Maybe that's for the CAO, whoever has a comprehensive. I'm sure it'll be across a couple departments, I would imagine. Probably a role for economic development, probably a role for planning and GIS, tax and finance.
That's correct.
Al, are you going to, is somebody going to, staff, where should we throw this
No,
on?
through you, Mr. Chair, I was just going to say, correct. This will be multi-departmental. It'll be in all staff all departments will take a look at this and come together with the information for council's consideration.
Okay. Very good. Any other debate? Is that a hand? Okay, we have a motion right now we have to deal with. So if there's no other questions or debate or anything on this issue, then I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, any opposed? Carried. We're going to go back to the hydro comment, or sorry, request, just quick, Councillor Van Passen.
Yeah, if I understand correctly, we've asked for a report on Delhi, and I'm wondering why Delhi? You want to report on anything along, like Fisher's Glen, Normandale, Turkey Point, the whole rural area. When hydro goes out, they fix the places that turns the most customers on the quickest. When there's only 3 people on the line down the concession, it's normal to wait 2, 3, 4, 5 days. Why are we just picking on, like I listened very politely to what sounded more like a campaign speech than a presentation to council about Delhi. If we've got a problem and we want to lobby the province, let's worry about the whole of Norfolk County, not specifically one little issue in an urban area, because I'd like a warming center in Normandale myself, but like, I doubt that's ever going to happen.
Okay, thanks. I don't think we ordered a report. You were just going to bring up, how did we do that? Just in Norfolk County? Yeah, we're not doing a staff report.
Through the mayor, we'll talk about the emergency plan, and we will just add Delhi and how it fits in, so, yeah.
Satisfied? Very good. Councillor Van Passen says yes. Okay, so now with that, we're going to move on and get back on track here. So 5.3, Jennifer Day, please come on up on the Lamport Park expression of interest results. So welcome, Jennifer. You have 5 minutes for your deputation. I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
All right, thank you. Through the chair, good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors, CAO, and staff. It's nice to see all of you again. Thank you for accepting our deputation request regarding agenda item 8.2.1 and for facilitating the not-for-profit EOI process for your disposition of Lamport Memorial Garden, aka Lamport Park. I'm here today as the chair of the Lamport Family Association to summarize key points from our EOI submission, address the staff report, and provide an opportunity for you to ask any questions. The Lamport Family Association is a not-for-profit entity with the majority of directors being descendants of William and Alice Lamport. Alice, as you may recall, was the original donor of Lamport Park to the former trustees of the Police Village of Victoria. The association's mission is to preserve for the long term the original intent of the donation of Lamport Park by holding, maintaining, and making available the park in Victoria for the use and enjoyment of Victoria residents, the Norfolk community, and the broader public. We have made significant efforts to foster a collaborative relationship with the Victoria community members and representatives from the Victoria and District Foundation through several online and in-person meetings over the past 8 months. We shared our mutual interest in preserving Lamport Park for the long term and our vision going forward. In the process, we identified the Victoria and District Foundation as the group most aligned with our vision and the community. They offered the best current alternative as operators to raise funds and keep the park open for public enjoyment. However, there was one piece missing. For the Lamport family, the missing piece was ownership that would provide stewardship based on the intent of the original donor for the long term. As foundations and groups change in focus and representation with time, operators today may not be as aligned with donor objectives tomorrow. Consequently, it is our view that ownership by the Lamport Family Association will preserve donor objectives for the long term. The association accomplishes this by way of its governance criteria, whereby the Articles of Incorporation include special provision for membership by both Lamport family members and Norfolk community members. In addition, to be enacted bylaws will provide opportunity for Norfolk community member representation on the association's board of directors alongside Lamport family members. This governance structure ensures ongoing collaboration between the Lamport family and the Norfolk County community. The staff report concludes our proposal meets the key deliverables and objectives of the EOI, and the disposition of the park to the Lamport Family Association would meet the council intention of divestment. I am here today to reaffirm the Lamport Family Association's long-term commitment to carrying out our proposal, which ideally fulfills both the original wishes of Alice Lamport, who is my great-great-grandmother, as well as the present interest of Norfolk County. I would like to respond to the only con listed in the staff report regarding the Lamport Family Association, which reads as follows: potential risks related to the nonprofit organization being newly formed and untested. Although the association is newly incorporated, we are all here, including my grandmother, 60 years later, and indeed 160 years following initial Lamport donations to Victoria. The association merely papers this commitment. It is led by individuals with extensive experience in governance, financial stewardship, and long-term asset management, and it has been deliberately structured to meet all regulatory and fiduciary requirements from its inception.
1 minute.
The association structure has been designed to ensure continuity, collaboration, and transparency as a custom solution for Lamport Park. In conclusion, this is a winning proposal for Victoria, Norfolk County, the Victoria and District Foundation, and the Lamport family. We appreciate the work of staff in preparing the report and taking the time to meet with us last month. We also thank Council for considering our EOI submission. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputation? Seeing none, I'll just thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to 5.4, we have Barb Galuppi. Pardon? Oh, and she's virtual. Okay, very good. So this is also regarding Lamport Park expression of interest results. Barb, are you there? Yeah, there you are.
I'm here.
Okay, so welcome, Barb. You have 5 minutes for your deputation. I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Barb Galuppi. I'm a Victoria resident and one of 20 directors of the Victoria and District Foundation. My deputation relates to Victoria Lamport Park expression of interest results, which was 8.2.1 on the original agenda. Both the Victoria and District Foundation and the Lamport Family Association have submitted complementary EOI proposals. The Victoria and District Foundation is dedicated to the community and serving its needs through scholarships, funding charitable requests, and establishing programs and events that enhance the lives of the people within our district. Since its inception, the foundation has been a strong advocate and supporter for the preservation of Victoria and District community heritage. Our group has the utmost respect and appreciation for the Lamport family involvement. The foundation believes it is important to preserve the Lamport family legacy through an ongoing relationship, ultimately saving the Lamport Park and maintaining it as a valued community space. We value stewardship, community identity, and advocate to honor the Lamport family legacy and countless local citizens who have maintained the historic community square across generations. The foundation has had a long-standing collegial relationship with the family's descendants. We are in close alignment and will continue to work collaboratively on our shared goal to keep this historic green space at the heart of the community. According to the report, it is staff's opinion that both proposals meet the key deliverables and objectives of the expression of interest, and that either organization would meet the council intention for the property. In the report, staff have not recommended an option, seeking council direction on the preferred buyer. In conclusion, whatever council chooses, we are committed to collaborating with the Lamport Family Association in the park's management and operations, taking a responsible and community-centered approach to stewardship and working together to uphold the spirit of the original donation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputation? Okay, seeing none, I will, I guess, move on to the next one. Can we actually, I'm going to ask for a motion to accept the previous two together because they were the same subject. So kind of a motion to accept them both, please, as information. Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Huffman. Any more debate? Okay, all those in favor? Very good, thank you. So as per the amendment to the agenda, we're going to go ahead and jump to 8.2.1, which is the report on the Lamport Park. We have Michael Smoes. He is our Director of Facilities. Please, Michael, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. The purpose of this report is to seek council direction on the future of the Lamport Park. So a previous staff report, OPS 2531, was brought to council in September of last year, and council provided direction to staff to proceed with the nominal sale of the park parcel to a local nonprofit. To implement the preferred option, staff have issued a non-standard expression of interest document to local nonprofits late last year. So 2 proposals were received in response to the expression of interest, including a proposal from the Victorian District Foundation as well as the Lamport Family Association. It is staff's opinion that both proposals submitted meet the key deliverables and objectives intended with the divestment of the property by council and seek council direction on the preferred option. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions of the council.
Very good. Any questions for staff? Okay. That puts me in a bit of a bind. So I guess what we'll do then is we will, there is no staff recommendation here, so oh, sorry, yep, there is one, sorry, that the information memo regarding supplementary communication to report CDS-25-05, no, that's the wrong one, I'm sorry, back up here. Lamport Park, all right. Sorry, so the recommendation is be received as information and that staff be directed to proceed with option blank as presented in the staff report. So, Councillor Van Passen, yes.
I'll try to get you off the hook here, Mr. Chairman. I think there's a definite difference between a legal entity entering into a business arrangement to buy a parcel of land and 160 years of family ties to that land. So I will move that the staff report be filled in with the word option 2 and that we sell the land to the Lamport Family Trust or organization that's recently been developed. Both options are trying to achieve the same goal. They want to protect that little bit of green space down in the big city of Victoria, which is probably the center of all of Norfolk County, I would say, most important area around. So we'd like to keep it there. The family has come forward to make the option to make that purchase. The foundation will be in full support of that, I am sure, and we can move on with one less problem with the Norfolk County after how many years of dealing with this little area. So I would move that motion with option 2 inserted in the blank.
Very good. Seconded by Councillor are you seconding? Councillor Michelli seconds. Any discussion or debate on that motion? Oh, Councillor Vanadrishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. It is very, very difficult here to make a choice. Both options are excellent, and I hope whoever is chosen will work together so that the community wins by this. So, like I say, it's just very difficult reading both. pros and cons of both. It's just a very, very hard decision for us to make. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Columbus.
Difficult choice for sure, but Councillor Van Passen is the Ward 4 representative there, and I trust his thinking, so I will support this.
Very good. Any other questions or debate? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Staff recommendation approved, passed, carried. Very good. Thank you very much. And thank you both for both deputations and for all the work you've done to get us to this point. Now, we're moving on to our next subject. It is going to be the municipal accommodation tax. Do we need a quick break before we get on to that? Okay, 5. Which do you want, 5 or 10? 10 minutes break.
Hey Norfolk County, I'm Chris, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes to show you how Norfolk County manages stormwater in our towns and communities. Stormwater isn't just rain or melted snow. It's any excess water that runs off hard surfaces like roads, driveways, and rooftops. But where does that water go? And why is managing it important? Norfolk's stormwater systems include pipes, ditches, catch basins, and ponds that work together to manage this runoff. Stormwater systems like ponds slow the flow and allow dirt and pollutants to settle and release cleaner water into the environment. Without proper management, stormwater can flood basements, damage roads, and carry contaminants like oil, garbage, and salt into our rivers and lakes. That's why Norfolk County created a dedicated stormwater team in 2024 to better understand and maintain what we already have while planning for the future. This stormwater pond in Port Dover helps to reduce flooding and improve water quality. Over time, sediment and pollutants build up within storm ponds, limiting their ability to hold water. This creates an ideal environment for algae and invasive plants like Phragmites to flourish. This fast-growing species can block out the flow of water and crowd out native vegetation, reducing the habitat that local wildlife depends on. To restore this pond, we're removing the excess sediment and transporting it to a licensed site. We're also clearing invasive plants, reshaping the pond's banks, and upgrading the outlet that controls the flow of water. This work will improve water quality, allow the pond to hold more water, reduce flooding risks, and provide a healthier habitat for plants and wildlife. Stormwater management isn't just about what you see on the surface. It's also about the infrastructure underground. We use special tools to locate, map, and inspect the pipes and infrastructure that connect the ponds to the wider stormwater system. This helps us to understand how water moves through our communities and identify issues that need our attention. It's likely that you or someone that you know has been impacted by flooding, erosion, or drainage issues. All of that connects back to stormwater. Stormwater management isn't just about pipes and ponds. It's about protecting the communities and the nature that surrounds us. As Norfolk County grows, so does our responsibility to manage stormwater, and that's our job. With smart planning, hard work, and community support, we're building a cleaner, safer, and more resilient future together.
Welcome to Norfolk County, where land meets lake and opportunity grows deep and wide. Located on the north shore of Lake Erie, in the heart of southwestern Ontario, Norfolk spans 1,600 square kilometers, making us one of Ontario's largest single-tier municipalities. Our roots run deep in agriculture, food production, and advanced manufacturing, industries that shaped our past and are powering Ontario's future economy. Home to over 70,000, we are bold, diverse, and fiercely local. From Port Dover to Long Point, our folks are putting down roots, sometimes in sand, sometimes in soil, but always in a place they're proud to call home. Big land, big vision, unmatched potential. That's Norfolk.
Hey, Norfolk County.
Hey, Norfolk County.
Hey, Norfolk County. Hey, Norfolk County.
Hey, Norfolk County. Hey, Norfolk County.
My name is Bowden Winicki.
My name is Lindsay Kalyakoski.
My name is Alex Ryan. I work as a park student.
I work as an economic development coordinator.
I work on the roads department in Delhi.
I work as a supervisor for waste management.
I work as a committee coordinator in the clerk's department.
Okay, what's the first question? What I love about my job is the people.
All right, what do I love about my job?
It's really the community. No day is the same.
It is because I get to work with a bunch of great guys.
It directly impacts really positively the residents of Norfolk County.
I love the people that I get a chance to work with. Every day is different. The mix of things is what makes me happy and keeps me going.
First and foremost, the community. The people of this community are so welcoming.
Is the amazing team I get to work with every day here at Norfolk County.
Opportunity to help people, to help my community.
One of the things I love the most about my job is my team. I love who I work with and what I do while I'm here.
I get to work on projects and in programs that support our community, that help make lives better for the people who live here, who work here, and who come here to visit.
Every day you feel like you've accomplished something on the way home, and you're working with a bunch of great people who are equally as committed to the community and serving our communities.
The pace here is very good and great work-life balance. They put wellness on the forefront, so I'm part of the Apple Committee, and there's lots of opportunity at Norfolk County.
Flexible work hours, great work-life balance, great staff, great friends, and of course, what's not to love about Norfolk County? We're Ontario's garden.
I love helping people, I love helping residents, and that's what makes Norfolk County a great place to come to work.
I chose to work for Norfolk County because I grew up in Delhi, so it's close to home, and I've enjoyed working for my community and my friends and family.
Definitely 100% the people. There are lots of community champions, and everyone's been so kind and welcoming.
Because I was born and raised here, and I wanted to help give back to my community.
I love giving back to a community that I grew up in. I love my team, and I love that I can leave a legacy here in the communities.
When I had the opportunity to come home and serve the public, I jumped at that opportunity. I started my career as an area planner for this place. It's interesting that at the end of my career, this opportunity came up to come back and make Norfolk a better place. Is being able to live and work in the community that we're a part of.
I did choose to work for Norfolk because I'm an engineer by trade, and I like to solve problems.
And realized how rewarding it was to be able to contribute to initiatives within the area that I've always called home.
I love it here. You should consider joining the public sector, joining the municipality, because it's so diverse. There's something for everyone. Local government is the closest to the people. We get to work with our residents day in and day out, and there is something for you in every department for Norfolk.
Hey, Norfolk County. Do you know how your property taxes are spent? Let's take a look together. First, we need to start with Norfolk County's budget. Every year, staff and council confirm the funds required to be collected from the property taxes paid by you and 35,000 other Norfolk County taxpayers. These funds contribute to Norfolk County's levy and capital budgets, which lay out how your tax dollars are used. The capital budget is also funded by the rate budget, the funds paid by residents known as ratepayers for water and wastewater services through their monthly water bill. The levy budget is used to deliver programs and services for residents ranging from emergency services like fire and EMS, waste services like garbage collection, recreation services like arenas, trails, and parks, maintenance services like snow removal and road repair, and human services like homelessness prevention and health education programs. Our levy budget also supports our libraries and museums, administrative services for council, and the many staff who keep Norfolk County operating. Services like recreation programs for children, adults, and seniors, and our Ride Norfolk transit program are also paid for with property taxes and supplemented by user fees. And across Ontario, a portion of each resident's property tax bill goes to our local school boards. About a third of the property taxes collected are allocated to the capital budget or reserves for future capital spending, which includes other funding sources like the federal and provincial government, reserve funds, grants, debt, and development charges, as well as funds from the rate budget. Together, the capital budget goes toward longer-term projects, such as our investments in water and wastewater facilities, as well as building and renewing our parks, roadways, pools, arenas, and other things we use every day. So the next time you hear someone ask, "Where are my property taxes going?" you can tell them to look down, look up, and look forward. Your tax dollars are at work all around you every day. When you visit your local park with your family, drive to work on cleared roads, register for swimming lessons, get rid of that old couch you've outgrown, or contact Service Norfolk about that pothole on your street that needs to be fixed. Your tax dollars are also being invested in initiatives to improve the lives of Norfolk County residents in the years to come to make Norfolk County a better place for future generations. While Norfolk County's budget is prepared once a year, your feedback helps us make decisions and plan for the future. We are committed to listening to you so that our budget reflects what is important to our community. Learn more about Norfolk County's budget at norfolkcounty.ca/budget.
Today we're announcing an exciting partnership with Scotland and Norfolk County Economic Development, and we're transforming transport trailers into mobile ambassadors. We're showcasing Norfolk's story of opportunity, excellence, and quality of life across all of North America, and Scotland is the ideal partner with an amazing logistics network and will help us share our story all across North America.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
deputations
Yeah, we're just gonna wait just a moment because we're getting one more counselor back. Okay, we're gonna get going then. So don't make me hammer. Okay, Deputation 5.5. We have Hélène La Rochelle regarding municipal accommodation tax. Agenda's the agenda. Yep. Yeah, it's procedural bylaw. We have to follow the agenda as approved.
Okay.
Okay, so welcome, Hélène. You have 5 minutes for your deputation. I will
Can I
let you
start
know.
by just apologizing in case some things don't make sense because I assumed that he was going to be able to present first.
Well, if I said no, you couldn't do that, it would be weird because you just done it. So
Okay.
we'll carry on. You got 5 minutes. I'll let you know when there's one left.
All right. Good afternoon, Council. I'm Hélène La Rochelle. You may know me from such local hits as I'm building a drug den and a flop house, or how many times did we rezone this? Or perhaps the other half of George. I mean, Mike, that guy. If anything, you likely know me as the co-owner of the Dover George and Chapman Hall, and possibly as the vice chair of EDAC. But what you may not know is my past life, 20 years in the marketing and digital advertising industry. I've spent 2 decades leading strategic plans for major brands, local governments, and yes, travel and tourism. While Mike is here to represent your accommodation owners, I'm here as a marketing expert to tell you Norfolk tourism has a major problem. Outside of a 1-hour radius, Norfolk County is effectively invisible. We recently had Google analyze the top 20 Ontario tourist regions based on visibility and desirability across multiple channels and mediums. The only Norfolk destination that made the list was Port Dover, and it was dead last. Not a single mention of Norfolk County, not even Long Point, our UNESCO World Heritage Site. And it's worth noting, Port Dover's visibility was attributed specifically to Friday the 13th, which has a very specific appeal and totally unpredictable schedule. That puts us behind not just the usual suspects of Prince Edward County, Muskoka, and Niagara-on-the-Lake, but the likes of Tobermory, Elora, Grand Bend, Stratford, Wasaga Beach. So while we've been focusing on speaking to the audiences right next door to us, we've lost sight of the fact that these are who we are up against. These are the regions that we are competing with for eyeballs, share of voice, and most importantly, dollars. And every one of them has either already implemented a MAT or it is in the process of implementing one, which means their tourism marketing efforts will continue to eclipse Norfolk and erode our tourism economy. We've put together a great, even our most storied and established tourism businesses are struggling. There just aren't enough locals to make our county's tunnel-visioned hyper-regional focus a successful strategy. Norfolk needs to widen the net for more volume or higher spending travelers, and that requires 2 things: money and very specific expertise. Council has made it clear that taxpayer dollars won't be providing that money. So can a MAT be our saving grace? Mike and I spent our weekend on social media debating this. And Councillor Very, I apologize for our contributions, no matter how diplomatic, to the currently in Port Dover commenting apocalypse. But let's go back to that question. Do I support the implementation of a MAT as proposed in the report you will see? No, I do not. Do I support the concept of a MAT properly implemented to maximize its effectiveness in supporting and growing tourism revenue and the tourism economy in Norfolk? It all depends on if council and staff are willing to hear and address the concerns we have with what is currently being proposed. And that brings me to the $350,000 question. Is the existing team within the Economic Development Department the right team to manage this? The way I look at it, if the MAT is estimated to bring in around $700,000 and 50% of it goes to this new tourism entity, then this is a $350,000 job interview. Our current ECDev team members are wonderful, committed, and enthusiastic. I've enjoyed every minute of working with them on EDAC. They've done a fantastic job furthering their mandate with shockingly low resources. But economic development and marketing strategy are two very different beasts. We've put together a great hockey team, but this proposal that you're going to see is talking about handing them a multi-year contract to also perform Disney on Ice and implying they can do it during their lunches and bathroom breaks. Right now, our primary tourism destination is a series of pages buried within an economic development site. That site is built to appeal to business investors, not the traveling public who expect to be seduced by glossy images and inspired by engaging interfaces. Rather than building out a robust web presence, we've ended up prioritizing a standalone mobile app that requires people to give up precious space on their phones. That means less cat pictures. Based on 20 years of digital marketing, I can tell you a standalone app is where awareness goes to die. Our ECDev team is winning awards. They're amazing. But on the marketing side, we've seen mascots, stickers, and stuffed animals. People also have feelings about the sign. Are those fun? Sure they can be. I've written award case studies about similar tactics, but they don't drive net new visitors. We need the unsexy data-driven stuff. We need cleverly strategized A/B testing. We need SEO and search ads that show up at the top of people's search results, not just in our own backyard, but across the province. We need conversion metrics to prove our work is driving sales and bookings, and we need AI to become our biggest salesperson. To do that, we need access to a group of specialists who live and breathe the tourism audience, not a team where tourism is one more thing loaded onto an already full plate. Let members of the industry lighten that load and run the TME instead. That way we can keep the hockey team doing what they do best, because asking them to strap on figure skates when they're already exhausted is not going to end well for any of us.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions for the deputation? Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to the deputation, thank you for joining us today. Can you just repeat very early on your comments about Google slower for me so that I can, you did a recent 1 hour radius and then I couldn't keep up.
We recently had Google analyze the top 20 Ontario tourist regions based on visibility and desirability across multiple channels and mediums. And in that list that was put together, it had Port Dover landing at number 20. We actually extended that list past 20, but Port Dover was the first place on that list that anywhere in Norfolk was mentioned, and no other locations all the way down to at least 40, I believe, had any mention of any locations in Norfolk.
Okay, thank you for that. And then visibility, what do the terms of visibility mean in terms of that search? Our work to highlight Norfolk County?
I unfortunately don't have my exact footnote, but it's based on social media mentions, media mentions, okay. Site visits, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions for deputation? Councillor Vanderduchy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. So you're suggesting that if it were to go through, that maybe out of the consultation process, that part of the team of those who operate in tourism should be part and parcel with the group to try to run this. Is that what you're saying?
Similar to several other regions, we actually think that the best solution would be to have a fully independent DMO operated by representatives from the tourism sector and tourism marketing specialists. There's also the option of doing it as a sort of public-private partnership between the industry and the municipality.
Right. So when I look at other areas, such as Grand Bandon area in Lambton, they all have an accommodation tax.
Yes.
Yes. Many do have an accommodation tax. But what you're saying, if it's going to be so, then the organization of it, that you should have input into it.
Well, 50% of that tax has to go to a separate, I believe they refer to it as a TME, a tourism marketing entity. And that can be an independent, not-for-profit organization that is not technically related to the municipality. And there are many tourist regions that do it that way. There are some that have it entirely within, and then there are some that it's a partnership or has been rolled out of a partnership. But we're suggesting, knowing the situation with our ECDev department, how busy they are, and how much they're doing a really great job on that ECDev stuff. Let's let them continue focusing on that.
So with ECDev, have you made your comments to them priorly? Have you had discussions? I know we had a seminar downstairs here, and I was there, and I think Councillor Very was there as well, and we had a great chat with what was happening. Do you make contact with them on numerous occasions, or how do you relate with them?
I am the vice chair of the tourism and it changed names when I joined, EDAC, the Economic Development and Advisory Committee. So I do communicate with them regularly. I have had many conversations about the state of the tourism industry with John Regan. I have told him many times that I commiserate with him for being overworked and having a lot of things on his plate. And none of this is a commentary on their larger ability as an economic development department.
One more question, if I may. Do you feel that this should be a learning process in the sense of, if it's not enacted this year, that it's a fair warning that it's going to happen maybe next year, and we get all our ducks in a row?
I think we need to understand that if we don't do this now, we will be at a disadvantage. Are we ready to enact it right now? I think you'll see with the next deputation. Actually, I don't know what the schedule is. Maybe he's not even next. But you'll see that there's a fair number of concerns and questions, so it is not ready now, but it needs to be something that we have very top of mind.
It needs to get done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions to the deputation? Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to do the same thing we did with the Lamport ones. We'll do them all together once they're done. So I will go to Michael Nimchuk, 5.6. Municipal accommodation tax. Welcome, Michael. You have 5 minutes for your deputation. I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, perfect. Well, good morning. My name is Michael Nimchuk. I'm a local property and business owner, and I'm here today on behalf of a group of accommodation owners in Norfolk County. Our group gathered following the MAT sessions last year to discuss how to respond to all of this. We represent a mix of hotels, cottage rentals, glamping sites, beds and breakfasts, and short-term rentals like those using Airbnb-type platforms. And we provide together over 200 of the estimated 454 overnight rental units in Norfolk. In a nutshell, we as accommodation owners cannot support the implementation of a municipal accommodation tax unless the county changes course from the approach recommended in the staff report. We see that sustained regional tourism marketing being funded by a MAT can benefit our local economy and tourism sector for years to come, so we're hopeful that our voices will be heard today and help navigate a path forward. We have far more concerns than we have time for today, so I've tried to bring it down to four essential topics. First is on short-term rentals. The consensus is that short-term rental policy or bylaw needs to be put in place, and working before a MAT can move forward. The playing field needs to be level for all accommodation providers right from the start. And right now, this report has short-term rentals at the back of the bus. Clearly defining what qualifies as a short-term rental, having a strategy for where they can and cannot be or where they're encouraged, minimizing exemption carve-outs and requiring licensing and oversight are just some of the details that need to be sorted out. A clear timeline of those steps to implement a short-term rental bylaw and a commitment of the resources to actually make it happen are needed, but that isn't detailed out in the staff report. And no recommendations have been sought about it from the accommodations community. Norfolk has kicked the can down the road for years on a short-term rental bylaw, and so it needs to be prioritized now before any further MAT considerations. And then there's regards to input from our industry. The staff report has missed a lot of very strong points we made in those sessions last year. Here's a quick list of some of them that got no screen time. 1, the private sector wants to be involved in a tourism marketing entity, and not just on governance, they want to help operate it. We asked for there to be a way to recoup our MAT collection costs included in the bylaw because we would be forced to be the tax collectors. No mention of that. And that's even supported by the Ontario Restaurant Hotel Motel Association that has been chosen by Norfolk to be the one to remit the funds. And we also asked that there be a guidance mechanism on how the county invests its portion of any MAT funds so the public can give feedback and guidance on it. None of these concerns from stakeholders that were specifically asked of us were given any visible consideration. We want to work with Norfolk County for the improvement of our community. That's why we take time away from our businesses to do these sorts of things. And then there's the tourism marketing entity itself and the role of Norfolk County. Simply put, Norfolk County shouldn't operate a tourism marketing entity. It sounds callous, I know, but the county has not done anything substantial in organized destination marketing for years, and the local tourism sector knows it. A local TME should be run by people with marketing experience, per my lovely spouse's deputation, and at a minimum be arm's length to the county. We need to remove any ability for there to be political, budgetary, or election cycle interference in this kind of venture. And for that matter, the ECDev group, as much as I love them, don't have the capacity to take on full operation of a TME, as the report suggests. It's even listed, don't take my word for it, it's stated in the 2026 levy operating budget. You can look it up. They're stretched to meet current service levels. So a wholly owned county corporation, like a wholly owned county corporation, just isn't available or isn't acceptable to us. Wow. Direction needs to be made to source either a third party or develop a public-private partnership for any support to be granted. And finally, financial accountability. I'll keep it short. Improved transparency is needed and demanded. The public wants to know where the money is spent, that it's spent well and for constructive use. So add requirements for this. Add requirements for detailed public listings of expenses and for regular posting of funded projects and activities. A single budget line for $800,000 marked services doesn't qualify. It's not a big ask, and it's more we're in full agreement with the greater public. In closing, regardless of the risks, we see that an MAT can be a long-term benefit to our businesses in the community, but not as presented today. Norfolk needs to listen to the stakeholders it sought out and work with us to make a better plan before moving forward. Thank you.
Questions for the deputation? Yep, Councillor Columbus.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Michael, thanks for your deputation. Who specifically are you representing, and how many followers have you got, I guess?
Well, the group that we got together we communicated with a much wider group, but the ones that finally came together to discuss and agree on these things were, we had two of the major hotels in Simcoe. We had basically all the major, we had Mr. Schneider from the Erie Beach. We had the Normandale Century Inn. We had the gentleman from, forgive me, I'm blanking now just because I've got so many things going through my mind. But we had, the Travelodge, the Travelodge and Comfort Inn. We had, we had Linny from Clonmel Castle. We had ourselves from the Dover George. We had support from Homegrown Hideaway. We had support from Normandale Century Inn, the other place in Normandale, the Union Hotel. Thank you. And Dave Pond from Eco Adventures as well gave us lots of ideas and guidance. So yeah, if you add it all up, I hit 201, but then a few other emails came in for support, so I'm just saying over 200 units.
Thank you.
Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Michael. Mike, thanks for joining. Can you talk a little bit about the restaurant and hotel, motel designations, steps to recoup costs for the accommodation owner, what that looks like and what they recommend?
Well, it's in general because every municipality has adopted, or most municipalities have adopted different policies on collection. The Ontario Restaurant, Hotel and Motel Association currently has a system in place to do MAT remittance, and I think that's something like 30 municipalities use them, so it's not everyone. And it's something they actually have in their public literature promoting to municipalities that engage their services, is that there be a mechanism put into the bylaws to do that. Now, as I don't have an exact example of it right now because I have a business to run and don't have time to drill down on every little detail, but it is something that all businesses who do any kind of credit card transactions, for instance, and take their payments by credit card, have to pay a certain percentage fee on those transactions. And so even though we would be adding 4% to our overnight fees, as a business owner, I would also be paying an additional 3 or 5% on top of that 4%, or on that 4% to collect those fees. And as a business owner, I don't have the choice to collect a MAT, or as an accommodation owner, I'm required by law to collect it. So I have no choice in the matter. And the county, for its purposes, by law, is allowed to offset a reasonable admin cost out of any MAT proceeds. So we've asked for that same, we specifically asked for that same right to be afforded us, but there is no mention of it at all, regardless of any detail, in the staff report, and that's what we take exception with.
So maybe the ultimate payment to the municipality, the transfer from the accommodation owner to the municipality, is less the admin fee, so that there's one swift transfer between both parties.
Yeah, and of course, we wouldn't want it to be just something that's not traceable or anything. I think there would have to be proof provided showing that this expense is, and that could be
brought to the table and have a fulsome discussion on what we should really be doing to execute on creating another revenue stream for economic development and tourism that doesn't impact directly the tax levy. So thanks for joining us.
Any further? Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. When I read the report, now we haven't had the presentation from the consultant yet, so I shouldn't jump ahead, but when I read it, I sort of got the impression that the concept is right, but the proposal is completely backwards. The proposal is to start collecting a tax, but we don't know yet who we should collect it from, on what basis, and what we're going to spend it on. And now with your presentation, am I getting it? It's sort of, you're agreeing with my summary a little bit, that first we got to get a bylaw in place on the short-term rental policy so we know who should be paying it. We should have a plan on how to spend that money, and then we should agree on whether or not we're going to collect the tax. Is that about right?
I believe in principle, again, we agree that a MAT is a wonderful tool that can basically, help actually create some regional tourism marketing. And yeah, right now the process feels a bit jumbled and trying to do too many things at once. As business owners who have had to jump through hoops repeatedly to make, basically commercial overnight accommodations work, the short-term rental industry is way far behind that, and there is no regulation of it. And so were a MAT to be done concurrently, if for some reason that short-term rental regulation went past the implementation date, all of a sudden registered businesses are having to collect this tax, but then any short-term rentals won't How is that a fair competition? And I will admit that is noted in the urban metrics report, but it's not. Even though it's noted that we would be at a disadvantage, they don't make any further attempt to say, no, a short-term rental policy needs to be put in place first. And that is one of our key concerns, is that we want to see, if a MAC goes forward, that the short-term rental side of things is brought to the same level as we are in terms of registration and monitoring, so that it is a level playing field, and that this tax would be collected fairly and across the board. Now, whether it has to happen in a condensed timeline or concurrently, our preference is that the short-term rental bylaw be implemented first to make sure that basically all of these short-term rentals can be brought up to standard, and then implement a MAT afterwards.
And then, have you had any experience in a municipality that was implementing the short-term rental policy? Because I know Councillor Michelle's been asking about it here for about 5 years already. But I would think that process in itself, to get proper consultation, proper background, proper knowledge, you'd be looking at 6 months to a year just to get that one on the books, wouldn't you?
Well, exactly, Councillor. That is specifically why we highlighted it, is because right now there's just small mention of it in the staff report, and it says it should be done concurrently with a MAT. There's no breakout in any of the timelines about presenting a short-term rental bylaw, doing consultations, review, and actually putting it before council. None of that is included in the timeline, so bylaws don't happen overnight. It seems like a very important part that was conveniently left out. And so our concern is, hang on, let's address this big elephant in the room that's been discussed for years before, but no one's ever done anything with. And to your question about my own personal experience with it, I have not been involved in actually implementing a short-term rental policy, but I have had properties in Toronto that were rentals and have had places there while Toronto implemented their short-term rental policy. And so I'm very familiar with a much larger municipality that has cracked down very, very hard on what is permitted and allowed for short-term rentals. I lived in Montreal for a long time and keep in touch with friends there, and I've seen the horror stories about what Montreal had to go through with buildings catching on fire and illegal dwelling units that have been rented on Airbnb cause the deaths of half a dozen people. That's the sort of thing, it's terrifying to even consider, and it's something I would never want to see in this community. And that does push some of our, that is why we emphasize the short-term rental somewhat, because there is an element of public safety that established businesses have to meet. As a hotel, I have to meet fire requirements, fire separations, alarms, fire extinguishers, having a wired system, everything. I get inspected. Not a single Airbnb here does. So again, how much, it hasn't happened. Thank God it's never happened yet, but is it a ticking time bomb? I don't know. I don't want to be alarmist, but it is a valid concern because it has happened elsewhere.
Okay, further questions? Seeing none, then I'll thank you very much, and we're going to flip over to the staff report.
Thank you.
Sorry? Oh, yep. So actually, before we do that, I'd like to have a motion to accept the 2 deputations on the MAT tax. Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Brunton. All those in favor? Very good. Thank you very much. So, clipping ahead, we have 2 presentations today with appropriate staff reports to follow each presentation. So staff has asked for a motion as an amendment for council's consideration to receive the procedural bylaw to allow for each presentation to be 20 minutes as opposed to the 10 minutes. They are allowed by the rules in place. This will require a 2/3 majority vote. Do I have a mover for this motion? Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Van Andrieschie. All those in favor? Yep. Yes. So one is the municipal accommodation tax. The next one is the industrial. They're not the same subject.
Through you, Chair, I just want to say, we have our agendas. We get our agendas. We read our packages. I don't think that we need to do 20 minutes. I think...
Okay, well, that's fine. So we have a motion out, that's all. So, so we'll do debate. So we've got 2. So, yep. So we do need the 2/3 majority. So how about, I'm not trying to stifle debate, but we can just call the question, and then if it's not approved, it's not approved. Fair enough? Councilor Michele, did you want to comment first?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For clarity, we are discussing 10 minutes per topic or 20 minutes per topic?
20 per.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I misunderstood. Yes, I don't think we need that.
20 minutes for presentation and then the discussion. Okay, so I'm going to call the question then. We all understand what we're... Sorry, Councilor Brunton.
A little confused here. 10 minutes for each then. Are we talking 10 or 20?
Okay.
I know they're two separate items and I've read them, but what are we doing?
What do we do? Yeah.
We're voting on whether.
Sorry, sorry, there's too much... Sorry. We're good for 10. They're good for 10. Okay, never mind then. We'll just withdraw the motions then, if that's okay with the people. Okay, very good. All right, so then we're going to call 6.1, Urban Metrics, Peter Toma, Nick Kazakov, and Megan Fletcher regarding municipal accommodation tax assessment.
Great, good morning. My name is Nick.
Sorry, just 1 second. So the clerk's asked me to remind everyone that you're not permitted to take photos or videos during in council chambers. I didn't catch that, but clerk did, so away we go. Carry on.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Nick Kazakov. I'm a project manager with Urban Metrics, and I'm joined here today with my colleague Peter Toma, who's partner and president. As you know, Urban Metrics was retained by Norfolk County to conduct 3 interrelated economic development opportunities. The first one is looking at a municipal accommodation tax. Second is an industrial land assessment, as well as a municipal development corporation, which feeds into both the municipal accommodation tax and industrial land needs assessment. So first off, I'll go through what is a municipal accommodation tax. It's a visitor-funded revenue tool that supports tourism without burdening residents. It's a mandatory tax on guest accommodations and applies to all hotels, motels, Airbnbs, and short-term rentals for 30 days or less. A lot of the rates vary by municipality, but the most common in Ontario is a 4% rate, and it only applies to the cost of the room. It does not include other expenses incurred at the accommodations, such as food, beverage, meeting rooms, and other itemized services. The funds that are generated from a MAT are intended to fund destination marketing, tourism development, and local economic growth. Under the legislation, 50% of funds are supposed to go to a municipal an entity described as an eligible tourism entity, which would be a not-for-profit corporation. This not-for-profit corporation, the eligible tourism entity, we did not find one in Norfolk County currently, and as we go through, we are proposing a Norfolk County Tourism Corporation be proposed. Within the context of Ontario, there's over 80 municipalities that are currently have adopted a MAT from a variety of different sizes, from Prince Edward County to smaller communities. All are using MAT to generate revenue and provide opportunities. So what are the benefits of a MAT? It provides fair, transparent, and competitive solutions for sustainable tourism funding in Norfolk County. From a public finance perspective, it provides a new funding tool without higher property taxes. It provides investments in shared infrastructures that benefits both residents and visitors from a county-wide perspective. From a tourism and economic development potential, it promotes the county. Sorry, Peter, can you jump in here?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, sorry, I'm going to jump in for Nick. So the benefits, the benefits are for really to level the playing field with the competition. So as my colleague alluded, there are 80 municipalities across the province that have already implemented a MAT tax, and the reason for implementing those MAT taxes are essentially to promote tourism and economic development, and specifically to promote the visibility and size of the audience for those those entities. So how does the county implementation, how does the county implement the MAT tax? There are legislative requirements. The report walks through all of the legislative requirements that are set. And then there are a list of mandatory exemptions. So things in which you cannot charge MAT taxes on. And those include things like dormitory, Crown Agency lands, shelters for the poor, et cetera, tents and trailers, and guest suites. So for stakeholder engagement, we've undertaken a very robust stakeholder engagement process for this. We understand that that the importance is that the revenues are visibly reinvested into tangible destination improvements for marketing. That the governance is transparent and dedicated. That the implementation is equitable. That communication is proactive, and that success is measured and reported. So in the engagement that we undertook, looking at how important tourism is to the county's economic future, we can see that about almost 90% of people say that tourism is vital to the economic future of Norfolk County. So next slide, please. So in terms of the financial opportunity, we model, next slide. Yeah, we modeled out a range of gross MAT tax revenues, and using a base case, we've come up with around a $704,000 revenue stream that could be generated based on the inventory of hotels, motels, short-term rentals, based on the accommodation, and we're using that $704,000 as the base. Next slide, please. So in terms of a revenue allocation strategy, why 4%? 4% is a rate that is consistent with what the market is on the MAT tax. It's not like it's not an overreach, it's not an underreach. The market on the MAT tax has essentially has been settled, and it mirrors destinations across the province, including Prince Edward County, a place where I actually happen to live. And there are a lot of similarities between Prince Edward County and Norfolk County in terms of what is actually on offer in terms of a near urban but rural waterfront community. So we've proposed a municipal development corporation, a tourism corporation, and that tourism corporation will be the entity that will be responsible for marketing Norfolk County, destination marketing campaigns, digital marketing, social media, partnership development, and event promotion. The other 50%, which is about half of the 700,000, is for use for provincial is the potential use of municipal funds. It's dedicated to tourism infrastructure, wayfinding and signage, trail development, public amenities, washrooms, and waterfront improvements. Next slide. So we have looked at the short-term rental licensing requirements, and we are cognizant of the fact that a short-term rental bylaw is something that needs to be done, and it makes sense. Most municipalities have short-term rental bylaws, especially ones that want to play in the tourism space. I've worked on a number of short-term rental files over the course of my career, including work for Airbnb on the files in the city of Toronto. They're complicated. They started out complicated. There are jurisdictions around the world that that have their taxes. Everybody's got a different tax rate, but that system has already been established. There's a marketplace for municipal accommodation taxes, not just in province, but a global. Like it's a a globally accepted practice. So next slide. In terms of the summary of recommendations, there are really 5 recommendations that our report, actually there are more than that, but I'm going to walk through, there are 9 recommendations, but is to approve the MAT tax, to designate a collection agency, which we're recommending that the Ontario Restaurant, Hotel, and Motel Association administer. They do it as a matter of course. It's something that they're very familiar with. It's a product, as the last delegate suggested. It's a service that they provide, and they do it on behalf of municipalities across the province. The third is to designate eligible tourism entity, and we're talking about the establishment of a municipal development corporation, and we're calling it, just for development purposes, called the Norfolk County Tourism Corporation, and that is the entity that would be responsible for overseeing the 50% for destination marketing. We have revenue allocation of 50% going for county tourism and infrastructure programming, short-term rental licensing, so to pass a comprehensive short-term license bylaw to ensure the compliance and fair competition, communication, and staff time. Number 5 is to execute the agreements that are necessary. So we'd have to formalize the agreements with the Ontario Restaurant, Hotel, Motel Association and the MDC, define those roles, the responsibilities, and accountability. 7 is to develop an implementation plan, so to create a detailed timeline that communicates the strategy, provide education, and the technology deployment to do it. Number 8 is to establish a performance framework, so adopt the KPIs, knowing that you're actually collecting the tax efficiently, as well as that those revenues are actually increasing over time, and that the metrics demonstrate that the marketing efforts are actually turning turning new visitors to Norfolk County through the increase in the MAT tax. And number 9 is the budget for implementation. So to allocate the resources for legal, technology, communication, and staff time that would go into advancing a new MAT program for Norfolk County. Just on the next slide. So the next slide talks about how the Norfolk County Tourism Corporation would be set up. It talks about the governance structure, so we know that the regulations that the province has established require that entity to be a nonprofit corporation. We've suggested board composition, so who should sit on that board. We've identified a mayor, 1 member of council, the CAO, the director of economic development, and 3 to 5 individuals that have skills in the area of economic development, tourism, destination marketing, and the local insights that understand what the tourism products are.
1 minute, please.
Talking about independence, reporting, operations, all of those are contained in the report. The last slide, we do have an implementation plan, and that implementation plan takes place over from Q1, which is where we are now, to Q4 2027. And it's about an 18-month to establish and implement the municipal accommodation tax in Norfolk County. And with that, I will be happy to respond to any questions.
Very good. Questions for the presentation? Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. It's just, I'm going to start at the end almost rather than the beginning. The Norfolk Tourism Corporation, you indicated those members that you would see involved in it, as well as 3 to 5 from the actual industry itself.
Sorry,
Correct?
I'm going to have
sorry?
Nick come back up. Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
With the Norfolk Tourism Corporation that would be formed, or could be formed, you're talking about those individuals from county, as well as 3 to 5 members that would be from the industry.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
So those people get together, they have their meetings, we organize, and everything is worked out with them on how it's going to function day to day, correct? Okay. So at the end of the day, if you were to organize this, then the actual industry itself could have input into it, right? So they're a part and parcel of it. It's going to take about 18 months to do this, correct? So this, no, yes?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So it's going to take time before we go out there to collect those dollars, and you're going to, and like you say, we have to have another, that we have to make sure that we know who we're dealing with, who's renting out what and where, and the rules and regulations that go with all that. There's a lot there. Do you really truly believe that 18 months is sufficient time to be able to do all of this?
I think it is actually. I think
It's a doable thing.
Into the microphone, please.
Sorry?
I'm asking you to speak into the microphone.
Yeah, through the chair, in response to the question, I do think it's doable within the time frame. We've been very methodical in terms of, understanding all of the pieces that need to come together. And the reality is that, as I said, is that you're not charting new territory here. There are frameworks that are in place across the province. Lots of municipalities are doing this, and lots of best practices that you can lean on. So I do think it can be done.
But if I may, but creating a bylaw that would indicate, okay, if you have cottage rentals and who's renting and all this, that's going to take a little bit of time and organization, right? Because many people out by the lake or whatever rent out cottages. Are we going to be able to capture all that, and what are their thoughts, and the rules and the insurance and the safety that goes with that? It really concerns me that there's so much to do in such a short period of time.
If I can address that through the chair, I mean, there is nothing to suggest that the MAT tax can't be actually implemented in the absence of having a short-term rental bylaw fully pinned down. Save and except to suggest that when you are doing your short-term rental bylaw that's on the table, right? That the expectations of running and operating a short-term rental accommodation, whether it's a single property or a cluster of properties on a waterfront, if you're going to be engaged in that, you will be subject to the municipal accommodation tax, which is already in place. So, as I said, I think they can, you can't, it's about sequencing. Go ahead.
Okay, and the last question I have is, does it stop there? I do have a little bit of concern. The MAT tax is just for accommodation. Does it move, are there other areas that have it where it's also added on a tax that's collected through like your meals and your restaurants? And can I get an answer to that? Because I can see the MAT tax, but I don't want to see opening a can of worms here and we go into so many other things that are possible.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor, this is a municipal accommodation tax through the Municipal Act, and it's a revenue tool that doesn't go beyond anything. It's not like a tourism tax in Niagara or things like that. It's specific to accommodations.
Good. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Sorry. Oh, Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you for the presentation. I just want to confirm a couple of things. I think I heard in your presentation, but just to confirm, campgrounds, tents, trailer rentals, those are not included or can't be included, correct?
That's correct. They're mostly for hard-covered accommodations.
In a campground can't count. I mean, that is hard-covered, but...
Yeah, campgrounds are exempted.
Okay.
Cottage rentals, so often, they're privately owned. They may rent them out privately to family, friends, relatives, etc. What is the mechanism then to ensure compliance there? Often that sort of just happens via a Facebook message kind of thing. So how do we make sure that everybody is following suit?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. It is through the short-term rental bylaw for any accommodation. It's very difficult to administer and differentiate between who's using the property, but it's up to the accommodation provider to remit the taxes and make those charges on the accommodation.
So are you aware then of any other municipalities that there's been challenges specifically in that area? I mean, I'm not really sure how you could sort of police it or enforce it, even if there was, short-term rental bylaw, that it requires, in our case, it's complaint driven. So any examples of that from other municipalities?
Sure. So, I mean, through you, Mr. Chair, having a short-term rental bylaw essentially brings operators into the open, right? And so when those short-term rental operators agree to be on, if you are going to be on a platform, right? You are out in the open, and you are also going to pay a licensing fee for being part of as being a short-term rental operator. So that's essentially, maybe I'm answering the last question that you asked about how do you decide, say somebody who may rent it 1 week, and then in the next week they decide to give it to their brother-in-law, and the next week they're renting it. And so all of that is going to be incentivized to basically, because if you are putting that your rental, a short-term rental, and it's licensed, you're going to want to make sure that you're getting the most out of your licensing fee. So you're going to make that decision of whether you're going to take the booking or you're going to let your brother-in-law use your place over the weekend. Can you actually repeat the last question?
Yeah, it was just really regarding sort of ensuring compliance and how we would police it, right? Because in Norfolk County, for instance, if it's a bylaw, for actions to take place there, it requires a complaint to be made. So
yeah.
I guess
so
how would we handle that?
Right. So through you, Mr. Chair. So there is 50% that will be allocated to the marketing efforts, and then there will be 50% that will be allocated to the municipal costs of participating in this marketplace or participating in this. And yes, bylaw enforcement is definitely going to be something that you're going to need to be mindful of. So maybe it's a neighbor that is, disenfranchised by a guest, and they're going to call the bylaw enforcement officer to come down and have a look and determine whether this is whether this is a licensed accommodation. But I think it's constructive for this particular is that we're talking about the MAT tax here, and the MAT tax, the decision to proceed with the MAT tax, it should be. You can and should be made independent of what you decide to do on the short-term rental. And I know it's important to keep a level playing field, that you don't want just the hotels and motels to be subject to the accommodation tax, and then let everybody who are short-term rental operators to get around that accommodation, because it's a universal, that 4% that you're charging for marketing needs to be is also to the benefit of the short-term rental operators as well, right? That message of deciding to go to Norfolk County for a girls' weekend and to stay in an Airbnb is precisely it's triggered by having good marketing and good offerings when they get there, and that's what the 4% is for.
Okay, then, Mr. Chair, my last question, specifically on the map then. So one of the common themes certainly we've been hearing over the weekend, and has been widely discussed in socials, et cetera, is the negative effect of businesses that operate perhaps in parallel categories, tourist-related categories. Is there any substantial research that would either support that position or perhaps refute it?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? It was a little... and clear.
So one of the things that we are repeatedly hearing is that a MAT will negatively impact businesses that operate in parallel to accommodation, i.e. tourism businesses, etc. Is there any research that you're aware of that supports that that is accurate or says that is not?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, a lot from the tourism industry see it as a benefit to bring in business, and it's that economic spin-off of overnight guests then spending in your tourism sector. And there's no research to suggest that there's a change in negatively impacting when a MAT is implemented in a municipality.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you're all set, Councillor Duthie. Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Michele, then, oh, sorry, the mayor next, and then Councillor Michele. Yep.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you both for your presentation. Can you please provide clarity on glamping sites? Because some may suggest that that's camping and others may suggest that that's a hard surface. Included or not included in the MAT?
We'll have to, through the chair, we're going to have to get back on that, on glamping. I would say it's essentially a fixed. I would say it's a fixed tent. Is an accommodation. It would be subject to.
I would agree to even the playing field with with our other
I would suggest it would be. I think that the camp and campground is intended to allow that provincial parks, for example, aren't when you go and show up at the provincial park, that you're not going to be slapped with a 4% tax on top of already your provincial accommodation.
We don't
but
make
I would
any
suggest
money on
that
our provincial
glamping.
parks, that's for sure. Okay, thank you for that. And then second question, you just spoke about the role of the municipality and maybe policing the short term specifically. That was a question that was posed to you. So there might be some additional overhead for the municipality to take something like this on. Are you aware of any other municipalities that have actually been able to create a MAT program that has been so successful that not only are they contributing to tourism with a portion of the funds, but they're actually able to reduce any levy requirements with a portion of the funds? AKA broader impacts, or are you aware of any benefits to the residential taxpayer of the municipality that implemented the MAT?
Nick, do you want to take that, or you want me to take it? Sure. Okay. Well, I mean, I can look. I live in Prince Edward County, and I can speak. And maybe this relates to the last question again. Is that well, what is the benefit? What is the benefit of that 4% on people that are not being charged that? So the restaurant owners, right? So for example, there's a BIA on the main street, and so the BIA benefits from a destination marketing organization that is lifting the profile of the entire county, and those people are showing up on Main Street to buy coffees and to go into the Giant Tiger and to do, and they're all contributing to that. And so while the BIA may be paying a BIA levy, the accommodation operators are paying a similar type of levy to what the BIA would be charging.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Peter and Nick, thank you very much for your presentation. I was happy to hear, I think Nick said that a short-term rental bylaw will bring all of the operators out into the open, which basically means it allows us to know who is who, which I think is very important. So with that in mind, would you not agree, though, that it would be advantageous for us to have the short-term rental bylaw in place before we try to attach a tax regime on that whole system? I mean, because I think that, one of the things that I have trouble with here is that we're trying to do everything at once, and I know you say that this can be done in an 18-month time frame, which may or may not be true. I certainly don't know that, but I do. Would you not agree that the short-term rental bylaw probably should be in place before we go to trying to tax? Because otherwise, how will we really know who we are supposed to tax, if we tax?
Right, through you, Chair. I mean, I actually don't believe that the short-term rental bylaw needs to be totally locked down and buttoned down in advance of being able to establish the MAT tax. It would be preferential that, you know, by the time that they're done in parallel, in tandem, it would be preferential to do that. But the reality is that, you know, municipalities have been collecting MAT taxes in advance of actually having their short-term rental bylaws nailed down. Like, the MAT tax has actually been around longer than, let's say, short-term rental bylaws. So, for example, I worked on the LPAT hearing in the City of Toronto around short-term rentals. But the City of Toronto, for example, had the hotel tax implemented long before it actually had gotten around to, you know, figure out a way to regulate the short-term rental industry. And so that MAT tax was way out front of the short-term rental bylaw. So, you know, my advice to this council is, like, I wouldn't, you know, I don't think the two need to be tied at the hip. I think you can move forward with the municipal accommodation tax, because many other municipalities do that, and you're essentially leaving money on the table, right? So rather than going cap in hand every time you need money from the province to help move initiatives, you have a revenue source in which you can draw upon to do that.
Yeah, thanks again, Mr. Chair. Yes, Peter, I understand that, but I'm just going to suggest that one of the reasons that the City of Toronto adjusted their MAT was because their original hotel taxes had so many loopholes in it that there were many, many operators who were not paying the tax because they were, you know, getting by under the radar. So while I take that as a you know, an example of this, I do know that it was not perfect.
It's a tough nut.
Councillor Clemens.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So someone is coming to Simcoe for a wedding or a funeral, graduation, whatever. Is there any way that they can be exempt from this 4% tax?
I don't know.
Like, it's not tour.
No, so it applies for all accommodations, and there's no exemptions by use. It's only if it's 30 days or less on a stay. It's for both business and leisure travel or personal travel in accommodations.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Not really sure know where to start. Read through this whole report, then I had to reread it. It reads more like a sales job rather than an information report presented to council. Like, it's got all the good stuff in there, but you sort of gloss over all the bad. And I still not convinced how we should be persuaded to just implement a tax and we'll figure out the rest of the details later. Like, there's no plan on how that money would be spent. I would like to know sort of a concept, at least, on what this new tourism-oriented entity is going to do with $350,000 before I'd approve collecting it from somebody. We have no short-term rental bylaw in place, which seems necessary. But it might create a situation, like, we desperately need more overnight accommodation in Norfolk County. So let's put in a bylaw, okay, and you talk in the report about a licensing fee for a short-term rental around $700. Oh, but then they're going to need a fire department inspection, so there's another $500. They'll need a health unit inspection. There's another $500. Probably need TSSA in there in case they got a barbecue. There's another $500. Building department has to come and check on them. By the time all the aggravation, red tape, paperwork, and money is involved, people are just going to say it ain't worth renting it out anymore, so we're going to lose more accommodation instead of gain it. You don't talk about, you mentioned a few times about, well, we need a 0.3 FTE equivalent to do this, a 0.2 FTE, a half-time FTE. But when it talks about the budget, all you talk about is the revenue of $350,000. You don't talk about anything in the report about what those FTEs are going to cost. Am I missing anything here, or did I just read the whole 150-page wrong? Like,
through you, Urban Metrics has no skin in the game in terms of trying to, suggest that, whether you move forward and charge 4% additional tax to people that are coming here to visit, and that are loading up waste paper baskets and using local resources. They're taking advantage of the salt and sand that you spread on the road. All of these things, tourists and people who are visiting your county also come with costs that are borne by the municipality, that you are providing them a basket of services, whether it's flowers on a planter pole or salt on the sidewalk. They all benefit from that, so there is really no downside to actually recouping some of the costs that are associated with accommodating them being in the municipality. There was a lot to unpack in your question, but like I said, we've provided an independent assessment. We're suggesting that the municipality is leaving money on the table, money that other municipalities that are doing a heck of a good job on marketing those organizations. I think one of the deputants said they looked at 20 or 100 different destinations across Ontario, and Port Dover didn't register in the first. Sorry, down to the 20th, if I remember correctly. And Prince Edward County is at the top. There's a reason that Prince Edward County, for example, is at the top. It's because they're spending money on marketing that destination very, very aggressively, with a strong level of sophistication and in collaboration with the entire community. Everybody in that sector, and it doesn't matter whether you're talking to the coffee shop owner on Main Street, or the guy that's running the gas station, or the woman that's running an art gallery on across town. Everybody is benefiting from more people coming to the county by virtue of the fact that there is strong and sophisticated marketing around the particular offering. You can, I'm not, I'm providing an assessment, right? And so I'm not, my advice is the province has provided, this legislation specifically to municipalities. They've essentially offered it up as a way in which municipalities can take ownership or find new revenue tools to support economic development. And this legislation provides that. It's this council's discretion to take advantage or to leave that. But I think the province wants the municipalities to take, to take ownership. They're giving you this revenue source. They're enshrining it in a legislative document. I think it behooves you to do that. But I'm not providing advice. I'm just here to provide my assessment.
Okay. Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a raft of questions, but I'm going to wait for the report. But I only have one for you right now, and that's the estimate of $704,000 you anticipate as a revenue. Can you give me an idea how you come up with that? We went through an exercise. I met with a couple of owners, and I think, I might be wrong, but I think it sounds awful low to me.
Sounds low.
Yeah. I know, I'll give you my rationale, but tell me how you came up with it.
Sure.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we were given industry data, and then we applied it using the total of accommodations, the total of beds and hotels, motels, and then a rough estimate of the number of short-term rentals and that's a combined total of inventory. And then using kind of the average daily rate, and then applied that in terms of the vacancies, and then provided just a kind of an annual revenue for both the hotels and motels, as well as short-term rentals on a seasonally adjusted, and then provided the total revenue, and then applied that 4% on that total. And so it is probably conservative because we understand there's probably a lot more out there in terms of short term, as well as there's a variety of differences in the data, and some are not reporting as well. Yeah. So we could be missing a few, but it provides kind of a overview of kind of where we could be.
Okay, and I'm sure you did a lot more detail than I went through, but I did meet with an owner too, and what we applied was the 4% to a room charge. And I realize there's corporate rates and, you know, regular rates and all that, but we just looked at it from a very low occupancy rate, and we come up with a lot of money out of one motel. And I'm starting to wonder if that's one, and I don't know how many are out there county-wide, but it just sounds like it might be low to me.
Well,
anyways.
We don't, you can respond, but just, okay. Did you want to respond? It's okay if you don't. Okay, Councilor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Peter and Nick, when I was going through the report and the presentation, and forgive me if I missed this, but you had like a survey result. I think one of them was a pie chart about how many people think that tourism is important and how much value it has to Norfolk County. And I think between like the two parts of the pie graph, it worked out to be, I think, 87.5% of respondents said that tourism was important and was a valuable aspect of a successful municipality, which honestly, in a way, to be with respect, it's kind of like asking a survey how many people like ice cream. I mean, we all kind of know that tourism is important, but when you were asking some of those survey questions, and again, forgive me if I missed this, but did you ask a survey question of operators about how they were perceiving the municipal accommodation tax?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Councillor. The survey was a general online survey for the general public, and a majority was from a resident base. But we also did have a stakeholder session with accommodation providers, and there certainly was a mix in terms of how they see that. However, they obviously see tourism being as important, but in terms of Matt, there was predicated on a few items that we showed. They wanted it to be transparent. They would certainly wanted it to be industry-led, and sorry, let me just go back. Yeah, that revenues are visibly reinvested, and the government is transparent and dedicated. So there was an understanding that MAT is feasible, or like is beneficial, but it's predicated on certain issues.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just so Nick, just so I understand, so there was a wide range of responses depending on which variable there was, but was the basic question also that, are they in favor of a MAT in the first place?
Through you, Mr. Council, yes.
Okay, and the response was?
It was favorable, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the deputation? Or sorry, not the deputation, the presentation. Okay, seeing none, can I have a motion then to accept the presentation? Councilor Brunton, Mayor Martin. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. So, Council, please give me some direction here. Thanks very much, guys. We have lunches here. Do we want the staff report now and get this sewn up, or do we want to have lunch first and then come back for the staff report on this issue? Councillor?
The same consultants will be doing another report, so it's not like they can go home. But we do have a lot of people here, I think, that are more interested in this one than the other one, so let's finish off the report, please.
Yeah, so staff report, and then we'll break, and then we'll do the industrial stuff after. That's fair enough? Okay. Please, Stephanie Potter, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. Before you is a municipal accommodation tax assessment report from Urban Metrics that reviews the benefit and viability of implementing a municipal accommodation tax in Norfolk County. Today we are recommending that a 4% municipal accommodation tax be implemented beginning on July the 1st, 2027, with 50% of revenues shared with a new municipal development corporation that would act as our destination marketing organization. To be clear, a municipal accommodation tax, or MAT, is not a tax on residents. It is a modest user fee of 4% that would be applied to overnight accommodation stays at hotels, motels, bed and breakfasts, and short-term rentals. If approved by council, a 4% fee would be applied to a visitor's room rental invoice. For example, a $100 per night hotel room invoice would have an extra $4 added to the bill. So, why add an extra 4% to a visitor's invoice? The primary purpose of a MAT is to generate revenue dedicated to supporting and promoting local tourism that does not come from our residential or business property tax base. Tourism is a key economic driver in our community, and our consultation throughout this process revealed near universal agreement that tourism is a critical economic development priority in Norfolk County. MAT provides dedicated revenue for destination marketing to help us attract more visitors, which in turn supports local businesses and generates increased accommodation revenue, thereby strengthening our local tourism and economy. In other words, if the MAT user fee of 4% is implemented, the revenue that it generates would be reinvested back into initiatives that support the tourism industry in Norfolk County. Provincial regulations mandate that at least 50% of net MAT revenues must be allocated to an eligible tourism entity for destination marketing and promotion. The remaining funds are retained by the municipality and can be used to support tourism-related infrastructure and initiatives. Urban Metrics analysis projects that a 4% MAT user fee in Norfolk County would generate approximately $700,000 in annual revenue. This is new revenue that would otherwise not exist, revenue that can be reinvested directly into our community's tourism, infrastructure, and marketing. This is a critical opportunity for Norfolk to add a new source of revenue to support economic growth in our community that does not come from our taxpayers. Please note that implementing a MAT is not a new idea. It is a well-established best practice. Since 2017, over 80 municipalities in Ontario have implemented MAT programs. For example, Prince Edward County is a direct comparator to Norfolk County. They implemented a MAT program in 2021 that generates approximately $1.2 million in annual revenue. We believe that this can best be administered through setting up a municipal development corporation with the Ontario Restaurant, Hotel and Motel Association as Norfolk County's collection agent and a short-term rental bylaw in place prior to the July 1st, 2027 implementation. Today, we are recommending that council approve the 4% MAT in principle, and that staff and Urban Metrics will be returning to council in March with a comprehensive MDC report that will address MAT administration along with other economic development initiatives. With that, I will turn things over to John Reagan to quickly make a few points.
Great, thanks, Ms. Potter. Through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to remind everybody kind of why we're here. And if you recall, about two and a half years ago, we created our economic development strategy that goes from 2024 to 2027. And in that strategy, we had significant engagement. There were over 400 respondents to our survey. We had multiple virtual roundtables. We had in-person focus groups, chambers, BIAs, Board of Trades were all involved. And also 2 council workshops. Out of that, so what I'm trying to do is pair this to the strategy ties directly to the work that Urban Metrics has done, is that out of the strategy came, of course, the desire to investigate MAT and a DMO. And I just want to point it out, just because I like to, is that in our priority, where it really speaks to this, is that under Goal 1, support and retain, it says strategically pursue non-tax sources of funding, which aligns with the priorities set in this strategy. And that's what a municipal accommodation tax actually does. Ideally, it's taking the burden off of residents, and it's putting it onto our visitors as a user fee. The other point, priority 1.3 in our award-winning strategy, I might add, is investigate a DMO. That's our destination marketing organization as a supporting agency, which the Urban Metrics report has clearly stated. Action B was engage accommodation providers on potential introduction of a municipal accommodation study and tax. and collaborate and support with local chambers, BIAs, and tourism efforts while gathering information from local tourism entities on needs assessment. Done, box checked. The other one I want to just mention is that's it. Sorry, I was going to go on to the next one, but I'm not going to. Anyways, hopefully the questions don't turn into a job interview for me, as maybe stated earlier. But this is a very thorough report. It is sound. It is solid. The recommendations are clear. We have a plan. We are not planning on hiring anybody in economic development on the onset. We think we need to flesh that out a bit further, and council can decide that later. How the money is spent, we have a firm plan. It's guided by legislation. So if council agrees to the 50% going to a DMO, that 50% shall be spent on destination marketing, period. There's no ands, ifs, or buts. That's all there is to it. And as for the 50% coming to the municipality, the legislation is also clear that it is meant for tourism infrastructure. It is meant for tourism. That does not exclude, however, it could be used for roads or bridges. I think of Harbor Street in Port Dover. Could it have been used for that? It certainly could have, but that's at council's discretion, and council can decide that on a year-to-year basis at budget time, as far as I'm concerned. So I think the point is that if we don't want to leave dollars on the table. We constantly hear, what is Norfolk doing to generate revenue? So we were just denied a Rural Ontario grant. And in comments that I've got back from colleagues and staff is that, well, are you doing everything you possibly can to generate revenue legally under the legislation? And no, we're not. But this report says that we are. And so that's why I think it's really important for us to endorse it. A lot of the questions from the
John,
delegations, I think,
just hold up. We're getting away from the report a little bit and getting
I'll
into...
stop.
Okay. So I understand why you're doing this, which is why I let you go on, that you're answering some of the questions that have come up. But I think at this point, we'll leave it to council questions because we're getting into a bit of a grayer area. So with that, I'm going to ask council if there's any questions to the staff report. Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, a lot of them have kind of been touched on and shaved down, so just maybe very quickly, could we get, I think maybe a comment from our CAO or Ms. Potter, a status update on where Norfolk County is with the creation of a municipal development corp, a services corp, a DMO, whatever we want to call it, and even maybe, you know, the discussion of like a current entity that we've already touched on being absolved or rolled over into Norfolk County for this purpose, that would serve this purpose. Where are we at with that?
Certainly, through the chair to Madam Mayor, we do have a report that we will be bringing forward to March CIC that outlines recommendations for setting up a municipal development corporation.
And that municipal development corporation could act as the governance structure for this tax.
Correct.
So does that report and does that recommendation, and I know it's probably a little bit premature, but does it account for members of the public to sit on that governance structure?
Yes, so, sorry, through the chair to Madam Mayor, there would be a board of directors set up and appointed by council that would include representation from our local tourism committee. There's also opportunities to include advisory groups to that board of directors.
Okay, thank you. I see Mr. Milson is gone, but I wondered if we could get some type of comment from staff, maybe it's our CAO, on bylaw enforcement. Because we are complaint driven, do you see this being a significant burden on bylaw, or do you see the industry stepping up and starting to regulate itself using our existing bylaw resources?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the mayor's question and to committee, bylaw certainly will be engaged in this. The idea behind this concept is that the short-term rental bylaw being developed in parallel with the implementation of the municipal accommodations fee will allow us to figure what that will look like. The intent, hopefully, as we bridge in the next year and a half, is to encourage self-registration by all the short-term rental accommodation providers. There will be tools in place to monitor those who are advertising short-term accommodations through various means that are not registered based on the requirements of our short-term rental bylaw. There will be an opportunity for us to perhaps provide a grace period. So, we've heard that there might be excessive costs for those short-term rental providers to get registered and what that would mean. I think we're the cart in front of the horse here. We're trying to figure out what that's going to look like so that we can be as fair and transparent to everyone. So there will be certainly some additional burden on bylaw, but if council recalls, just a few weeks ago, council did provide a new resource in bylaw, and we are looking at what that work plan will be for the new bylaw enforcement officer and what this implementation could look like. And so many moving parts, but we need to move forward with this. This is an opportunity, as I think we've been discussing, that allows us to maximize non-property tax revenues to move this municipality forward in many, many ways.
Thanks for those comments. And my last question through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Regan and/or Finance. Do you have any concerns with building out terms of reference that would include a robust annual reporting system on the spend of those funds instead of just one budget line item?
I'll take that if that's okay, Ms. Fanning. Thank you. Through the chair to the mayor, absolutely yes. So on the municipal side, we see it coming forward as a budget ask, not as a one line item of $400,000 or $500,000.
Okay, perfect. Finance, that's suffice. Agree.
Thank you, and through you to Madam Mayor, yeah, we would look to work out the requirements of what that would entail and be specific from the upfront of what we would require from the organization so that we can be clear on those expectations.
Okay. Thanks. That answers all my questions, Mr. Chair. I have a motion when question period is finished.
Okay. Councillor Huffman is next.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I'm more for debate.
Okay. Councillor Brunton is next. Outstanding. I have a couple of real quick questions if there's no one else. Is there anybody else that has questions before we get to debate? Okay. So just for clarification here, the business plan that's coming forward in March, or planned to come forward in March, just to address some of the issues that came up, that's where we would address the tactical things like compensation for operators, for processing and tying in the bylaw and the strategic approaches that correct are not in the report today and not in the recommendation. But I just want to clarify that business plan is where those tactical items come into play, correct?
Through the chair to the chair, I believe we would be spelling out the governance model in the MDC report and the short-term accommodation bylaw. I believe there's a draft appended to the current strategy that's in front of council for the municipal accommodation tax. During that process, we can work out those details.
Okay, so the reason I asked that question is just for the people who are still here and listening. It's not that those have been ignored. It's just that we're not at the step yet where they would be addressed. That's what I'm trying to clarify. Okay. So then the second part of that question is, understanding that the report is coming in March, is there time, or the business case as well is coming in March, is there time to have one more public consultation where we get everyone in the room and say, this is your last chance to bring issues forward before the business plan comes through? Do we have time to put that together and do that, or is there not time for that?
Through the chair to the chair, I think I don't believe that we would have time to do that in the time that we have.
Okay, so any other suggestions that come forward then? Is it appropriate for people to still send you emails and still send you suggestions and letters and all these other things? You can still take correspondence, correct?
Certainly, and I think that this is sort of the first step in this process, not the last. Like,
Right.
We're looking for council direction on whether or not they want to proceed with a MAT program at this time. We would still have 18 months for that implementation, and there is consultation that's outlined in the implementation plan that Urban Metrics provided that we would need to go through. We would need to build our inventory of short-term rentals. We would need to do further consultation with our community and our community stakeholders before this is implemented. So it's not the last step in the process, but before we do that, we need to know if council wants to proceed with a MAT.
Okay, and thanks for that important clarification, because what I don't want to leave people thinking is that we didn't get your thing today and it's over. It's not. This is today. Do we take the next step, correct? Excellent. Okay, then with that, if there's no more questions, I'll enter into debate. Councillor Columbus.
Just thought about it, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry.
No motion.
Sorry, Mayor Martin had a motion, sorry.
Our social services department quite often puts people up in motels. I'm thinking about Delhi. There's Jarvis, okay. Would the accommodation tax be added onto something like that?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, they would be exempt. There's a list of exemptions that are recommended, so that would be exempt.
Okay. So with that, so Mayor said that she had a motion, so please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree this report is comprehensive. Staff have identified many workable options to ease members of the public's concerns and council's concerns. So I'd like to send a strong message to staff and the public today that we are committed to finding other revenue sources to not impact the property tax levy of the residents by endorsing this. However, I would also like to provide very specific direction to staff that is just council's endorsement, and there would be no collection, nor would there be spending of any funds until such time as some of these community concerns have been alleviated. So my motion would be that council endorse the establishment of a municipal accommodation tax at 4%, and that staff not initiate any collection until such time as a municipal development corp or services corp or DMO, whatever we end up calling it, that's all inclusive, be established with a governance structure that includes the tourism sector at the table, and that short-term rental policies are created and approved before collection and spent of any dollars, and further that a 50-50 split occur and no dollars be spent until the new structure, the new municipal development corp, whatever it is, has set their own full priorities, and community consultation has once again occurred as per Councillor Berry's suggestion.
You're getting the long motions today, huh? So can we have that up on the screen when you have a chance there, and or do we have a seconder without seeing it in writing? Okay, seconded by Councillor Van Andriesch. Very good. Okay, debate. Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I took the liberty of meeting with a couple of property owners of a motel, and spent some time with them, and I must apologize to Stephanie and John before. The excellent report. I will give you that credit. This property owner pays $70,000 in property tax. He has a $35,000 to $40,000 water bill annually. He does all his own advertising internationally, nationally, and locally. He does all his own maintenance on the property, okay? And we took a good look at what benefit he would get out of a $4 or a 4% tax on a room, and it wasn't very favorable. So that's just one property that I've looked into, and so I guess I can't support it. Thank you.
Councillor Van Andriesch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I will be supporting this. I've had lots of calls this weekend from taxpayers. They'd like to see the burden reduced on the residents or the taxpayers. They believe it's a good idea. When you go outside of Norfolk, Niagara as an example, you do pay. And these young people told me they pay all the time for these kind of things because they go to either conventions or they go to tournaments, they go to activities that are outside of Norfolk, and they have it, and there is a benefit to it, and I can see it. My only concern is that we have to put all our ducks in a row. I'm pleased that we have time to review this and another public consultation. So I believe it's something we have to do as well. So I'm going to be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor, anybody else for debate? Yep, Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair, through you. I like the motion. I like the idea of it. don't want to commit to it until we have some of those ducks in a row. I just want to, Mr. Milson mentioned about the resources that we just added to the bylaw department, and I thought those resources were designated for parking per se. So now all of a sudden there's thrown in the mix that it might be for putting the short-term rentals in order. And I know we keep using the word short-term rentals, but what we really mean are cottages. So we're talking cottages. I think the Airbnb and the Verbo kind of thing is its own entity because they're already registered and that type of thing, so it would be easy to track. We don't know what the costs are for an individual to get their cottage ready. On a personal note, I've been looking for the last couple months at different cottages for a family rental up in Ontario, Northern Ontario, and there's only been one community that has the mat. None of the other ones have that. I want to get some of the other things straightened up first before I can support it. Thanks.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a question to the mover. The third paragraph in the motion is, and further that short-term rental policy be created and approved by council so collection is equal across the sector. Can I ask the mover if that means that that policy creation and approval by council must be done before the other parts of the motion can take place?
Agreed. No collection or spending of any dollars until the policy
Until that is done. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another question to the mover. The last line, that no dollars be spent until such time as full priorities in community has occurred on identifying priorities to fund. Does that mean that we would see a potential budget on specifically what kind of marketing that they would propose to be done?
Yeah, I'm open to that. I personally feel as though the service corporation should be able to kind of endorse their own 50%, to be honest, that it doesn't necessarily need to be such a political council decision each and every time. But I do think that there should be some a laid out structure of priorities.
Well, like it's one thing to say we're going to collect more money so we can spend it on destination marketing program.
Pretty
but what
big.
Does that mean?
Correct.
Right?
Yep, that's fine with me. Something
You know,
robust
again,
that's built out.
And this is not going to save anybody any taxpayers' money. It's just going to we're going to collect more money so we can spend more. So it doesn't mean we save it.
Correct. And just to the clerk, and community has occurred, community consultation as per Councillor Berry's suggestion and Ms. Potter's remarks.
Okay, very good. Any other debate? Okay, yep, Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As I mentioned before, this came before council in 2019. I actually didn't support it in 2019. I felt like the industry was too small and we were burdening them with more red tape and so on and so forth. And since then, I think truly, besides maybe Harbor, the Hideaway, it's not Harbor Hideaway, Homegrown, thank you. Hideaway came about. The Dover George is the only other thing that comes to mind to build out the accommodation sector in all of Norfolk County. So my argument was bust back then. It wasn't a good argument. In those 7 years, I said conservatively, what if we put away $200,000, we'd be at 1.2. This report is saying, you know, you could be around the 600K. So we would certainly be in the multi-million-dollar range had we have implemented something back then. And where would Norfolk County be from a tourism, from a destination, from an economic development perspective if we had laid the foundation then? And at that point in time, we didn't even truly understand our financial position. At that point in time, we weren't reaching so desperately to make sure that the levy wasn't impacted on the most basic of things like snow removal and our libraries and our arenas and so on and so forth. So For me, this motion endorses the direction we would head in. It gives the nod to staff to begin the work, but it also meets the community with their requests for more robust built-out system, that those items need to be addressed before it moves forward. On a high level, if the most expensive accommodation I could find in Norfolk County at peak season, very quick search, so don't, hold me. There might be something higher out there, but if we take a popular location at $439 a night times 2 nights, $879 for your 2-night stay, something not many people would pay. The tax on that is $35. $35. If you can't afford the $35, are you spending that money in the community? Are you going out for dinner? Are you going to the local stores and establishments? I don't think you are. On the other end of the spectrum, if you're going to a local, well-known, established hotel here in the Simcoe area that might be a part of a chain, $98 a night, $196 for 2 nights. Your tax, $7.84. I don't even know if you can get a hamburger, fries, and a drink at McDonald's for under $7.84 anymore. And this is the type of dollars and cents we're talking about when we need to put it in perspective, because we need these folks not only to come here and stay here, but spend money in the community. And then my last point would be, we just had a 5.5% property tax increase to the residents of Norfolk County who can't sustain these types of increases anymore. How do you look your residents in the face and say, we've tried everything, when we haven't turned over every stone to offset that levy for them? So for me, knowing that we were denied $12 million in grants, denied an ROI grant recently, and there's this tool that is completely legal and used by many other municipalities across Ontario and legitimized through the Municipal Act, it is a no-brainer to support the tourism industry, to find an alternate funding and revenue source and send staff off in the right direction. So I am supporting the municipal accommodation tax as the motion is printed on the screen.
Thank you. Any other debate? Oh, Councillor Van Passen.
Well, I'll just say all the exact opposite things. I cannot support a motion that approves a 4% municipal accommodation tax. If we could support a motion to approve in principle the implementation of a municipal accommodation tax, once we get the ducks in a row underneath it, that's different than approving a 4% tax today. So this motion can't support in its current format, but if it fails, I can support the concept, but just not the implementation immediately as of today. So thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, point of order.
Yep.
The motion isn't for implementation immediately today. The motion is to send staff off in the direction and not initiate any of it until all of those other things are established. So that's misleading and not correct.
Okay.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, how am I misreading it? It says that council approve a 4% municipal accommodation tax.
Followed by, and that staff not initiate any collection of funds or spending of funds.
If we approve it, that means it's already in place and it's just a matter of when to start collecting it, but it does approve things. It's sort of like, we didn't get rid of a tax, we just zero rated it for now. Right?
Maybe
it is implemented at a 0 rate. So.
Mr. Chair, maybe we could get the clerk to chime in. If this
Sure.
motion fails and he was to put a motion on the floor that says he supports it in principle after voting it down, would that not be a reconsideration?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just, Mayor Martin, could you say the last part again?
I'm just wondering if, to Councillor Van Passen's point, if this motion is defeated and then he were to table a motion saying that he approves it in principle but doesn't want it to go ahead, if it's a reconsideration. We're both saying the same thing differently.
I'm wondering, Mr. Chair, if we could just put in there that would satisfy the mover and the seconder, and the issue that Councillor Van Passen raised, that we put, that Council approve a 4% municipal accommodation tax in principle, right within that first sentence?
Sure. Please do.
And then the rest of the motion could carry on.
Okay, so mover and seconder, are you okay with that? Okay. Any additional debate? Okay, so I'll weigh in real quick. Yeah, I mean...
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry, Councilor Duthie. I forgot you were there. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate sort of the dialogue that just took place there between the mayor and Councillor Van Passen, because in theory, I support the concept, and so I'm more comfortable, if it says something about in principle, because I guess my concern and hesitation at this point would be I don't want to rush it. I think it's important that we have the opportunity to have further dialogue with the stakeholder groups that are out there to understand the concern, to ensure that we have a legitimate response to those. And if we can back that up by research from other municipalities that have businesses that operate in the same sectors, like let's arm ourselves as best as possible. But I also think we need to be realistic about the conditions in the marketplace at the moment. The economy isn't doing great right now, and so shoving this down the throats of visitors at this moment in time is, in my opinion, not the best approach. So I appreciate and support the concept in principle. I think there's work to be done, and I'm not personally looking to rush it.
Thank you, Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I appreciate the intent of this motion, I still do believe that we are trying to do too much in one motion that could, over time, muddy the waters. I would prefer to treat the short-term rental policy as a separate item and be able to deal with that as one policy before we go around saying that we are approving a tax. I also concur with Councillor Duthie that maybe this is not the best time for additional taxation. Thank you.
So just to clarify, Councillor Michelli, are you asking to separate that out, or is that...
Mr. Chair, I think that it will be best to treat this motion as it is, and then if it is defeated, we can go further from there.
Okay, appreciate the clarity. So if there's no other debate, I will just do my quick one. So yeah, I've got, I represent a tourist-focused ward. Got 20 years working in tourism in Port Dover and in Norfolk County. The entire time I've been involved working in tourism, I've heard from businesses and had my own concerns about what does the county do to support tourism and economic development, and here's an opportunity. So before I call the vote, I just want to clarify one thing. Short-term rentals, what do we mean? Because Councillor Huffman said we're talking about cottages. Is that correct? My understanding is it's anything 30 days or less. Okay, so it's not just cottages. Yeah, no, okay, yeah. And then the other thing is, just wanted to ask clarification on doesn't save taxpayers money. Sure, but we can use some of the capital costs we have and use this accommodations tax to pay for that. So if there's a road, a sidewalk, public washrooms, et cetera, in a tourism area that would be passed on to taxpayers now as a capital cost, some of this funding, that 50%, could be diverted to that. So yeah, it doesn't reduce taxes, but it reduces the burden on the residential taxpayers sometimes if we do those projects, if council approves them later, correct? Okay, thank you. So based on all of those things, there's a lot of opportunity here, so I will support it and hope that in principle, we don't put this on ice today and we continue to work on it and get it right with the supporting the sector. So with that, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, so Alan's on there? Great, 5. I keep forgetting you're there, buddy. So with that would carry, sorry, again, opposed? 1, 2, 3. Okay, and abstaining? I only count 8 votes. So I'm going to do it one more time. In favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? Okay, there we go. 4. Very good. Okay, thank you. It carries. We'll break. Council, sorry, what do we want? Half hour, 45 minutes? 45.
Are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation / Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing / Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's two entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have three main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those three options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to council chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to council chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for council to call your name when it's time to present. When council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, through the mayor. If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, through the chair. Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying through the mayor or through the chair to councilor and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Norfolk County. My name is Anna, and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our Respect and Responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our Respect and Responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/RNR.
Hi, I'm Lisa, and I'm excited to take you behind the scenes to meet Norfolk County's aquatics team in action.
I think the people are what make the job. I think working with the people that I do, we're a great team. We work really well together. That makes a positive work environment. That makes a positive work for the public as well. They see that we work well together, and I think that benefits them as well.
I still love coming here every day. It's an exciting job. It's always different. You're always doing new things.
Being part of our team offers staff the opportunity to develop essential skills in lifeguarding, teaching swimming lessons, customer service, first aid, and of course, teamwork.
I think swimming in general is a really great skill to have from a very young age, so being a part of children learning how to swim is super important to me.
It's a really rewarding process to see them go from not the greatest swimmer to a better or great swimmer. It's a really good stepping stone to what I want to do in the future.
It's just a nice variety, and everybody brings something different and special to the team.
Our aquatics team is dedicated to educating the community on water safety and drowning prevention.
You might be a quiet student coming in, and this job is really going to push you to find your voice and be like an impactful member of a team.
I love that it's different every day, and you get to meet new people every day and see some of the same faces every day as well. But my job is different every single day. I don't do the same, so it's amazing.
As a proud Norfolk County employee, I'm honored to be part of a team delivering life-saving skills to our community. Thank you for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour. I hope this video gives you a glimpse of what it's like to be part of our aquatics team. If you're interested in taking advanced leadership courses to become a lifeguard and instructor, visit norfolkcounty.ca.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Meet Captain Clean, the toilet paper superhero, here to protect Norfolk County's pipes and keep everything flowing smoothly. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps: pee, poop, and toilet paper. Flushing anything else can cause big trouble. Things like wipes, hair, or grease can create sewer blockages. These blockages restrict flow, combine with other debris, and cause costly damage, overflow, and even water pollution. By sticking to the 3 Ps, you can help prevent clogs, reduce repair costs, and keep our water clean. For items you can't flush, proper disposal is key. Throw regular waste in the garbage. Do not believe claims on packaging that products are flushable. Take it from Captain Clean, they are not. Household hazardous waste can be dropped off at Norfolk's temporary depots during spring and fall. For things like medication and sharps disposal, take them to your local pharmacy or the health unit. And remember, grease belongs in the trash, but let it cool and store it first. Don't pour it down the drain. Be a flushing hero like Captain Clean. Together we can protect our pipes, our homes, and the environment. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps. Norfolk County is counting on you.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system, where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests, depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
This summer, discover the hidden gem of Norfolk County, Ontario's Garden. Stroll through historic villages where time seems to slow down. Feel the sand between your toes on our pristine Lake Erie beaches. From live theater that captivates to trails that wind through breathtaking landscapes, adventure and relaxation await at every turn. Meet the farmers who grow your dinner and taste wine and beer crafted right here. Experience Norfolk County this summer, where small-town charm meets farm-fresh flavor. Ontario's Garden. It's time you came home to it.
Hey Norfolk County, I'm Chris, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes to show you how Norfolk County manages stormwater in our towns and communities. Stormwater isn't just rain or melted snow. It's any excess water that runs off hard surfaces like roads, driveways, and rooftops. But where does that water go? And why is managing it important? Norfolk's stormwater systems include pipes, ditches, catch basins, and ponds that work together to manage this runoff. Stormwater systems like ponds slow the flow and allow dirt and pollutants to settle and release cleaner water into the environment. Without proper management, stormwater can flood basements, damage roads, and carry contaminants like oil, garbage, and salt into our rivers and lakes. That's why Norfolk County created a dedicated stormwater team in 2024 to better understand and maintain what we already have while planning for the future. This stormwater pond in Port Dover helps to reduce flooding and improve water quality. Over time, sediment and pollutants build up within storm ponds, limiting their ability to hold water. This creates an ideal environment for algae and invasive plants like Phragmites to flourish. This fast-growing species can block out the flow of water and crowd out native vegetation, reducing the habitat that local wildlife depends on. To restore this pond, we're removing the excess sediment and transporting it to a licensed site. We're also clearing invasive plants, reshaping the pond's banks, and upgrading the outlet that controls the flow of water. This work will improve water quality, allow the pond to hold more water, reduce flooding risks, and provide a healthier habitat for plants and wildlife. Stormwater management isn't just about what you see on the surface. It's also about the infrastructure underground. We use special tools to locate, map, and inspect the pipes and infrastructure that connect the ponds to the wider stormwater system. This helps us to understand how water moves through our communities and identify issues that need our attention. It's likely that you or someone that you know has been impacted by flooding, erosion, or drainage issues. All of that connects back to stormwater. Stormwater management isn't just about pipes and ponds. It's about protecting the communities and the nature that surrounds us. As Norfolk County grows, so does our responsibility to manage stormwater, and that's our job. With smart planning, hard work, and community support, we're building a cleaner, safer, and more resilient future together.
Welcome to Norfolk County, where land meets lake and opportunity grows deep and wide. Located on the north shore of Lake Erie, in the heart of southwestern Ontario, Norfolk spans 1,600 square kilometers, making us one of Ontario's largest single-tier municipalities. Our roots run deep in agriculture, food production, and advanced manufacturing, industries that shaped our past and are powering Ontario's future economy. Home to over 70,000, we are bold, diverse, and fiercely local. From Port Dover to Long Point, our folks are putting down roots, sometimes in sand, sometimes in soil, but always in a place they're proud to call home. Big land, big vision, unmatched potential. That's Norfolk.
Hey, Norfolk County.
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 My name is Bowden Winicki.
My name is Lindsay Kaliokoski.
My name is Alex Ryan. I work as a park student.
I work as an economic development coordinator.
I work on roads department in Delhi.
I work as a supervisor for waste management.
I work as a committee coordinator in the clerk's department.
Okay, what's the first question? What I love about my job is the people.
All right, what do I love about my job?
It's really the community. No day is the same.
It is because I get to work with a bunch of great guys.
It directly impacts really positively the residents of Norfolk County.
I love the people that I get a chance to work with.
Every day is different. The mix of things is what makes me happy and keeps me going.
First and foremost, the community. The people of this community are so welcoming. Is the amazing team I get to work with every day here at Norfolk County.
Opportunity to help people, to help my community.
One of the things I love the most about my job is my team. I love who I work with and what I do while I'm here.
I get to work on projects and in programs that support our community, that help make lives better for the people who live here, who work here, and who come here to visit.
Every day you feel like you've accomplished something on the way home, and you're working with a bunch of great people who are equally as committed to the community and serving our communities.
The pace here is very good and great work-life balance.
They put wellness on the forefront, so I'm part of the Apple Committee, and there's lots of opportunity at Norfolk County.
Flexible work hours, great work-life balance, great staff, great friends, and of course, what's not to love about Norfolk County? We're Ontario's garden.
I love helping people, I love helping residents, and that's what makes Norfolk County a great place to come to work.
I chose to work for Norfolk County because I grew up in Delhi, so it's close to home, and I've enjoyed working for my community and my friends and family.
Definitely 100% the people. There are lots of community champions, and everyone's been so kind and welcoming.
Because I was born and raised here, and I wanted to help give back to my community.
I love giving back to a community that I grew up in. I love my team, and I love that I can leave a legacy here in the communities.
When I had the opportunity to come home and serve the public, I jumped at that opportunity.
I started my career as an area planner for this place. It's interesting that at the end of my career, this opportunity came up to come back and make Norfolk a better place. Is being able to live and work in the community that we're a part of.
I did choose to work for Norfolk because I'm an engineer by trade, and I like to solve problems.
And realized how rewarding it was to be able to contribute to initiatives within the area that I've always called home. I love it here. You should consider joining the public sector, joining the municipality, because it's so diverse. There's something for everyone. Local government is the closest to the people. We get to work with our residents day in and day out, and there is something for you in every department for Norfolk.
Hey, Norfolk County.
Do you know how your property taxes are spent? Let's take a look together. First, we need to start with Norfolk County's budget. Every year, staff and council confirm the funds required to be collected from the property taxes paid by you and 35,000 other Norfolk County taxpayers. These funds contribute to Norfolk County's levy and capital budgets, which lay out how your tax dollars are used. The capital budget is also funded by the rate budget, the funds paid by residents known as ratepayers for water and wastewater services through their monthly water bill. The levy budget is used to deliver programs and services for residents ranging from emergency services like fire and EMS, waste services like garbage collection, recreation services like arenas, trails, and parks, maintenance services like snow removal and road repair, and human services like homelessness prevention and health education programs. Our levy budget also supports our libraries and museums, administrative services for council, and the many staff who keep Norfolk County operating. Services like recreation programs for children, adults, and seniors, and our Ride Norfolk transit program are also paid for with property taxes and supplemented by user fees. And across Ontario, a portion of each resident's property tax bill goes to our local school boards. About a third of the property taxes collected are allocated to the capital budget or reserves for future capital spending, which includes other funding sources like the federal and provincial government, reserve funds, grants, debt, and development charges, as well as funds from the rate budget. Together, the capital budget goes toward longer-term projects, such as our investments in water and wastewater facilities, as well as building and renewing our parks, roadways, pools, arenas, and other things we use every day. So the next time you hear someone ask, "Where are my property taxes going?" you can tell them to look down, look up, and look forward. Your tax dollars are at work all around you every day. When you visit your local park with your family, drive to work on cleared roads, register for swimming lessons, get rid of that old couch you've outgrown, or contact Service Norfolk about that pothole on your street that needs to be fixed. Your tax dollars are also being invested in initiatives to improve the lives of Norfolk County residents in the years to come to make Norfolk County a better place for future generations. While Norfolk County's budget is prepared once a year, your feedback helps us make decisions and plan for the future. We are committed to listening to you so that our budget reflects what is important to our community. Learn more about Norfolk County's budget at norfolkcounty.ca/budget.
Today we're announcing an exciting partnership with Scott Lynn and Norfolk County Economic Development, and we're transforming transport trailers into mobile ambassadors. We're showcasing Norfolk's story of opportunity, excellence, and quality of life across all of North America, and Scott Lynn is the ideal partner with an amazing logistics network and will help us share our story all across North America.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before Council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation/Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing/Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, Council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's 2 entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have 3 main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those 3 options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to Council Chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to Council Chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to Council Chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for Council to call your name when it's time to present. When Council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, through the mayor. If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, through the chair. Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying, through the mayor, or through the chair to councillor, and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say, and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now, you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our respect and responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our respect and responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/RNR.
Hi, I'm Lisa, and I'm excited to take you behind the scenes to meet Norfolk County's aquatics team in action.
I think the people are what make the job. I think working with the people that I do, we're a great team. We work really well together. That makes a positive work environment. That makes a positive work for the public as well. They see that we work well together, and I think that benefits them as well.
I still love coming here every day. It's an exciting job. It's always different. You're always doing new things.
Being part of our team offers staff the opportunity to develop essential skills in lifeguarding, teaching swimming lessons, customer service, first aid, and of course, teamwork.
I think swimming in general is a really great skill to have from a very young age, so being a part of children learning how to swim is super important to me.
It's a really rewarding process to see them go from not the greatest swimmer to a better or great swimmer.
It's a really good stepping stone to what I want to do in the future.
It's just a nice variety and everybody brings something different and special to the team.
Our aquatics team is dedicated to educating the community on water safety and drowning prevention.
You might be a quiet student coming in, and this job is really going to push you to find your voice and be like an impactful member of a team.
I love that it's different every day, and you get to meet new people every day and see some of the same faces every day as well. But my job is different every single day. I don't do the same, so it's amazing.
As a proud Norfolk County employee, I'm honored to be part of a team delivering life-saving skills to our community. Thank you for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour. I hope this video gives you a glimpse of what it's like to be part of our aquatics team. If you're interested in taking advanced leadership courses to become a lifeguard and instructor, visit norfolkcounty.ca.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Meet Cap.
Okay, welcome back. I've had a request here from, I guess, from staff asking if we can move the ICE policy review report up in the agenda. So I guess if we're going to do that, I'd need a motion, and then we'd have to have 2/3 majority to amend the agenda again, kind of on the fly here. So is there any interest in doing that from council? Okay, so Councillor Huffman moves, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. Very good. Not much to debate. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. And with that, we'll go with 8.2.2, ICE policy review, supplementary info follow-up. Nikki Sloat.
That's better. Following additional consultation with councillors, minor hockey, skating clubs, and the Recreation and Parks Advisory Committee, staff have prepared a revised draft of the ICE allocation policy. The revisions include minor grammatical and wording changes, along with several substantive updates intended to improve clarity, consistency, responsiveness, and user group needs. The proposed changes focuses on refining definitions, clarifying allocation processes, adjusting allocation priorities and standards of play, and introducing an additional flexibility to support both existing and emerging programs. All revisions are highlighted in the attached draft for ease of reference. Notable amendments include provisions allowing Norfolk County user groups to request ICE time beyond base allocations, the introduction of a framework for considering new user groups, and updates to allocation priorities intended to better reflect program needs. The draft also proposes adjustments to standards of play to support safety and alignment with demonstrated usage, a revised residency requirement intended to balance community access with program sustainability, and clarifications related to the cancellations and fee provisions. The policy review cycle has also been updated to allow reviews on an as-needed basis. We recognize that this policy may not fully address every concern or expectation. While youth access remains an important consideration, staff have sought to balance that interest with broader principles of fairness and equitable access across all user groups. Norfolk County has a complex ICE user landscape, with multiple figure skating and minor hockey organizations operating under several umbrella organizations, in addition to junior and senior hockey, adult seasonal users, and county programming. These competing demands make ICE allocation challenging and require careful consideration. With that, I am going to turn it over to Brenda Andress, the project lead for strategic recreation initiatives, who will review a few of the more notable changes in the draft policy and outline an additional recommendation for Council's consideration for Year 1 implementation.
So the slides that I'm just going to show you are the main changes that we've done on the ICE policy, which we updated. So we'll just go to slide 2. So the main difference that we had talked about is the U9 to U21, which we've now went from 1.5 to 2 hours. And we defined the select so that the definition for select, because it doesn't actually exist here, is so we defined it as how we would manage it and how we would actually not put it in the development stream, that we would put it, and the definition below is exactly what defines it as to what would define the teams and the composition of the teams within it. The next change is we changed the figure skating ICE from the 60 skaters to 30 skaters to better represent their programs for Can Skate, Can Power, Learn to Skate programs, and how many are on the ice. And we also then took a look at the recreational synchronized and the competitive synchronized and changed it to 20 skaters and went from 5 hours to 4 hours for the competitive synchronized skating. The residency policy is we all know why it's there, is to prioritize Norfolk residents, foster community engagement, and to ensure that Norfolk residents use the facility. So the process is that staff brought the first recommendation forward of a 95% residency. Council directed us to go back out and take a look and meet with all the user groups, including councillors at those meetings, and we did, and we also were directed to work with the Recreation and Parks Advisory Committee. So council appointed, the council appointed Recreation and Parks Advisory Committee recommended that the reduction go to 75% residency. That sits before council today in the revised policy. Not all organizations are aligned with this newly recommended 75% residency policy, and we also know that we have to continue to work with the organizations out there to create more of a one umbrella organization so that we're all working together towards. However, knowing that we have a bit of differences of opinions and trying to work with all the groups, we are recommending an addendum to the report that council consider that would see that further, that during the first year of this implementation of the policy, that existing organizations experience no reduction greater than 5% and no increase exceeding 5% of the 2005-2026 allocation. This one-year transition period will provide stability to the organizations while allowing the county and user groups to evaluate the policy's overall impacts, addressing some of the concerns that are still out there with the 75% residency, and make any necessary adjustments after that 1 year. So to continue to work together and to continue to upgrade and modify to ensure that we meet all groups' concerns and make sure that our youth are on the ice. So this is the recommendation before you, and that's really all we have for the policy of updation. Thank you.
Very good, thanks very much. Questions for staff? Oh, Councillor Duthie. Oh, he's en route. Okay, so I don't know really what to do then. We can't wait for him.
I can,
there he is,
Mr.
okay.
Chair, I can speak. I'll be there momentarily. I wonder through you if I can get some clarification from staff on the verbiage change that refers to select programming. So that's the level between local league and rep, because I understand you can't reconstitute a team if they're rostered on another team already. So I'm not sure how there would be allocation for select then.
Through the chair to Councillor Duthie. So part of the reasoning for removing or changing and updating that definition of select was because the whole intent of that additional ICE was for new teams, not select teams, not teams that were made up of, kids that were already being allocated ICE in the house league area or in the rep, wherever. So it was something that was brought forward by a user group that had said that there was a lot of miscommunication out there regarding the select, thinking that these kids were going to be getting additional hours over and above the house league allotment. So we just cleaned up that select definition. So the select can be used across the hockey organization and the hockey world in many different varieties, and just for the fact that the Norfolk County uses it for a different purpose, and in this case it's truly an additional level of hockey that's coming from kids that are playing in the local league already. We've just redefined.
Okay, Councillor Vanderdeer.
Thank you. So just
sorry, Duffy's still going. Go ahead. Sorry.
Actually, you know what, Councillor? No. Go ahead with Councillor Vanderdeer, and I will be inside momentarily.
Okay, Councillor Vanderdeer.
Will just mysteriously show up. I just wanted to make sure that I mentioned that the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee had recommended that the council consider the residency at lowered to the 75%. There was a lot of discussion there. There's a lot of reasons why, and I will go ahead and support that. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. I guess the question would be then, if an organization does put together a select team, how do they go about getting ICE?
Through the chair to Councillor Huffman. It would come through the second round of allocations, so it wouldn't be part of the base allocation. So the whole purpose of the standard of play base allocation formula is to create ICE that's fair and equitable for core programming. Select programs would be over and above that core programming, and they would be able to ask for that ICE in the additional round.
Other questions? Any? Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm on page 3 of the report, ladies, and if I could go down to the last paragraph, I want to get clarification on this residency thing, and I, be honest with you, haven't paid a lot of attention to it, but the last paragraph, and I won't read it all, but the last line says, the recommended reduced threshold of 75% represents a potential middle ground between these two considerations, or of these considerations. Can you explain that to me, or perhaps give me some insight as to why you didn't use that, if it's a middle ground?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Basically, currently it sits at 50%, but it's not enforced, and we brought together a policy that said 95%, so it was middle ground between the 50 and the 95%, and basically what we had, through our user group, meetings and everything else, this is what was basically what would come forward that everybody kind of agreed to at this point. Not every user group, but this is the middle ground from where we started to where it was.
So you like the middle ground?
I think
Correct?
the middle ground is a good place to start to make, and then putting the addendum in place so that we can monitor to see if it works.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Duthie.
Catch my breath here, but thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. So I wanted to touch on that as well. I think the residency needs to be in there, and I appreciate there's some middle ground. I personally think it's a little on the lower side. I don't think it needs to be the 95% where it was at before, but in my head I was somewhere between 85 and 90. I think, my original point was excuse me, protecting our own kids and making sure that our own Norfolk kids had a place to play, and I don't necessarily want to see them pushed out by, again, it's difficult in an open borders environment where people are coming from literally anywhere. So I guess any comment on that? I mean, that's the original intention.
Yes, and through you, Mr. Chair, I think where we've landed with the addendum gives us this opportunity, the 5+ or the 5 more, gives us the opportunity to actually monitor to see where we actually are on the residency of how many are from outside, many different things to see whether the ICE allocation policy works. So I think with the 1 year leeway, we can actually come back with staff recommendation to have a more solid base as to say, here's what the year showed us, but we now have a policy that we can take and enforce and make it, see what works with it and see what doesn't work with it, and continue to work with the user groups. Because I think what we've heard from most of the user groups is that their intent is to make sure that the local leagues have the ice and that the kids have the ice. And we're hoping that the policy works with the mathematical equation that we've put forward, with the standards of play, and that the residency, where it sits at 75 or it goes back up to 90 or 95 in the future, that will be determined in this 1 year of a working process for us.
Okay, thank you. And if I could just ask Ms. Sloat, I sent some communication earlier this week or late last week, I can't remember, based on a conversation I had with someone on the executive from Delhi Norwich Minor Hockey about, the context of that was local league in Delhi happens in Delhi, and local league in Norwich happens in Norwich Arena. As much as they are part of one organization, local league happens in its own individual center, all great. But rep happens amongst the two centers. So Delhi Norwich, all of their rep teams at all levels, and I think their U21 plays exclusively in Norwich, are getting ice in both centers. So I just wonder, as part of our conversation was, potentially they don't need as much because they can get rep ice in Norwich. Were you able to flesh that out any further with them?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Duthie. Yes, I had a number of conversations with a few of the representatives from the Delhi Norwich organization. They are willing to work with us as well to come up with something. They do understand and do agree that they are going to be receiving ice from Norwich. We also are in conversation with Norwich the municipality, the staff there as well. And I think that this is one of the reasons, without trying to go back and reinvent the whole policy on trying to fit, because the whole intent of that 95% in the original policy was to give the integrity to the policy that it would, I how do I want to say this? It would meet the needs of all user groups on a fair and equitable basis because it was taking into consideration that outside amalgamation. Dropping the residency does have an effect, but there's other ways of addressing those types of amalgamations. And what I was trying to get at in my opening remarks is Norfolk is very unique in the way that our organizations work. There's amalgamations that happen throughout all municipalities. There's amalgamations where, 2 and 3 municipalities, they all amalgamate and they all have ICE. The difficulty is we also have 2 other organizations that are still here that are fully Norfolk County resident organizations. So giving this, instead of going back and trying to work through the whole policy to come up with another suggestion on how we can address that issue, this whole additional amendment, the new recommendation would be to give us that year to be able to work with that group, to work with all our user groups to make sure, like Brenda said, the residency policy is going to meet it. And if it's not, is there something that we can do to make sure that our Norfolk kids are all getting the fair and equitable? And it doesn't just hit minor hockey, it also hits the skating clubs as well. And we heard from them too. So this kind of giving us this year, this transition year to help, and we did chat about the 5+ or the 5-, and all the organizations are on board and okay with that for a year to see how this works, as long as staff commit to communicating with them and working with them to come up with a policy, any changes to the policy that need to happen.
I believe Councillor Vanadrishi was next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Of course, looking at some of these policies, we are not OMHA compliant, then we become uncompliant. And that could be an issue if teams go out somewhere and then somebody brings up the fact that, you don't have open borders. It could cause a little bit of chaos, and we don't want to draw attention to the OMHA to come down here and tell us that. So I'm in favor of the 75. I would rather have 0, because not yet can you tell me any other municipality that uses, other than cities that use it because they are involved in their own community hubs, that they have a residency policy. And because there's going to be, like, Norfolk Knights are going to move up to AA, they will have to have an open policy to let kids come and try out. That's because of the way the OMHA rules work. So I just don't want to cause a lot of headaches with the principal party there, the OMHA. I don't want trouble. I want to be able to make things work. I also want to say that we have to be cautious on residency when we look at local leagues that are established in one of our arenas, that they're primarily, it's all local, but to fill a team, they only have 1 per organization or level, that you don't want to throw them out because they need those 5 kids from Bayham, or they need them from Tillsonburg, just to make that team so the rest of the Langton kids or the Norfolk kids can play local league, because local league has always been open so that anyone can go anywhere, and that has been historic. So I don't want to upset the apple cart. I want people to feel comfortable coming, and all kids can play somewhere, because it's really important to me. I don't want to get into too much. I don't want to be argumentative or anything like that. But at the end of the day, I will be in favor of the 75%.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Just a minute. I had an email here. Sorry, I got to do my password. Okay, I believe all of council received a letter last night, early this morning. I saw it early this morning, where the Norfolk Association, Norfolk Minor Hockey, is still saying that they're short. So A and AA, they're asking for a 0.5, B and MD asking for 0.5, and for Little League, I'm sorry, that's baseball. Local League asking for 0.15. So an hour and 15 minutes. Do we have it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think with the addendum that we've put together ensures that last year's ice, so if they had 100 hours last year and we run through the entire policy, they can't lose any more than 5 hours, and they can't lose any more and gain any more than 5 hours. And when we had that discussion with them, they understood that what they're talking about is the base allocation policy, where we have 2 hours to increase it. If we continue to increase those hours, then we have to increase those hours across the board for everybody. So therefore, the ICE factor does become a challenge. So the base policy we put together for you right now ensures that the facilities are used in the proper way and ensures that we don't have more ice than what we need and less ice than what we need, but yet it protects them in this first year of saying that they can't lose any more than 5 and they can't gain any more than 5 in their initial request in the first round. That doesn't stop anybody from asking in the second round if they have a new program. And if there's ice available, we would rent the ice if the ice is available. We're not going to let a facility sit empty at any time. But that addendum, when we talk to them, ensures them of acquiring what they need for their base programs.
Further questions? Any? Okay, I have one. Just about the email from the Knights, and I had a call with the president there as well. So one of the concerns about the residency policy going to 75% is that they said they have about 1,000 kids, and so their concern is if it's 75%, that 250 Norfolk players could hypothetically, it's not going to be all, but it opens up the door for 250 Norfolk players to be potentially displaced. And their concern is that it would be mostly in rep. So I guess I need to understand, you know, if you've had a chance to sort of consider that or talk to them about that, and based on that concern, like I am concerned about displacing 250 rep kids. So what is your, I guess, I don't know, not advice, but how do you respond to that concern?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that would be a concern out there for no matter what residency we put together, because basically what you're saying is correct, is that based on a 75% residency, they could go out and bring 250 people in, right, out of the 1,000 of the current registrations. It would be up to the organization, not so much the Norfolk County, to make, I guess, a policy within their own organization to say that they will only take so many outside individuals into their organization, because the residency policy, once it's set at 75%, does allow them to bring outside people. But that is if they're going to be displaced, it's because their organization has chosen to bring other people in from the outside. That's not something that we can do. That is something that the residency policy was looking at to ensure.
See you, Councillor, and I'm just going to have one follow-up there. So I understand that it is up to the organizations with how they make their teams, and I'm not trying to get into telling them how to make their teams. I'm trying to focus on council's obligation to provide services to residents, right? So,
True.
and that's it. So I can't predict what those coaches will do. Fair enough.
And
but I
you are
am
correct.
concerned about assets and resources and things going to non-residents if that's what their coaching staffs decide to do. And so, yeah, they have the freedom to do that, but do we not have a say in how we fund municipal services? And I guess that's where I'm getting at here, is that this residency policy, to me, is a protection of municipal. I just wanted to make sure that that's clear. So when you go back and forth with them, was that communicated, is what I'm trying to get at. That's my question, is that when you're asking us to stay out of their business, fair enough, but our business is providing services. So in your opinion, where do those mesh?
Yeah, so we had discussions with the organizations, and specifically when we were talking and explaining the residency policy, we explained that actually in a chart that said that if you had this many members, that you could have this many members from outside, and it didn't stop anybody from outside coming in, because that's the residency policy. So the understanding of the residency policy we explained, which is when we first went out with the 95%, that was how it was explained, that, you know, for every 100, you got 5 coming in. With 75, the residency does say that 25 can come in. They understand that, and which is why the letter came that said that they wanted to have a higher residency fee from Norfolk County, or from Norfolk Hockey Association. But when we explained to them that until we actually found out what was going on, that's why we put the addendum in. It does not stop anybody, and I'm not sure. I don't know of any policy out there where council could actually depict, if you put a residency at 75, I don't know if you can then say, we can't have people come in from outside on top of that. So if you set it at 75, you're basically saying to the organizations they can bring in 25%.
Very good. Okay, Councillor Van Anderschi.
There was no policy in last year, and you know how many people were in the team, on the teams, excuse me. And was it ever abused when you did the count last time? Did you notice that out of 1,250 came in?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would probably say no
Absolutely.
to that answer, or to that question. However, we've never really delved into actual residency of the registrants, the members of any organization, nor do we have any intent of wanting to. I mean, the policy is written in a way that the onus is on the organization to be fair and honest and transparent in what they're doing. I guess is sometimes my thought process is if everybody's there for Norfolk County and their own kids and the residents, then the organizations would have those policies in place in their organizations that says they're going to try to take as many Norfolk County players as they can. If they need to field, a team and bring some other talent in or other kids in from other organizations so that their own kids are going to be able to play, then I don't see anything wrong with that. And that's where having some kind of a policy in place makes sense, because it is Norfolk County taxpayers that are funding these arenas.
Absolutely, but we have many kids from Norfolk County playing in Brantford,
Correct.
And other places, many. So for the flip-flop, it's pretty well equal. I was told by hockey organizations, we're raising a problem that does not exist. And your coaches tend to be, and I think there's a point that your coaches should be in-house or from the county. That way they know they have to answer to these residents already. I don't think we have a problem. I think we're trying to create a problem. But, and I'm going to be very honest and candid. We've got Norfolk Knights that are going to go to AA. They have to have an open policy there to let those kids try out. So you might be surprised.
We have to stick to questions just for now. So the next one, we'll do debate in a moment, but questions still. Yeah. Councillor Duthie, Councillor Brunn was next, then Duthie, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm on Appendix A of the policy, page 19. And I guess my question, well, first of all, I want to say something. I really don't care what the OMHA, the Alliance, or the Greater Toronto Hockey League, what they say. They got their own rules, but they don't tell us how to divvy out our ice time. That's our policy here, how we'll do that. Anyways, that Appendix A, I got to ask, I see you've adjusted the U9 to U21, typically one team on the ice, house league, I guess we interleague, up to 2 hours, correct? And then some of the other adjustments in there. Do you feel that that policy that's laid out gives all the kids an equal opportunity to play the game and get sufficient time, and nobody's getting any favored ice time? Is that?
I do believe that. Through you, Mr. Chair, I do believe that, because the formula that we've created is not based on what the organization gives, but based on us, what we believe our facilities can accommodate. So I do believe that.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, a bit of a sort of hybrid question related and follow up to Councillor Huffman's point about what she had read from the letter that was requested by Norfolk Minor Hockey. So if we talk about what I had maybe suggested about a reduction in the Delhi Norwich, specifically only on the rep, because they have the ability to get ice in Norwich on the rep side, and they're playing in both arenas. If there was a reduction on their allocation based on their team, because again, they can go get ice somewhere else, would there be enough ice then in Norfolk to provide, based on what was requested in that letter, the extra 0.5s and whatever it was?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Duthie, I think you're opening a door that you may not want to open right at this moment. And the reason I say that is if we were to accept what was proposed here today from Norfolk Minor Hockey, like Brenda said, it's going to be across the board. So that's going to increase the hours for all teams. So even with a reduction to the Delhi Norwich group for whatever ice they do get in Norwich, I mean, there's still going to be ice left over, and which is why we added the new level within the policy where here's our base formula. This is the fair and equitable distribution. It's handled by everybody across the board. And then the second round of allocation, if they still require more ice, they can ask for it at that point in time, because there'll still be ice available to be able to distribute in that second round.
Okay. Well,
not okay.
Sorry. I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you. But to the question, would it be possible?
Without knowing exactly how all our numbers fly for the skating clubs and other users, I mean, we ran some numbers with a couple different scenarios, and one was the MDB, the MDB area, because originally the standard of play formula was based on kind of a hierarchy, and changing the 1.5 to 2 hours for the local league should really have kept moving and given that 2.5 to the MDB. I wouldn't go so far as increasing the others to 3.5 at this point. We would have the ice to be able to do the 2.5 increase on the MDB. But I think you would want to keep anything further than that to after the year's transition period, so that they can take a good review of how all the programming worked and make sure everything works before you go to any further. And to add to that, we have done a lot of research with a lot of municipal comparators. Some of our minor hockey organizations don't agree with the numbers that we found, and that's because they talk to their associations. So when you talk to the municipalities, you look at their formulas. They've got similar formulas to ours, similar standards of play, and ours is a lot higher, even than Haldeman's. Our policy that we've presented here is higher than what the allocations the Haldeman teams are given in their base allocation. They get more hours because they've got the ability to go back and ask for more hours after the adult teams or the seasonal users have been accommodated as well, so that everybody's getting that fair access to the ice before giving it all to the youth organizations. So,
so just to confirm then, we could do the 2.5 on the MD and the B. Yes?
You could, but again, it's going to impact every organization.
I guess I say that
Yeah.
because really there's no difference then between local league and B. Right?
In the policy,
they're
the way it
playing
is right now,
competitive hockey at
that's
a
what
different
it's
level,
saying, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Question? Yep. Question.
Have you noticed, I was here on the weekend and I noticed that there was a lot of free time in the ice in the Talbot Gardens. Are we finding that the Talbot Gardens or our arenas are being used on weekends?
I would have to get back to you on that answer because I actually haven't looked at the facility booking schedule for a while, but it is my understanding that typically we are pretty solid.
I beg to differ. I was up there in a lot of empty ice.
Any further questions? Okay, so we have a staff. Councillor Van Passing. Just saying hello?
No, I'm ready to move on, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so would you like to make a motion?
This policy is to make sure that there's an equitable distribution to everybody at the beginning, and then there's always room to ask for more. Wise man told me once the best way to figure out if something is fair is when nobody's happy. We've done a heck of a good job of that. So I will move for approval of the policy as presented today.
Seconded by Councillor Van Andrieschie. Debate, if any. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I won't support it as it is. I think there's two factors for me that are really intrinsic that we need to correct. I can't support the residency being at 75. I think that's too low. And again, I think the whole purpose of this was to ensure that we're protecting our local kids. That's what's most important. And yes, I realize to Councillor Van den Driesch's point that they could, but they aren't. But they could, and I think that we need to put parameters in place to ensure that local kids are not losing out. That was the intention of the residency clause from the very beginning when it was brought forward, I believe, by yourself, Deputy Mayor. So that, for me, needs to change, and I do think that if you want a B team to be competitive, they need simply more ice than what they would be getting at local leagues. So I think the 2 needs to move to 2.5. So for that, those are the only 2 changes that I would see, but I can't support it as it is.
Debate, Councillor Columbus, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we have spent many months of meetings. Kind of feel bad for staff. They've been put through the ringer on this one, ice policy. I guess that's hockey politics, I call it. Anyway, I trust the staff that they've done a fair and equitable job in presenting this to our council, and I'm going to support the recommendation. Thanks.
Any other debate? Councillor Van den Driesch.
I will be supporting the motion as it stands because it's fair and equitable. I am not happy with the 75% because our neighbors don't use it, so fair is fair, but at the end of the day, I will support this motion.
Thank you. Other debate? Seeing none, then I will call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Okay, it carries. Thanks, staff. That was a slog. Good job. Okay, so we're going to go back now. So we're going to go back to urban metrics. Thanks for being so patient, fellas. What do we got here? We got our 6.2 industrial land need assessment. Welcome. You have 10 minutes for your presentation. I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of Council. My name is Peter Thoma. I'm a partner president of Urban Metrics. I'm a professional planner and land economist. I have about 30 years experience in the area of land budgeting, and I'm pleased to be here today to provide a high-level overview of the industrial land assessment that we undertook as part of a 3-prong study for Haldeman Norfolk. If I can go to the slides, thank you. Yeah. So the assessment that we've undertaken is essentially to take a third-party arm's length assessment of the industrial land assets that this municipality has at its disposal for promoting economic development. And so as a first part of the economic development, as part of the assessment in terms of looking at the land supply, is trying to align it to the types of sectors that the municipality and the local economy wants to see. Right? And so we're looking at the business attraction strategy. So are the lands that the town has available either through its own ownership or through the private market, does the land supply support the types of industrial activities that are being pursued? And there are about 9 or 10 different sectors that different types of business enterprises. A lot of them are aligned to agriculture. Makes perfect sense. Various types of agricultural and value-added industries aligned to agriculture, but we are also considering building material manufacturing, pharmaceutical, nutraceutical manufacturing, potentially defense manufacturing. We've certainly, we live in a world where we're seeing a heck of a lot more chat about defense spending than I have ever in my life, and well, we have cold storage for food. But the commonality here is that these industries, support the existing economic development environment, and they provide opportunities to fill some of the upstream and downstream gaps that exist. Next slide, please. So in carrying out the assessment, the assessment that we did really, took to heart the strategic plan that this municipality operates from. And so looking at the 2002-2006 strat plan that this council operates with. We've looked closely at that, and there are two key strategic focus areas which which we're mindful of. So is empowering Norfolk, so putting the tools and resources in place to ensure that businesses and residents succeed. And the second one is building Norfolk, which is developing the infrastructure and the supports needed to ensure complete communities. And of course, complete communities, we all understand complete communities to include a whole range of activities that consider both population and employment and economic growth opportunities. Next slide, please. So on the inventory, I'll really focus on the supply and on the graph on the right of this slide in particular. So when you look at all of the vacant land at the disposal of the market, so in terms of looking at all of the land options, there's about 238 hectares of total usable land, which includes part of the OPA 163 lands, but doesn't include lands that the minister has withheld. So we have about 238 hectares of land to support the economic development aspirations of the community. Next slide, please. So as part of the assessment, we and in doing land budgeting, we're always trying to do demand forecasts. So look at, well, what are, how much land is needed to support the forecasts that exist. And so the demand assumptions that we're building our forecast is on a population of a 2051 population of just shy of 100,000 people. It's looking at an activity rate of just under 40%. So that means that it's basically the ratio of population to jobs. And then we're looking at an employment density of around 7 jobs per hectare, and that's a pretty safe range. So mathematically, the municipality would need about 200, just north of 200 hectares of land to support economic development. And that's just a little bit more than you have. But it's not that easy, right? So it's not to just say, well, our job's done, we can put our hands above our head and rest on our laurels, because the fact of the matter is that not all industrial land is equal. Not all land opportunities, are well aligned with the sectors, and not all landholders have, aspirations to bring their lands to market in a time consistent with the opportunities as they arise. The next slide. So the framework that we have right now, or where Norfolk finds itself, is a bit in a carrot and stick. It's a bit of a carrot and stick when it comes to attracting industrial development. So on the one hand, you've adopted policies around no industrial development charges. So there's 0 industrial development charges, and of course, that is there to attract industrial development interests to consider the benefits of developing non-residential or industrial land in Norfolk County. But the reality is that there's also this stick, and that stick is that there are no high quality service lands to attract. So you're kind of in this static place where you're not moving the needle as best you can. Next slide. So we have undertaken a significant amount of consultation as part of this assessment. We've surveyed the community with about 195 surveys. We've undertaken one-on-one interviews with all members of council, external stakeholders, county staff, and we've held 3 workshops. And the key takeaways that were echoed through that engagement process was that there's really a strong support for pursuing industrial development and diversification if it can help the economy and, of course, create jobs. And that there's a need for new businesses that fill local gaps. The concern, and this is almost there's consensus around what the concerns are, is that there's insufficient infrastructure, that there's weak connectivity to major highways, maybe less so in the connectivity, but certainly compared to other municipalities who may have direct visibility and close access to the interchanges, and that there's limited industrial land supply. So there is recognition that, you know, what you see is not necessarily what you're going to get. Next slide. So we've gone through an evaluation process, and we've come up with four recommendations that I want to put before you today. Recommendation one is to pursue any existing development opportunities that you have, and to pursue those as vigorously as you can, and to continue to explore and pursue any pre-existing development opportunities with private landowners. And that's just basic economic development, and you know, you have a very competent and capable economic development team who's doing that and is trying to build partnerships and relationships. So absolutely, you have to pursue any and all development opportunities that are on the table. Second is to pursue partnerships before land acquisition. So land acquisition is expensive, right? I mean, industrial land is expensive. So where you can, you want to pursue opportunities for partnership on business parks with existing landowners that are motivated and have, you know, a keen interest in moving the economic development needle. Next slide. So within the report, we've considered a suite of 6 programs to help incentivize landowners, and these are part and parcel of a suite of tools and resources, if you will, that allow economic development and allow revitalization to flourish and prosper. In the report, we've identified 6 programs. And those 6 programs we've essentially laid out a range of what those would cost, recognizing that there's a variety of decisions and how deep you want to go on any one of those, but anywhere between the range of, say $100,000 to $600,000 in terms of what you want to invest in those 6 programs, being an industrial CIP, some industrial tax incremental grant program, site readiness and study grants, fast tracking approvals, fee rebates, and a county landowner site profile partnership, and public-facing industrial land inventory. So all of those have been kind of rolled up into, a range of programs that the Economic Development Department would help oversee. And the fourth recommendation, and this is part and parcel of the discussion that we're having around MDCs, right? And so what is the role of having an MDC or having a certain amount of industrial land or a certain type of land wrapped in or folded in or entrusted to an MDC? And so we've included in our report that the county could use the MDC to explore joint ventures, land acquisitions, and industrial land development opportunities, and that an MDC would centralize management, could improve efficiency, and strategic alignment while continuing to maintain council oversight. So those are really the 4 areas that are included in the assessment. And again, we're going to be back with more on the MDC. And so with that,
1 minute, okay? 1 minute to go?
I'm actually...
You're done?
I'm done, yeah.
That's good, because I forgot to check and we're actually a minute over, so bully for us. Okay, questions? Yeah, Councillor Van Andriessen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. When I look at this, and I've read the report, and we talk about how much land we have, but land is not land that we have in our pocket. Sometimes when you have manufacturing industrial, you want to have a pocket of 20 acres in a block, or you want to have X amount in a block. What we have are small portions, correct? So in a sense, it's not really we've got a big number, but the number does not work for what our needs are. Am I correct in saying that?
Through you, Chairman, you're absolutely correct on
Yeah,
that.
and this is why it's very important that we have blocks, because people that want to come in, industry that wants to come in, factories that we need, and God knows we need employment, and we need a stronger tax base. So I think that we have to look at all those avenues. So I will have to concur that I don't feel the land base that we have is sufficient at all.
Is there a question? Or? Just questions, okay, folks, and we'll get into the debate after. So, Councillor Columbus, you were next, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Peter, I take it that you've done this type of study for other municipalities. Okay, have you got an example of how this worked? Like, was there a lot of success following your recommendations at those other municipalities?
Right. I mean, so through you, Chair, I mean, having like a balanced employment, having a balanced supply of land is important for a whole bunch of reasons. You know, the planner in me, when I go back to my planning school 101, one of the first things we learned is that you don't do planning because you're trying to balance a tax assessment. Like, that's not the basis for planning, but it is a fundamental reason that you are a fundamental driver for trying to balance the tax base, right? And so you really want to make sure that you have a tax base and you have growth in a tax base and you have the opportunity to grow a tax base. And so, creation of new business parks, examples. There are new business parks, all over that we've worked on in Markham, throughout the GTA, and so the policy, the provincial policy is quite clear on, there is a very strong orientation in policy around the protection of employment lands, and some people are quite dogmatic about, that every acre of employment land is sacrosanct. I don't necessarily happen to be in that camp, but I do certainly advocate and identify and will call out when a municipality, doesn't have the right mix of employment lands. And you just need to look over your shoulder and look over at what other municipalities have. Just getting off, you know exactly what's happening in other municipalities. So, the county, it works in a competitive marketplace, right? And so your ability to compete for those jobs that constituents expect, requires a land base that is able to support those.
Good. Councillor Van Passem was next, then the mayor, then Councillor Brunton.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. A year and a half ago, when we were doing budget, I wanted to pull this budget item because I didn't think we needed it, and pointed out that our problem is we have no land, we have no water, no sewer, no hydro, no gas, no internet. So what's the point of doing a study when our job should be to make sure that we get water and sewer and gas and hydro and internet? Now that I lost that vote too, so don't feel bad. So now that we have our study, is there anything in here that I missed other than the fact that we have no water, no sewer, no hydro, no gas, and no internet?
Well, I think, sorry, through you, Chair. Is there something you missed? No, the infrastructure, the lack of infrastructure, I consider this as, consider yourselves as shopkeepers, right? And that at some stage, your inventory is going to run out, and that you need to replenish the inventory in your store, or else your customers are no longer going to show up. And so, that requires investment in new inventory, right? And so you actually have to make sure that you are monitoring and maintaining the inventory, and that is done through, through the heavy lifting of providing infrastructure as efficiently as possible. And so, I'm not sure if that fully answers your question, but at some stage you you can't keep kicking it down the road if you do want to have a diversified economy that includes businesses that have and depend on water. Excuse me.
Okay. Good.
That didn't answer anything.
Didn't
Like,
answer.
I would fully expect in part of this report to a recommendation maybe to say, like, let's send our engineering guys out. Where do we have land available where we could hook up extra water, sewer at a reasonable cost? You know, are there areas where we've got an oversized pipe? Do we have development coming in that's going to put new pipe in, we'll upsize it one pipe bigger? Could we talk to our planning staff to say where are areas where it would actually fit that we could reclass it as industrial land or commercial lands or things like that? But I don't see any of those in the report. I just see that let's do the same thing that got us in this problem in the first place. We'll continue doing that for a few more years, and we'll see if the other problems just go away on their own.
Yeah, I'll address that.
It'll be great. Just, yeah.
Sorry?
Go ahead. Yeah, you know.
So, look, so, you know, one of the difficulties in doing an assessment, including lands, you know, making assessments of, you know, of where to go based on, you know, lands that you don't own, you're making some, you know, some certain strategic decisions. We've evaluated, you know, all of the land opportunities and provided some recommendations, at least directionally, in terms of where, you know, where you want to steer some of those infrastructure investments in order to get, you know, the bang for the buck. I mean, you know, you want to make sure that you're not just creating a field of dreams. You're actually creating a business park or a business environment that is marketable and can be done based on where the infrastructure is. And there is in our assessment, you know, a direction in terms of, you know, how and where infrastructure should be extended.
Good. Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Barry. So, you know, to summarize, we've got enough land for what we should have, but we don't have any contiguous parcels that really benefit the municipality in a significant way to market them appropriately. So any suggestions on how to mobilize those smaller privately owned parcels? Is there something we're not doing that we should be doing through marketing or incentivizing them or purchasing them? Not that we can afford to do that, but you know, what's the suggestion when a municipality finds themselves with a bunch of scraps?
Yeah, so I mean, it is a good question, and we do have in here like that suite of six projects or 6 initiatives are really intended to, you know, make sure that, you know, that the owners of those I don't want to call them remnant parcels, but those parcels that scraps, your words on. But you know that they have the tools and resources that they need to bring those lands to development, and that's kind of what that suite is there to do. It's really as an incentive program, and you know, depending on how deep, you know, the municipality wants to go on those, we figure it could be anywhere from $100,000 to, you know, $500,000 or $600,000 in terms of how you want to incentivize that. But at the end of the day, you know, in terms of making, you can only control what you can control, right? And so, if my recommendation would be, you know, try to take control of the puck if you can, right? Because, you know, that it's needed.
Thank you. Councillor Brunton. Did I scare you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the wake-up call. A couple of things. We have some good land around here. I believe it's the Culver Farm, if you know that area. It's easy to service, and I think it's zoned industrial, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm not sure on the acreage, but the other one would be over by just east of the transfer station. Trying to think of the owner of that land, but again, easy to service, quick access to 3 and 24. I don't know, what do you consider to be a
a big parcel, like that is appropriate. I've gone through the process of the Judd Industrial Park in my day, and it was a complete flop. Not because we made it industrial, as we tried to service it and it didn't work. Okay, you don't know who's going in. We ended up selling the land for about $24,000 an acre to different things. That, anyways, not. I guess, what do you consider to be an appropriate size of zone land?
Yeah, through you, Chair. You know, it's in the report, and I said around 100 hectares of land is about the right size parcel that you should be looking for. I think 100 hectares is about the right amount of land to help offset that, and it's, you know, it's about 50% of what, you know, you have you have 230, and so I don't know. 100 hectares, I would say, is a good proposition that allows for, you know, a variety of sites. So large sites are really important, but it's also a variety of sites, right? And so with 100 hectares, it gives you the opportunity to develop a road configuration that makes sense, that provides good, you know, good opportunities for a variety of parcel sizes.
Yeah. I think in my mind that land is available. I know the one is zoned properly, but I find like when Toyotetsu came here, they weren't even in the Judd Industrial Park. They needed more land, I guess. That's why they ended up out further. But I kind of wonder if it looks to me, and I'll say this, Norfolk County is agriculture and tourism, and our tourism season is limited to a certain time of year, but I don't think we're suited. We were fortunate to get a Toyotetsu here. We've lost a lot of things. Canville, the American Can, all those kind of factories have left. I don't know if it was a labor reason or manufacturing took it south of the border. I don't know what happened, but I really think farming, they seem to have gone their own. Like, we don't need to promote it. We got Scott Lynn, you've got them doing their own thing. You've got, what's the one at the north end? They seem to be, what's the farmer that's building the big plant out on the 14th concession there?
Councillor, you gotta have a question.
Well, I guess what you're saying is, and I hope you're not saying it, that we need to service some industrial land when we have no idea what kind of industry we're going to attract. Plain and simple.
Thank you. Is that what is the, like, are you good there? Or do you want there to be a question?
Well, what kind of industry do you think we can attract?
There we go.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think there are lots of opportunities in, you know, in the food space, right? I mean, you know, we live in a food production facility that's like smack dab in the middle of like of a major market, and so I think food production and food related businesses are an enormous opportunity that, you know, that this region has. And there are, you know, lots of layers of economic development that are out there, you know, selling the province, selling the region for investment. And you want to, I think it behooves you to be part of that conversation. And you know, the assessment really started on those sectors that, you know, those 9 or 10 sectors that, you know, that were broadly defined, and, you know, many of them had the word ag in them, right? And so I think that, you know, those ag opportunities, you know, are something that represent a real opportunity. I wouldn't say to turn away opportunities that, you know, that present themselves that are outside of that ag space. I mean, I'm not saying that you need to draw like hard, fast zoning policies that will only, you know, that will obviate toward those industries. I think you need to keep an open mind about, you know, the types of things that the opportunities that come to bear. But having land is critical.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, I have a couple.
So this is kind of speculative. Like I've read through, you've got the activity rates, the projections, all these things, and I get it.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to get here, though, and if it is in there, I missed it. It's when we talk about remnant parcels, as you called them, scraps. What are we talking about in terms of? And this is the speculative part. Like, what could go on a remnant parcel versus a dedicated parcel, hypothetically, in terms of an industrial development that creates jobs? So if it's a scrap parcel, do we get something that might be 20 to 30? I'm spitballing. Whereas the larger parcel could be 300 jobs. Like, give me and give the world context on what we're talking about in terms of development that is possible and how much employment that could be, please.
Yeah, I think I think one of the things we looked at is around, like, if we did have about, let's call it 100 hectares, how much tax and employment that could potentially support if it was built out. And I know your question is about remnant parcels. So if you're really interested in the remnant parcels, like if you're talking about like the parcels of land that have yet to see any improvement on, they're still as vacant as they ever were. Getting any development on those is going to be very challenging, depending on the condition of the buildings next door. I mean, one of the things that you see is like, well, how are we reusing like a lot of the industrial buildings that we have? And it doesn't matter whether you're in a rural municipality or whether you're in a large urban municipality, but you're seeing an increased amount of non-industrial users that are gravitating toward those industrial spaces. And so, it's quite often that you see, former industrial buildings having, climbing walls and gymnastics facilities, and they become part of the recreational landscape. They were never planned in any book to actually serve that type of function, but they take on those roles. It's really, it's very hard to think that, somebody who's had land for, say, 25, 30 years, maybe even generational lands, that there's something that's going to happen on those lands. You can't control that. And what I'm suggesting is that the municipality should do what it can to take control of the puck.
Okay, and then so you've got the per hectare projection scenarios in here. We've got scenario A assumes 7 jobs per hectare, et cetera, et cetera. Understood. Could you clarify for me, do we start to see like returns per hectare the larger it is, or is that pretty steady? That's what I want you to clarify sort of for me, and so people can understand this. So I understand it's a small hectare, whatever that number is, the remnant.
Yeah.
That might be 7 per hectare.
Right.
But if we get into those larger ones, do we start to get more? Is it like that bulk deal kind of thing, or is it sort of pretty steady, or is it industry dependent? I guess that's what I'm trying to get at here is, if we're going to go towards larger parcels, or that's what we're doing, is there an exponential return on that per hectare employment that we can anticipate? We don't know. Could you?
I just don't think you know. I mean, look, real estate. Real estate decisions are they require a long game, right? Like this is a long game. This is a long game ask. It's a long lift. Seeing the build out of land, or even the completion of the remnant parcels that you have. Like, I don't think you can afford to wait to fill in the remnant gaps. I mean, most municipalities will have something that we would refer to as frictional vacancy or structural vacancy, and that would suggest that at any given time, there's around 25% of the land that's vacant that will likely remain vacant for forever, because there's the parties that are behind those lands don't have the motivation, they don't have the business savvy, they don't have the connections, they don't have the skill sets that are needed to get those lands operationalized. And that's where having, you know, a new, like, I don't want to call it a bright new shiny thing, but having, you know, having a large, you know, a large asset which, you know, you're starting fresh, you can apply very good thinking to. So I'm not sure if that fully answers your question, but I tried.
Fair enough. And as Councillor Van Passen said earlier, the good compromise is no one's happy. So you didn't want to answer it. I didn't really get the answer. Nobody's happy. Great answer. Thank you. Any more questions? Okay. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the time and your patience waiting to get to us, and that was great. Thank you. So where do we go from here? Well, we have staff recommendations. So do we have anybody want to make any motions on where to go next? Councillor Van Andrieschie.
I'll move the motion as it stands on the floor.
Okay, and that motion is that they receive this information and that be referred to staff for further review and analysis, and further that staff be directed to prepare an industrial land needs assessment implementation report for council's consideration. Anyone want to second that? Councillor Columbus, any debate on the motion? Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some input maybe on the further review, and I think I've mentioned it before, like I've asked for this for quite some time. Where do we have potential? Like there's a lot of remnant parcels, these little scraps, I think the mayor called them. Well, the reason that nobody's doing anything, they don't have water sewer capability. They're like the lines getting there are not big enough. They don't have hydro. They don't have gas. Like we just approved recently a potential business, and I talked to the owner last week. Now he found out how much it's going to cost to put natural gas in. All of a sudden, the whole project is no longer viable. We've got Tillsonburg. They've done a heck of a job increasing the number of industrial jobs out there, residents. Oh, yeah, they got a $27 million bill to update the hydro in order to make any more expansion on anything. So, yeah, they got a nice little park there, but nobody can build on it until they dump $27 million into a new hydro line. Let's go identify all of those things and do our job on things that we have control of. You know, like to read a recommendation in a report for our ECDEV department to pursue existing opportunities. Let's see, you're supposed to continue to do your job. Well, that's one heck of a recommendation to pay a consultant to get that kind of detailed information on what's the best thing to do. But let's quit jumping way ahead when we need to do our job. So are there places that we can service reasonably priced or fit in with some other developments? Let's get that information before we start dreaming of dreams of 100-hectare fully serviced property somewhere, and we'll just magically wave our hands and a little wand will appear, and then we can go poof, we got lots of business. Like that's pushing the envelope, I think. So let's get realistic.
Okay, thank you. Any further debate? Pardon? There's several things I should tell you. 1 second. Okay, I made an error, my mistake. So I appreciate Councillor Van Passen's comments. I was supposed to ask for a motion after we had the staff report, which I made a mistake on, and the clerk has just corrected me. So I'm going to pause that. And what I would like...
Sorry.
Just pausing this debate because I made a mistake. So what I'm going to do is ask to receive the presentation as information. Then I'm going to throw it to Stephanie, and then we can reopen debate on this. Okay, so that was my error. I forgot that there's a staff report, so I apologize to Stephanie. Thank you very much, clerk. So can I have a motion to accept as, okay, your information? Councillor Michele, Councillor Van Andrieschie, all those in favor? Very good. Now I'm going to go back to Stephanie. I'm sorry, my page is a mess here, so carry on. I'm so sorry.
No problem. I understand. I'll try and keep it brief. Through the chair, good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. Before you is Urban Metrics Industrial Land Needs Assessment Report, which addresses one of the most critical priorities facing Norfolk County. Norfolk retained Urban Metrics to evaluate our industrial land supply, identify gaps limiting our industrial development, and to recommend strategic approaches for accelerating business attraction and investment. Urban Metrics found that on the surface, Norfolk County has sufficient industrial land designated in our official plan. However, the vast majority of it is not investment ready or marketable. It is largely non-contiguous, it is not fully serviced, and it is almost entirely privately owned. Businesses are typically looking for shovel-ready sites with municipal services in place, and right now we can't offer that. So we can't attract businesses effectively. Challenges are further compounded by our distance from the 400 series highways and limited economic development resources. This has put our industrial sector significantly behind surrounding municipalities in terms of business attraction and major investments. So how do we fix this? To improve the situation, we need to invest in ourselves. Attracting employers requires us to have investment-ready industrial lands to offer. Urban Metrics provided 4 primary recommendations to help make Norfolk's industrial land competitive and investment-ready. Their first recommendation is to explore and pursue development opportunities with private landowners. Second, to pursue these partnerships before acquiring land. Third, that we implement programs to incentivize landowner collaboration and industrial land market readiness. And finally, that we create a municipal development corporation to manage the partnerships, land acquisition, servicing coordination, and project delivery. They also provided infrastructure planning guidance and cost benchmarks to support implementation, a 5-step business attraction strategy, and identified target industries, including agri-food processing, pharmaceuticals, and defense manufacturing. Urban Metrics recommends a phased implementation timeline with early wins and initial programs implemented in 2026 and 2027, a full program launch in 2028, and expanded in 2029. Implementation would require both initial and ongoing financial commitments from the county. Preliminary estimates indicate that first-year costs could be around $135,000 to $200,000, and operating costs range from $80,000 to $600,000, depending on the scope of programs approved by council. So, these recommendations require investment. But this investment is critical to Norfolk's economic future and our ability to diversify our tax base. We can't continue to simply rely on residential property taxes alone to sustain our community. Implementing a strategy to attract employment and help our current employers expand is essential to our future. We want to create good employment opportunities for our residents, and we want youth to have access to good paying jobs right here in Norfolk that allow them to build their lives and careers in this community. We recognize that implementing a program of this scale requires careful consideration and evaluation. Today, we are recommending that this report be referred back to staff for further analysis and that the development of a comprehensive implementation strategy be brought back to council for further consideration. Staff and Urban Metrics will also be bringing our Municipal Development Corporation report to council in March for consideration. And I believe our Director of Economic Development wanted to add a few things.
Thank you, Ms. Potter. Through you, Mr. Chair, and I promise that you won't have to cut me off this time. Again, I just want to remind everybody the reason why we're here, the Economic Development Strategic Plan, incredible engagement. Out of this engagement, 92% of respondents agreed attracting new business investment should be a priority for Norfolk. 95% of the respondents agreed that keeping the existing business and helping them grow was a priority. And we continue to do that through our ongoing work. And we put together a short slide just up on the screen for you, just to maybe put a point of reference as to where we sit with our competitors. So this is for economic development purposes only. This is not from finance. This is just economic development, trying to illustrate the fact of where we are in industrial land and how it looks on our community. So in general, Norfolk County residents is about 80% is the burden is on the ratepayer, on the residential ratepayer. Now we can just scroll down, and we've got some comparative municipalities there just to show you. But the fact is, if we can just scroll up a bit there, Steph, sorry. I just wanted to show you that Norfolk County, so if we're saying about 80% is on the taxpayer, only 2.3 of that is generated, of the levy is generated from industrial lands. And just a quick comparison to our neighbors, we're definitely missing the boat on some investment. And so we just scroll down and just take a look at Haldeman even. Haldeman's at 4.3%. I know Brant is at 4.34%, and Tilsonburg is over 6%. So this is our opportunity, really, to seriously look at industrial lands. We're not here for the sake of being here. We're here because of the strategy, and we're really trying to offset that burden off the residents, and also trying to really look at our employment lands in a very strategic manner. And the report is clear. The report, I think, is very sound. And also, just my final comment is that, if you recall, we did a primer on the tariffs. This county exports $2.6 billion a year. $622 million of that is from agriculture. $2 billion is from manufacturing. Manufacturing also employs 5,300 people in this community. So we are an ag community, yes. We are a tourism community, yes. But we are most certainly a manufacturing community. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we, Stephanie, you're nothing? Okay, so now we will enter, or sorry, I'll ask for a motion if there is one. And so Linda's already got, sorry, Councillor Van Andrews is already on the floor, so we're going to return back to that. We've had one debate comment, I suppose, from Councillor Van Passen, just to recap. So I'm going to reopen that debate as we were. So the motion's still on the floor? That's correct. We've already had it moved, and so here we go. Resume. Does anybody else want to enter debate? Oh, Councillor Michelle, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to maybe ask a question for clarification. When the last line says that staff be directed to prepare an industrial land needs assessment implementation report for council, which is great. Can I just maybe, and then this would be maybe just a question to staff, can we have specific reference in there to what I'll maybe lightly call the five, Councillor Van Passen's 5 pillars of Norfolk County's industrial strategy, you know, the no gas, no hydro, no water, no sewer, no internet thing? Can we have that addressed specifically in that report as well? Reference to those items?
Through the chair to councillor, sure, we can certainly take that back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional debate and or questions? No? Okay. Then with that, I will call the question on the motion as it was. So it's on the screen, is it? Very good. Yep, there it is. So we're going to have a vote on received information. Okay, very good. All those in favor? Okay. Any opposed? Very good. Apologize again for the error and for the delay. Thank you very much for covering there. Okay, moving on. We have communications, I believe. Yeah, we do. Communications. I know, well, hey, here we go. Stop asking questions. So, communications. We have one communication item today. It is 7.1, Hydro 1 email correspondence. May I have a motion to receive communication item 7.1 as information? Councillor Duthie, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? Carrying on. Staff reports. We are going to 8.1.1 Public Works, correct? Yes. 8.1.1 Public Works, reconstruction of Eagle Street, Queen Street, and Sovereign Street, award of contracts. We have Scott Zerbies, project manager. Would you like to introduce the report? Is Scott here? No, he's not. Darnell's here. Darnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Before you is report PW 26003, gives you an overview of the tender results for the Eagle, Sovereign, and Queen Street reconstruction project in Delhi. Overall, the project as a whole is $393,000 under budget. The project, however, is made up of 3 individual budgets, with Queen Street and Sovereign Street coming in under, and Eagle Street itself coming in over budget. The main driver for the over budget on Eagle Street relates to higher than anticipated pricing for the management and disposal of some contaminated soils. And while soil contamination is a known issue and cost to manage and dispose, however, was above the engineer's estimate value that we had used for budgeting. To properly align the Eagle Street budget with its tender result, a budget amendment or a reallocation in this case is required. The adjustments are set out in tables 2, 3, and 4 of the staff report, and the overall bid price is favorable, allowing for an overall reduction in the budget and, as I say, a cost savings overall of about $393,000. Should council approve the requested adjustments, these much-needed reconstruction projects can be awarded, and staff can then firm up the construction schedule for an April start. Happy to have any questions that the committee may have.
Questions for staff? Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to ask, like, what extra pull does Councillor Columbus get that he gets like $3, $4, $5 million a year in road work, and Ward 4, I got to grovel to get a pothole filled or a little tarred chip? Like, what's he doing right and I'm doing wrong?
Through you, Mr. Chair, council, you approve the budget. I'm always happy to execute it, but you do approve the budget.
So there you go, Councillor Van Passen. It's 1/9 your fault. Any other questions for staff? Yeah, Councillor Duthie.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was going to say this looked relatively straightforward to me, and I'm happy to move the motion as presented by staff.
Excellent. Is there a seconder? Councillor Van Passen, incidentally. All those in favor? Very good. Thank you very much. Now we're catching up. 8.1.2, are you doing this one also, Darnell?
Yes,
There's Matthew
I am.
Stam on the line. I don't see him. But
No,
good, Darnell again?
I'm-
Okay, Harbor Street Reconstruction Budget Amendment, PW-26-004. Darnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and please remember the financial disposition of the earlier report as I present this report to you, which seeks a budget amendment for the Harbor Street Reconstruction Project. This project was completed in 2025, however, a few items have been carried over into 2026. During the construction process on this project, we did encounter some unsuitable and contaminated soils within the roadway. These soils had to be removed and disposed of properly. Again, while we do carry provision for such matters, in this case, the volume of the soil exceeded the provisional quantity and resulted in a financial overrun of approximately $225,000. As noted earlier, a couple items did carry over into 2026, and these include the final installation of some permanent road signs, some protective bollards to be still placed, and the final extension of the storm sewer that was realigned around 32 Harbor Street. If you visited the site, I think that becomes fairly clear that it does not look like it's finished off at this point. These carryover items have an estimated cost of about $110,000. Therefore, the total budget amendment being sought is $335,000. The storm sewer extension works must be coordinated with the private seawall repair work that is required along 32 Harbor Street, as the seawall provides some necessary support to the new outfall structure. At the moment, the existing outfall is in a temporary arrangement. Ongoing and active discussions have been taking place with the owners of 32 Harbor Street, the DFO, and the Conservation Authority for the seawall repair works and the outfall. The design details are close to being finalized, and the seawall repair work across the lands of 32 Harbor Street is the full responsibility of that private landowner. To complete the county stormworks, however, the work needs to be coordinated with those repairs. And staff envision the need to possibly enter into a joint construction agreement with that owner, and thus we've included the recommendation to authorize the mayor and the clerk to enter into any necessary cost-sharing agreements between the county and the private owner, should that be deemed necessary by the GM of Public Works. Should council authorize the requested budget amendment and authorizations for cost-sharing, if necessary, then staff will be able to advance these remaining works and bring this project to a final and proper close. Happy to answer any questions on this requested amendment.
Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm on page 4, looking at that chart. Finance is prepared, and it breaks down the project with the amendment of $335,000. But in there's a developer contribution of $100,000. Who contributed that? Can somebody answer that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to my understanding, there was the site plan agreement for the Dover Wharf project in and around 2016 that obliged, through the conditions of the site plan, that developer to make a number of $20,000 annual contributions up to a total upset limit of $100,000 to be used on the Harbor Street project. And therefore, finance is simply showing on the table that that money was received and is allocated to this project.
Okay, thank you. Back on page 3 of that same report, I'm reading the lands at 32 Harbor Street, and I totally understand why you're going to redo the seawall in coordination with the storm sewer outlet. My question is, do you have a figure on the seawall construction? And if so, it's not in that chart that we just went over. Like, and you say you're going to coordinate it with him, but that developer or the owner of that land's paying for that seawall. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. What I've shown, and I think it's in, so of the $110,000 that is required for the finishing works, about $80,000 is related to extending the storm sewer and punching a hole through a seawall section that the county needs to build. That's what's shown on here. I'm going to estimate that the private individual seawall work is probably in the $150,000 to $200,000 range, and that is solely theirs. It didn't show up on here because that's not a county responsibility.
So are you, but it's going to be coordinated, so I assume we will find out at some point what the cost is, and once you call the tender, will we see that figure?
I guess the question will be whether it needs to be within a tender. The current purchasing policy as revised would allow us to do a direct award up to $300,000.
Correct.
What council is approving here is an allocation of about $80,000 just for the storm sewer extension works. And we would certainly be looking to have that finished off within that price range. The coordination with the private landowner would be coordinating the design work, and if it makes sense to put it within a joint tender together, and have the same contractor do the seawall, do the outfall, and extend the pipe works. They can be done possibly independently, but there's probably some economies of scale, and just working with the seawall design and the fact that they're punching in steel sheet piling wouldn't make sense for us to do one sheet and they've got to do 30.
I understand that. My concern is that we were involved with that property in the past, and I just want to make sure that we're not paying for the seawall.
I can guarantee you, you will not be paying for the seawall.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions for Darnell before we carry on? Okay. Can I get a motion to receive this as information, please? Councilor Michelli, Mayor Martin. And, oh, I don't even need to do that. One sec. Sorry, I don't even need to do that. Withdraw that. Can I have a mover for the staff recommendation? I'm so sorry. Staff recommendation, Councilor, Mayor, Councilor. Any debate? All those in favor? Thank you. Thanks, Darnell. 8.3.1. Summary of bid wars for the period ending January 20th. What is it, wars? It's awards. It says wars. Jacqueline Hodgson, Mayor of Purchasing Services. We present the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Report CS 25-29 is the monthly summary of bid awards. There is one bid being presented today for online voting services for Council's consideration, which requires an amendment increase in the amount of $25,100. If there are any questions about the procurement process, I would be happy to answer them. And if there are any questions about the project itself, I will refer them to my colleagues in legislative services. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so moved. Very good. All right. Excellent. Seconded. Seconded by Councilor Duthie. All those in favor? All right, carrying on. Very good. 8.3.2, information memo. Assess disposal. And it says assess. I'm reading my sheet. Oh, yeah. Ryan Knappman, Manager of Risk and Insurance, and Lauren Harrington, Corporate Support Generalist, will present the report. I'm reading this as is, okay, folks? So it's bidding wars and assess disposal. Carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The 2025 Asset Disposal Report is before you. This annual memo to Council provides a summary of county assets that have been disposed of once they're declared surplus to county needs. These assets are auctioned through the GovDeals online auction platform and facilitated by corporate services staff. In 2025, the county sold 30 items through GovDeals, which resulted in revenue of $76,403.68. A list of items is attached to the report for information purposes. Following feedback from Council last year, staff have worked with the communications team to highlight auction items on our social media channels to increase awareness of these bidding opportunities to the local community. And with that, staff would be pleased to answer any questions Council may have.
Councillor Van Drieschie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Was there any need for a pool table? I know you sold it, but how did that come about, as well as the generators that you've looked here? Do they have value in any other buildings? Why did we sell them?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Drieschie, thank you for the question. I can't speak directly to where the pool table was, but basically our process is that any items that are declared surplus by one department are first posted internally for other county departments to express interest in and take over before they go to GovDeals. So I would suggest that there wasn't any use for it anywhere else internally.
Okay, and about the generators, I guess I'd have to ask Bill. Bill, would there have been any uses for these generators elsewhere, or to be kept in reserve to be used, or because they were let go at a fairly low price?
Yeah, through the chair, that's a great question, Councillor. Yeah, we do have a generator replacement program, so everything has got a life cycle with it, and when they come up, they are replaced. I can tell you that staff do their best to scavenge and take parts and pieces where needed, but for these to make it to GovDeals, our facility folks have deemed them not useful to the county and replaced with new.
Excellent. Any further questions? Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Chair. Almost spilled my tea. I just wanted to say that I thought that this transpired very well in terms of the direction that Council had given staff a while ago in terms of listing things, and I think they did a great job. A lot of things were sold. I was really pleased with the revenue, and I would just like to approve this. Put a motion to approve this.
I was going to say, you have to put a motion first. Seconded by Councillor Van Drieschie. Any more debate? Probably not. All those in favor? Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, so I see 8.4, emergency and social services. I see they're here. Pardon? Okay, so there isn't anything for them. Very good. So 8.5, Office of the Chief Administrative Officer. So 8.5.1, Facilities Master Plan, Implementation Report and Update, CAO-26-002. Michael Simoes is back. Director of Fleet and Facilities. Will you present the report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm actually hand this one over to Stephanie, who will take over the introduction of this report.
Sorry, it's me again. Through the chair, good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. Before you is a very lengthy report that provides an update on the implementation of Norfolk County's Facilities Master Plan. As you'll recall, on October 21st, 2025, council approved the Facilities Master Plan as the strategic framework for Norfolk County's facilities. Council adopted the administration scenario in its entirety and referred individual items from the operations, community and culture, and emergency services scenarios back to staff for further review and recommendations. This report addresses these items, providing recommendations where analysis is complete and status updates on items still under review, and presents a revised implementation plan for council's consideration. In response to Council's direction under the operations scenario, staff have initiated a request for expressions of interest process for the Port Dover Public Works Yard to allow interested parties to submit proposals for this waterfront property to become a community asset. Something that just came to staff's attention, in order to award to a proponent through this process, we would need to issue a non-standard expression of interest. Apologies for not including this in the report, but staff are requesting that we add a recommendation to seek council approval to issue a non-standard expression of interest for the Port Dover Public Works Yard. This would allow for negotiation, discussion, and potential award to a proponent pending council review and approval. Staff also assessed the Shellberg property suitability for affordable housing and development and found significant barriers to affordable development of this site and recommend proceeding with divestment in 2027. Staff conducted a comprehensive operational review of the Cortland Operations Yard and confirmed that this facility is not needed for current or future service delivery and recommend proceeding with divestment. Under the emergency services scenario, staff reviewed the Waterford Fire and EMS station property for expansion feasibility and reviewed alternative locations for a new station. Staff determined that the 2017 expansion design remains viable and with minor modifications and represents the most beneficial and cost-effective service delivery approach and recommend proceeding with expansion of the facility as outlined in the master plan. Under the community and culture scenario, staff have consulted with the Port Dover Kinsmen and Scout clubs regarding viable options for their facilities. These groups are working together to prepare a proposal for council's consideration that will be brought forward in spring 2026. Staff have reviewed the 1967 Walsingham Town Hall lease agreement and are engaged in ongoing consultation with the Walsingham Women's Institute and the Port Rowan South Walsingham Heritage Association to explore viable options for the facility and will bring recommendations to council for consideration in spring 2026. Finally, we are working collaboratively with the Waterford Lions Club to identify alternative accommodations. Relocating to the Waterford Heritage and Agricultural Museum has emerged as a promising opportunity, and staff will bring a proposal forward for council to consider in 2026. Staff have revised the implementation timeline to prioritize divestments ahead of making strategic investments. This approach employs a self-funding model whereby divestment revenue and avoided capital cost will finance future investments. In 2026, staff are recommending divesting the Cortland Operations Facility, Victoria Old Town Hall, Teeterville Women's Institute and Pioneer Museum, the Port Rowan Medical Center, and the Material Recovery Facility, while investing in salt and sand storage at the West 45 Roads Operations Facility, renovations at the Culver Operations Building, and demolition at the Facilities Operations Building. This strategy avoids capital investment in facilities scheduled for replacement while recognizing limited project management capacity in 2026. Financial implications do vary by facility or property and are covered in detail in each section of the report. As a whole, the recommendations in the report result in a reduced forecasted financial capital spending and free up funds in the facilities reserve to allow the additional uncommitted balance to be reinvested as outlined in the facilities master plan. Additional divestments will return to council for approval as outlined in the original master plan report. Thank you for your consideration. Staff are available to answer questions.
Questions? Councillor Vanderducci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. The Cortland operation facilities that you're looking, were there domes there as well?
Through the chair to the council, yes, there is a salt and sand dome on the property. In our consultation with our operations staff, our understanding is that it is undersized and that it's not scheduled for replacement. They were planning to replace it at the West 45 facility instead.
At the West 45. Being that this winter was and is not very nice, and we've used pretty well every facility, I guess it's a question to Bill. Do you feel, Bill, or guaranteed that you will have sufficient space? I don't want to divest something sooner than we have something created to be able to make sure that we have product for the roads. Oh, Bill's not there.
No, that's all right. So through the chair, I'm happy to answer that. Just a reminder, we restructured in June of last year, and road falls under my portfolio, which also includes winter control. So no, this has been evaluated with our roads team. So really, we know there was a discussion when the consultant was here about, dead ending and are we going to have, appropriate paths in place, and we certainly do. As Stephanie mentioned, the salt dome on the Cortland Yard is really due for replacement in the very near future, and it would be relocated to County Road 45 Yard regardless of if this discussion was in front of us right now. In terms of assets and storage for vehicles and other things that we need for winter control and day-to-day road operations, there are future plans for expansion at both of our facilities here in FOB as well as at County Road 45, and that is to accommodate any additional equipment we would need. So we are confident from an operations perspective, we are all set.
Okay, and my apologies. I really did think Bill was behind me.
He was, and then you started asking your question.
And
you
then
just
he
said
left.
peace,
He
and he
just
took off.
disappeared.
He's like,
Poof.
I'm done. No more.
Oh, yeah, he just poofed
We're
away.
done.
I'm so used to talking to Bill.
Yeah.
My apologies. If I could further a question, and then we look at, we have the Boy Scout Hall in Cortland as well. This is not on the list here because we're still looking at, that will come later, or how is that going to work?
Through the chair to the councillor. So the disposal of that asset was approved as part of the community and culture scenario when the master plan was approved. The revised implementation plan recommends demolition of that asset in 2028 when the existing lease agreement with the lessee expires.
Okay, have you had discussions with that organization? Because they've contacted myself, and then I told them to contact you. Have they contacted you, and have you had a discussion?
Through the chair to the councillor, I have not heard from them. I'm happy to reach out to them. We did reach out to them during the consultation process, but happy to reach out to them and find alternative accommodations.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes, I too have had discussion about the Cortland Scout Hut, they call it, I believe. The Lions Club meets there regularly, and they have some kind of agreement with the county. And they are concerned about their meeting locations, so I think it's imperative that you meet up with them. My other question was with respect to the Teeterville Pioneer Museum. I understand we're getting a report from Mr. Cridlin on that with respect to how that's going to be divided, because there's the Women's Institute Hall, and then there's also the museum part on that same property.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. The plan is for a divestment report for the Teeterville Hall, which will outline some number of options for council consideration, and that report, I believe, is scheduled for April of this year.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hoffman.
Oh, will there be a debate portion?
We're in questions, yeah. So
I don't, no, I just have comment.
Well, there's a motion coming.
Okay.
Or there's a recommendation, sorry, not a motion, a recommendation coming. So once it's moved or an
Okay,
alternative's
all right,
moved-
I'll wait and then
Yeah,
do my comments.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? Bill's back if anybody else wants to hit him with something. Linda, you okay, or? Okay. All right, then with, now that we're done questions, so we have, yeah, there's a recommendation on the screen. Is there a mover of that recommendation or an alternative? You're moving? It's on the screen. Mayor Martin moves, seconded by Councillor Brunton. Councillor Huffman, floor is yours.
Thank you. I just wanted to take an opportunity for, I know that there'll be some maybe residents who don't understand the whole process that we went through, but I just want to be very clear that in regards to the Waterford Community Center, we have met with the Lions, and they are very amenable to the possible move to the Waterford Heritage Agricultural Museum. We're looking at making some changes to that. It will be a great bonus to our community. And so the people who are the primary users are very much on board. So I just wanted to do that. And I also just wanted to take an opportunity that I know that not everybody, this may get picked up in terms of an item because it's big news, but for Waterford residents, we will be getting an addition to our Waterford Fire Hall with the EMS facility, and it will be very beneficial to our EMS staff in Waterford. So very much looking forward to that. This was an issue prior to me being on council, and it has finally been resolved. So I think our community in Waterford, Ward 7, should be very happy.
Let's hope. Any other debate? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Sorry, opposed? No. Abstain? That's opposed. Okay, fair enough. Okay, well, that carries either way. So moving along. Motions, we have none, but we do have a notice of motion. So Councillor Van Andrieschie, you have your notice of motion. You have
1 minute, apparently. If I don't get it done in 1 minute, what did you do? Stop me right in the middle?
Well, you didn't let me finish, so you've already started your minute. Rush.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, carry on. Please introduce your motion.
I'd like to introduce my motion. The subject is to streamline approval of a private OPA implementation, OPA 163, and align review requirements with Council's economic development objectives. Whereas after comprehensive staff and consultation review and presentation of various options for Council's consideration, on April 16, 2024, Norfolk County Council adopted Phase 1 of the Norfolk's Municipal Comprehensive Review and Official Plan Amendment to accommodate additional lands within the urban boundaries to support a long-term growth, employment, and economic development. And whereas the province subsequently issued a decision on the Norfolk County's Council decision that contained the following: no denials of the Council approved additional lands, approval of many of the Council's approved additional lands, and withheld approval on certain lands, including industrial lands in Cortland, requesting additional information from staff. And whereas Council on April the 16th, 2024 has already expressed its intent to include the industrial lands within the urban boundary, and whereas in conformity with a new provincial policy statement, a private official plan amendment is now being advanced for industrial lands that Council has already approved in principle, but the province has withheld a decision pending further justification. And whereas at recent pre-consultation meeting, staff and stakeholders set out to require studies and reports requiring of PPS 2.3.2, notwithstanding, no development application is before the county at this time. And whereas it may be possible to defer the required studies and report subsequent planning approval steps, and whereas Norfolk County's economic development objectives, employment land strategy, and tax-based sustainability require a planning process that is proportionate, timely, and investment ready, while remaining consistent with the Planning Act of the PPS, and whereas Council is now the approval authority for the private OPA under the Planning Act, therefore, be it resolved that staff work to bring the most expedient option for Council consideration on this issue as soon as practically possible, with a planning report addressing 2.3.2 of the PPS, and Council confirm the purpose of the current private OPA is to implement Council's previously approved planning intent.
Okay, thank you. So that is on the record. Sorry, we have Mayor. Well, let me just finish that. So that'll be on the record in a previous or a subsequent meeting now that you've given notice. So Mayor Martin, please take it away.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I had a brief opportunity to speak with Councillor Van Andrieschie, but not in full. So I will just share this with Council for their consideration. First, I'd like to start by thanking Councillor Van Andrieschie and Columbus, for that matter, for their work on the Titan Trailer industrial parcel that Council endorsed in our official plan. I know you've, as have our staff, continued to meet with them and advance this because Council believes in that larger contiguous parcel. However, for Council's information, I think the notice of motion might be null and void because it's asking for us to take the fastest possible route to get the job done, and I have a bit of an update for Council. So obviously, as you'll recall, I, along with the rest of you, majority of you, approved the inclusion of these lands for the OPA 163. And certainly lots of good discussion around the table about continuing to support industrial lands and employment lands and the need for that in Norfolk. Quick background, I was contacted by Municipal Affairs and Housing. They did not approve this particular parcel in our official plan 163 because they asked for additional information from the county, and staff began that. You heard from the preliminary plan we received here today about the needs assessment, and they'll continue to work on that. However, they asked for us to do this additional justification work to demonstrate the need to bring the lands in, but in speaking with Municipal Affairs and Housing representatives, representatives, they've advised that under Norfolk County, under the provincial policy statement, that we now have the authority to approve amendments. Sorry, that folks have the authority to approve amendments to the official plan. So to save municipal resources and time, I've been told that under the strong mayor provisions within the Municipal Act, I can simply provide the direction to our staff to facilitate this process in a timelier manner than would be required to do the studies. So using strong mayor powers, I can instruct staff to prepare the necessary resolutions and bylaws to make this amendment, and it can come back to council at our next council meeting, which is February 24th. And to be very clear for members of the public and staff, this obviously is the first use of strong mayor powers, but this is endorsing a council decision that was already made. So it's actually a great way to use the tool to expedite the work that council has already approved. We're not changing anything. It would be the inclusion of these lands. There's a small deficit in residential as well as industrial. So it is my hope that we don't need to even go through your motion, that we can follow the process, and staff will have they can correct me if I'm wrong, a staff report before you this month to walk us through the requirements and the process and outline specifically what that provision would include.
Councillor Vanadrucci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I would like to thank you, Madam Mayor, for your assistance on this. I'd just like to say that we've heard from Urban Metrics, the report. It is important and imperative that we have large blocks of land to be able to bring in industry. And at that end, it's just as equally distanced to go to the 401 from Tillsonburg as it is to Cortland. So thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm going to throw it to the clerk. What do we do now?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we don't have to do anything with that right now. The mayor's provided notice, more notice than that actually required. She'll put those directions in writing to staff tomorrow. They'll be shared with council and shared with the public on our website, and we can just move on with our agenda at this point.
Very good. Then I guess we will move on. And what we are moving on to is other business. Is there any other business? Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Chair, earlier we heard a deputation from Mr. Chris Gibbs, and I had difficulty locating where he actually admitted, he said he did not indicate that about the generator situation, but I found the quote where he's posted it, which said, might be nothing to him, which is me, as he has the luxury of a generator. Reality is most people can't afford such in today's environment. That was black and white. I did share it with the press. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other business? Any announcements? Great, because there's no late closed sessions today, so I can have a motion to adjourn. Councillor Huffman, yeah. Councillor Michele, all those in favor? All right, carried. See ya.
On that same property.